a simulation. First generation sufferers of overstimulation. My stipulation got me looking for some ventilation. I changed the station, ignoring Satan's invitation. No visitation for my brothers off solicitations. Incarcerations, it's called the Matrix. If life's a bitch, then she's a dominatrix. So death got to be your masculine presence. Opening his arms while you basking in essence. Sometimes when I talk to God, I call my passive aggressive. Will I open heaven's doors or just burn from my lessons? Blessings. You know the game been told. If I was you, then my soul would have been sold. Watch what you do, cause it's coming back tenfold. Either way it goes, man, I'm 10 toes, 10 toes, 10.
What up, man? I ain't hear nothing on the intro. Every time I do this little dude channel thing, it'd be some issues. Did y'all hear that? Yeah. Was y'all able to hear the music and all that on the live stream? On my side, I only seen it on the vertical. On the other side, I didn't see nothing. So y'all gotta let me know what y'all saw. Yeah, I don't know why. But yeah, what's going on? What's up? Peace to everybody in the chat. We're gonna have a good show today. You know what I mean? I made my rounds on a couple of shows, met a couple characters, reintroduced myself to some characters again. And, you know, just another day in the YouTube neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? Where all right, bet. True, what's up, True? Yeah, Easy Money Flex in the building. Miss Plum is in the building. Who else? Highway Skinny is in the building. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, we gonna have a good one today. But, you know, been making my rounds in these YouTube streets, and it's just like, man, it's just the way people just have these conversations. It's like people just come on here for a million different things. You know, you never know why people on these shows until you really on a panel with them, and you'll realize quickly that we all not here for the same reasons. You know, some people's here to challenge thoughts. Some people's here to be challenged. Some people is here to just be seen. And I'm a weirdo, but I be feeling like when just anybody can just say whatever, I think we lose like valuable time and energy where we could really be doing something else. I'm not saying it got to be the most teachy, but it's like we gonna talk like grown-ups, man. Let's talk. You know what I'm saying? We understand this is a public platform. Things could be misconstrued. And we need to speak clearly, coherently. And I think we just be so caught up in the FaceTime that, you know, we don't really think about what we be saying. And we spew a lot of pain, we spew a lot of ignorance. And like I said, I want to go over a couple conversations I had with y'all today. You know, it was fun in these YouTube streets this week. I was on Black Men Unfiltered earlier this week. Shout out to them. I was on their show this week, and it was cool. You know, he got a cool setup. He allowed me to co-stream. Shout out to that. You know, a lot of people don't let you do that. They just use you and shit, and they don't let you co-stream. They don't even let you do shit. But I appreciate when people do that. Now, I understand you got bigger platforms, they can get political and all that, but, you know, we are trying to grow. So I was on a show called Code Switching, and we were discussing basically how you have to change codes depending on where you at. And I think what comes to mind first is, you know, we got a code switch to, you know, acting like white folks or something like that. And I think when you say that statement, that's the first thing people think of is, you know, how you may have to adjust to white America or corporate America. And that's not necessarily the case. You have to code switch in your family. You got an aunt that you know you can talk about this with. You got an aunt that you can't. You got people in your hood that down this block, they on this type of time, and other block, they on that type of time. So code switching is not just a race thing. It's really a survival skill. And I think when we say these words, they have such labels attached to them that we don't really unpack it, and we build the whole conversation, and the conversation stays at a surface level. So we spoke about it on this episode. I wanna get into it. But yes, y'all support the channel. Um, damn, I ain't even set the goal. Let me set the goal. Because we definitely got a goal. I'm trying to get at least 15 super chats, $5 or higher. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're trying to hit that goal. And if we can hit that goal, I'll open up the panel I got people I invited, but I'll open up the panel a little sooner. All right. Or I'll do something different. But I don't if we hit this goal, I'll go live again later on tonight. If we hit the goal, I'll do another show. And y'all get to pick what I talk about. So we hit the goal, that's what I'll do. All right. So I'm about to share the goal with y'all. I will do another live tonight. All right. So support the channel. This is not a waste basket. We're not taking Dutch guts. We're not passing around no black and mild guts or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? You already know.
Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a trash. Don't be hitting on me.
You already know what time it is. So yeah. So this show, we were talking about what you call it? Code switching. So it started off with me. I forgot, I don't know the brother's name, but the brother from Black Men Unfiltered, shout out to him. We started talking. Hold up, my computer is tripping. Really? I don't even know how I was able to do that. All right. So yeah, it was just me and two other brothers at the beginning. And I think the conversation got interesting when a familiar face appeared. And I just want to take it from there. No, I'll start with my commentary first.
Subcultures and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so you could kind of say there's a code switching between Christians and Muslims, or there's code switching between Europeans and Americans. Right. Maybe we'll probably talk about it today. Maybe there's code switching between Black Americans and those that are African Americans, right? It could be a lot of different dynamics to that.
Okay. What about you, Illa?
I mean, I agree. I feel like, code switching is something you have to do. That's just a matter of, it's just really adapting. You know what I'm saying? You just have to be, but it's a different when you change the culture of a person and the character of a person. Like that's when it gets weird, when the code switching infringes on culture and character, and I think it's just how people do a lot of things more so than the act of doing it. Like, I think we get so caught up in these words and these labels and these titles that we don't realize that words are just humanity's best attempt at explaining the phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? It could be what could be one thing. A chair can be a chair like you sit in, but it can also be a weapon. You know what I'm saying? To use like words are just words. You know what I'm saying? I think people just need to focus on what they're trying to conceptualize, because the words creates the division and the segmenting of each other.
Yeah, because
y'all agree with that? Because I feel like people take a word and run with it, like and they demonize words, and when they don't have to, or like I just had a heated. What up, Reaper Rails? You stay on the court, but I had a heated debate with my friend recently. Today, rather, and we were talking about sophistication. I think sometimes we take these words and we think it's a taboo thing. Like, sophistication doesn't mean, oh, I'm better than you. It just means you have tact. It's a way to do things. You know what I'm saying? So when you code switch, it doesn't have to be offensive. It doesn't have to be something that downplay your people or uplift another. It's just knowing a time and place for everything. And because you're able to do that, doesn't mean you're selling out. Like, it's always how something is done. It's never what's done, But let's keep going, because I really want to get to the part where familiar face came. Let's just get straight to it, man. Let's just get straight to it.
John Galt, man, thank you for being here, man, coming up on the panel. Lost in translation, then we'll have John hop in there. Go ahead, Lost. What are your thoughts?
Here's my thing. Most of the time, when people code switch, is to make everybody else feel comfortable. You know what I mean? I've seen situations where you can be of a certain level of intellect, and people will be offended by that. You see what I'm saying? So most times when we do it, is to make other people feel comfortable, so we can continue the conversation. There have been several situations where I've entered into a particular room and people didn't think that I should know something just by looking at me. You see what I'm saying? And if they really didn't know who I was or what I was capable of, then they wouldn't do that. So most of the times we do that to protect other people. I can remember a couple of times, man, going to different classrooms or meeting people in different places. I remember one restaurant I went to, I met up with a few friends of mine, and they had this piano sitting outside of the lounge at this hotel. And of course, they were playing on it or whatever. And then all of a sudden I sat down and started playing Moonlight Sonata in D. And they were amazed. And it was like, well, you didn't tell us you know how to play the piano. I said, you never asked. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes your genius doesn't reveal itself until it's that time. And I think a lot of times, most times, we don't reveal our genius to other people because it makes them uncomfortable. So I really think that when we start talking about code switching, it's one of those things where a lot of times people think it's to dumb ourselves down, but more than likely it's usually to protect the feelings of other people, because sometimes they may feel that they're unaccomplished or what they're doing is not special. But at the end of the day, we all have something that we're good at, and we really shouldn't shy away from that. But that's how it is, such as life. Most people do that to protect other folks and not so much as themselves.
All right, man, we got John Galt. Then I got another question for everybody. But John Galt, welcome to the show tonight, man. What are your thoughts on what you've heard so far or the video that we played?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't see the video, but I make my money in the hood.
I got to pause it right away. Because, I was talking to my friend, man, my dear friend, and he felt like when Mr. John came on our show, he wasn't treated right, and people just jumped down his throat. And good question, True. I guess not, because I guess they're the code, and a lot of things that we associate them with being the code is not even them at all, which is like sophistication, class, demeanor, tact. We've given them the monopoly on that, as if they not mimicking us for real. But that's another conversation. But picking and choosing, what up? So he just came into the show. He just admitted, I wasn't watching, so he don't even care. And then he proceeds to talk about, I'm in the hood with black people. It's like, what I was trying to explain to my friend is, when you come on somebody's show, you're not informed on the subject at hand, and then you derail the conversation to talk about what you're talking about, you're going to be looked at as goofy. And it's going to proceed to people to question you to a degree or something like that. I don't need a new mic, Mrs. Plum. I need a new camera. I need y'all to follow along. The mic is fine. It's been adjusted. Everything is good. The mic been good. The levels was just off. So I need a new camera, not a new mic. I need y'all to be listening just a little bit more. But yeah, like I was saying, he just derailed the conversation, and he's doing it again, right away. People in these spaces be funny, man. So let's just listen to him, man.
See, 85-90% of my revenue comes
to using the hood lingo, and you're no longer going to continue that line.
Because it makes them uncomfortable. So I really think that when we start talking about code switching, it's one of those things where a lot of times people think it's to dumb ourselves down, but more than likely it's usually to protect the feelings of other people, because sometimes they may feel that they're unaccomplished or what they're doing is not special. But at the end of the day, we all have something that we're good at, and we really shouldn't shy away from that. But that's how it is. Such as life. Most people do that to protect other folks and not so much as themselves.
All right, man, we got John Galt. Then I got another question for everybody. But John Galt, welcome to the show tonight, man. What are your thoughts on what you've heard so far or the video that we played?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't see the video, but I make my money in the hood. I would say 85-90% of my revenue comes from black people. Ghetto-ass black people, working class black people, no rich black people, no Rolex wearing blacks, working class blacks. And I think from that standpoint,
so they already set the tone where if you got money and you got a Rolex, you must be an asshole. Because he made it seem like those people don't need to be patronized as well. So you already set a division. rich black folk, poor black folk. It's some rich black people that used to be poor, some poor black people that used to be rich. So they're really the same people. So that's one thing. Let's keep going on.
Point. I don't have to code switch. Hell, I'm talking to people who wouldn't even respect me if I did. Now, I'm a software developer too, so when I go up in that world, I got a code switch. Be somebody else, talk to kings, English. And I think that...
This is another thing. Real people don't have to code switch that much. Like, I hate when people say, when I'm in the corporate America, I got to code switch. I don't code switch that much. I just tone down the profanity, and I tone down, like, maybe, like, the familiarity with people because I don't know them like that. But I'm really much the same person. You don't really have to, like, code switching is being conflated too much. A lot of things we call code switching is just acting like a regular person. Because when we're amongst each other, we kind of more liberal and just wilder. It's just, you're not changing codes. You're just toning it down. So the stuff he said is really, it just shows you how people don't understand that. When you truly in tune with yourself, that travels well. You can be yourself in corporate America and be yourself in the hood. And like he said, I don't code switch in the hood. You do have to code switch in the hood. Because you ain't going to talk to everybody in the hood how you would talk to in corporate America. You might, say some slick shit to him that you won't say to him out here. You know what I'm saying? Because something could happen to you. You know what I'm saying? So the code switching thing, I think is just, it gets conflated with just decorum and awareness. But let's keep talking.
And I'll give you an example. I mean, I'm living in the ghetto. I live in Southeast DC, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. The only businesses that were open during this snowstorm were Arabs and Chinese and whoever they own businesses. Those are the businesses where you don't have to code switch, but the blacks have tried to elevate themselves above that. Now they got to code switch. And I think that's the problem. Like, I'm really curious to know, and I'll yield with this. What percentage of you guys' revenue on the channel, I'd love to hear your answer, is generated?
So now, first of all, you're a software developer. So I'm assuming that you took your money from software development and became a landlord. I don't have the proof of that, but I'm assuming it went that way. So you was in corporate America most of your life. So now that you've gotten out of it because you're able to be a landlord, you're telling people why to even go that route. It's not getting access. It's not where you get access to money. Not all the time, at least. It's how you use the money that you have access to. If you can work in corporate America and invest in your community and use that to leverage to ultimately get off the plantation, that's different. But now it went from code switching to now he's asking people, what do they do and how they get money and do they make money with black people?
Just blacks. I'm just curious to know. Not a job. I'm talking about like going out in the ghetto in the street, selling them liquor, beer, cigarettes, whatever the hell that the majority of black people buy, clothes, shoes, rent. I'm their biggest bill. I'm the landlord. I'm the biggest bill. Before they pay their Anton Daniel Patreon subscription, they better pay me first. Or they be out on the street listening to Anton on their phone. So I'm just curious to know, what percentage of you guys' revenue do you get, your income do you get from blacks?
Philosophical, you can answer first and we'll go around.
Not a whole lot. I guess it depends on who buys what the product that for the company I work for. But I guess content-wise, I feel like black people support me in that realm.
Yeah.
As far as my 9 to 5, it's a range of people. I can't just say it's all black, it's all white, just the average middle class or less person.
Lost.
And then I wasn't even honest with that because I go to black establishments in the city I live in. They get a lot of my money. Stats, you know what I'm saying? That's a black-owned spot. I be eating there a lot. You know what I'm saying? So Mr. Charles Chicken and Fish, that's in my... So, yeah. But a lot of us do it so haphazardly, we're not keeping track. He just want to be hell-bent on being a landowner. But let's keep listening to this man.
None of it. I'm just being honest, man.
Tyrus?
I guess 13%. I'm 100% P&T from the VA, and I get my money from the stock market. So 13%, that's what makes up this country, right?
Unpacking?
Well, when I was working, none of it, other than taxpayer money. I worked for the Department of Defense. I tried my hand at entrepreneurship, and it would have probably been like a 50-50 split of what I was trying to do. But most of my whole life is I worked. You know, that's it.
Did you work for the government? If you don't mind me asking you,
Yes,
I live here in Washington D.C. Did you work?
I was in New Jersey, Texas.
But you work for the government, though. You work for the government?
Yeah, Department of Defense. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, DLC.
I'm retired FAA, and I'm 60% disability with the VA. That's going up here pretty soon. And then of course from podcasting and from coaching and just entrepreneurial stuff, I would say less than a third. And I'm never in the hood. That's one of the, I'm very rarely in the hood. But I would say less than a third.
Okay. My point been made. These are all very intelligent men. I
don't know what his point is, but we're gonna keep listening.
Look at some of the days, immigrants, Somalis, I don't know what the hell they are. They're making money. It's the most profitable thing you probably can sell in the ghetto now. Alcohol, beer, cigarettes.
And I'm gonna address his ignorance, but this is my thing. I hate when black people only understand how to relate to the lowest version of us. So when I said on the show, I'm like, yo, you're talking about alcohol and cigarettes as if that's something we need to be indulging in, bruh. We don't have to take part in that. Now, there's ways we can make money off our people that doesn't necessarily feed us to these, we don't feed them these appetites. You could have a juice bar, you could have a vegan restaurant, and I referred to one on the show. It was a place called New Vegan in DC. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a difference between people that speaks to what you could be and people who speak to what you are, which is a consumer. And if you listen to a lot of people who do content, they're not talking to the king in you, the queen in you, the God in you, the winner in you. They're speaking to the consumer. And he's advocating people to join the mindset of people outside of the community who also view you as a consumer. They just want liquor and cigarettes. Why don't you guys sell them liquor and cigarettes? They're your people. Sell your own people the poison. Don't let them sell them the poison. You can sell it too. Grown ass man. Let's listen.
People products, things that don't spoil. Blacks don't have any entry into that market. I don't see them.
Entry.
They think they're smart. They can go and do some greater things. I don't know what they. These are all very intelligent men. I was in the liquor store today. Immigrants, Somalis. I don't know what the hell they are.
I was in a liquor store, not the farmer's market, because where you go tells a lot about yourself. Some people don't be in the liquor stores that much because they don't shop there. Like that exists. That exists. They made a stat. They said this generation is drinking alcohol less than any previous generation. So if you're a businessman, alcohol is actually trending down. See, some niggas be stuck in like the crack era or some shit. So they live in areas where where the crack era is still the crack era. So they think the world is the crack era. So he only relates to the lowest vibrational Negro, liquor and cigarettes. Just listen to this man.
They're making money. It's the most profitable thing you probably can sell in the ghetto now. Alcohol, beer, cigarettes, staple products.
The most profitable thing you can sell in the ghetto right now is alcohol and cigarettes. Really? Get out of here. Man, you lying. You ain't telling me that. You mean to tell me that in the hood, alcohol and liquors and cigarettes are selling like that? Yo, I ain't know that shit, man. Captain Obvious. You just like saying, fuck, that's like this just like saying your crack is still selling the hood. Nigga, duh, motherfucker. Like, what is he talking about, bruh? That John, I just want to run in his house and tear that Nina Simone off his phone. Word up. Like, there was a new black-owned fresh food store on Good Hope Road, the same areas he just mentioned. He's full of shit, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I used to live in D.C. I stayed at New Vegan. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of little black-owned spots. You know what I'm saying? I hope Carolina Kitchen's still black-owned. I know a lot of black people don't work there no more, but I used to go there in the heyday. The welcome, welcome, welcome days. Y'all don't know nothing about that welcome, 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 bruh. Y'all don't know nothing about that. And the funny thing is, my silly ass, I thought Carolina Kitchen was a Carolina-based chain. So when I moved to the Carolina, I'm like, yeah, Carolina Kitchen. That shit is just in DC. I was hurt. But yeah, man, let's get back to John Galt. And I heard his name is a special name. So let's look up this name. I heard his name is something that's like from an important Black person that we should know. So I'm gonna look it up. Who is John Galt? Because obviously it was somebody that let me see. Well, from what I see, it's a white, ironically, it's a Scottish novelist, entrepreneur, and political and social commentator. That's who his name. What is John Galt famous for? John Galt is known as the mysterious heroic figure and philosopher from Ayn Rand's novel, Atlas Shrugged, leading the world's creative minds on a strike against a collectivist society that punishes achievement, ultimately causing civilization to collapse until he reveals he's famous for the phrase, "Who is John Galt?" Symbolizing a search for meaning or a rejection of societal burdens, representing Rand's ideal man, a genius who values the mind and production above all else, withdrawing his talent to stop the motor of the world. Okay, so he was basically like a heavy thinker who really wanted to change the game and really corrupt the system. So he seemed like an ill dude. I'm gonna do my more homework on John Galt. So maybe John Galt is a glitch in the matrix, which he may be. Maybe that's his approach on these panels. I just think the way he goes about it, it just kind of conflated. And am I wrong, y'all? I was talking to my man earlier, and I was like, bro, I think everybody wants to do everything, and I don't think everybody need to do everything. I think some people are better at articulating their views better than others. And if you're one of those people who don't know how to speak well, you need to talk on your own channel, because if you go on somebody else's channel who try to advocate for at least being able to, convey a coherent message clearly, then this is how you have to act when you come here. If you want to just say what the fuck you want to say, do that on your own channel. But if you're going to come to channels where it's an established decorum, you have to adjust to that. We don't always have to adjust to people just so they could be heard. No, if you're going to come interrupt the panel, because I'm not saying he did this on this panel. He definitely did on mine. If you're going to come interrupt the panel, bring up topics that's irrelevant to the topic, you're definitely going to be held to the decorum of the show at the minimum. You know what I'm saying? At the minimum. So, yeah, shout out to Tez down in the building. Oh, all right. What's good? Thank you for pulling up, beloved. Thank you for pulling up. Let me get into your super chats real quick. Shout out to the ladies showing love early. Always showing up for your boy. I appreciate y'all. Jamie with the $5 and Miss Plum with the $4.99. Shit, let me set the tone. Illa needs a new camera. Fun. Greatly appreciate you and the content that I share with us. I appreciate you. So yeah, let's get back to John the Baptist over here.
Things that don't spoil. Blacks don't have any entry into that market. I don't see them. They think they get smart and they can go and do some greater things. I don't know what they think they can do, but they're doing about 40% gross margins, maybe a gross margin, maybe, I don't know, in some of these point sources. And the blacks have ceded to higher ground, which many of them are not intelligent enough to compete in that realm. That's my opinion. I was a software developer for 30 years. I probably can count on two hands how many blacks I worked alongside. And if you ask me to differentiate between the blacks and the Caribbeans, it'd be even less Black Americans, the FBAs or whatever. So
you spoke about a niche skill that you did for 30 years, and you don't think you could have taught somebody else that? But his conclusion was they're not smart enough to compete on that level. So what we should do is just rent houses to people who are not smart and keep buying, keep them addicted to cigarettes and alcohol. You don't think we need some software developers? We don't need people that can do that. that can take our culture and take our ideas and put them into content and apps. And you don't think we need that? Listen to these people, man.
So you got to cast down your buckets where you are. Got to cast down your buckets where you are. I read the blacks every day in Washington, D.C. Some of these blacks in all these probably, oh, why he said blacks? What?
Now, D.C. is close to the most richest black neighborhood in America, which is Prince George County. So if you're just around the most decrepit blacks, that's a choice. But let's keep going.
Whatever. But I rent the blacks every day in Washington, D.C., Southeast, whatever. I'm one of the few landlords that will rent to these blacks. I take phone calls on my channel from Africans. Think about this. Lowly Africans. I know this is how you blacks think about them. And they say, I don't want to live around no blacks. This is how low the black reputation is. Trust me, I see it every day. I document it every day. And that's why all of you blacks on here can't make any money off them for whatever reasons. And that guy next to me said he don't even go around them.
So let me ask this. Anybody else want to respond to what he just said?
Well, I think
Wait, you a Unpacking philosophical. Go
There
ahead.
you go. There you go.
I mean, you know what's
He's like, what'd you say about the dope man? Was he a dope lord?
You see, he said, there you go. There who go. Let's repeat that. Sound like an agenda. It sound like I said something to get a response from somebody, to get a moment with somebody.
How many blacks I worked alongside? And if you ask me to differentiate between the blacks and the Caribbeans, it'd be even less. Black Americans, the FBAs or whatever they call them. So you got to cast down your buckets where you are. You got to cast down your buckets where you are. I read the blacks every day in Washington, D.C. Some of these blacks in all these probably, oh, why he said blacks? Whatever. But I rent the blacks every day in Washington, D.C., Southeast, whatever. I'm one of the few landlords that will rent to these blacks. I take phone calls on my channel from Africans. Think about this. Lowly Africans. I know this is how you blacks think.
He said, I'm one of the few landlords that are rent to you blacks. Mind you, he's saying he's in the fucking hood. There's nothing but blacks there. So are they not willing to rent to black people or people in the hood? Because that's where you are. I think most people, if they had a choice to rent out, they would avoid the hood, whether it's white people there or black people. I think they try to avoid environments where they feel like their property could be at risk. Am I reaching y'all? Am I reaching right now? Or is that clear? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm reaching. If I'm reaching, correct me. Am I not listening, y'all? Is this something I'm not hitting on? Okay. Please support the channel, y'all. We got a goal. We're trying to hit at least 15 super chats of 5 or more. And if we do that, I will do another live this evening. Let's keep going.
And they say, I don't want to live around no blacks. This is how low the black reputation is. Trust me, I see it every day. I document it every day. And that's why all of you blacks on here can't make any money off them for whatever reasons. And that guy next to me said he don't even go around them.
So let me ask this. Anybody else want to respond to what he just said?
Well, I think
you a Unpacking philosophical. Go ahead.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, you know what's
He's like, what'd you say about the dope man? Was he a dope lord?
Let him finish, John. Let him go.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to criticize you at all. I mean, I just think it's circumstance that, I didn't make money off of the community. If I would have started a business, I'd be targeting the American people. I would not limit it to just black if I was a businessman in that way. But the funny thing though, John Galt, wait a minute, man. You got to
let him finish.
And I'm gonna end it here.
He's inebriated. He's under the influence. He's drunk. He's drunk and high.
The funny thing that you call
talking about how no one wants to rent to the blacks. Nobody. I talk to everybody. None of them wants to work with the blacks. Not the Somalians. No one likes the blacks. Nobody. All they do is drink and smoke. That's all they do is drink and smoke. They're horrible tenants. Nobody likes the blacks. Like, this is what this nigga is doing.
Yourself, John Galt, because there's very few black people know where you got that name from. So what is that a code switch?
It's just a book I read.
But is that a code?
Don't read that much into it.
No, I'm just asking you.
As I came here to explain to you, you see me, like, I can smoke and drink all day.
Okay.
And my tenants, the one who depend on me for rent, I ain't got a code switch. I don't give a damn. They don't give a damn either because I got that dope. Real dope. I'm their biggest bill.
He's talking to the consumer in black people. He's bypassed their humanity. And he justifies the lack of their humanity by bringing up how other races view them. Y'all gotta listen to these people and stop being in your feelings about letting this one talk and letting that one. Fuck that shit. Listen to what they saying. He's dehumanizing you. Then he justifies the dehumanization based on other people's rendition of you. That's when the consumer perspective and the consumer narrative becomes crystallized and justified because he devalued you outside of anything else. You have to listen to these people.
Before the blacks go out and pay anybody else, they better pay me. Trust me on that.
He said, I got that.
Okay, so let's get philosophical. Let's get philosophical in here. Philosophical, go ahead and.
Well, I think
you a philosophical. Go
There
ahead.
you go.
I
There you
think,
go.
I mean, you know, it's I'm
He's like, what you say about the dope man? Was he a dope
no,
lord?
you gotta let me
Let him finish, John. Let him go.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to criticize you at all. I mean, I just think it's circumstance that I didn't make money off of the community. If I would have started a business, I'd be targeting the American people. I would not limit it to just black. If I was a businessman in that way, but the funny thing though, John Galt. Wait a minute, man. You got
let him finish.
and I'm gonna land it here. The funny thing is you call yourself John Galt because there's very few black people know where you got that name from. So what is that a code switch?
It's just a book I read.
But is that a code?
Don't read that much into it.
No, I'm just asking you.
As I came here to explain to you.
He said, don't read that much into it, but that's your name for your content. That's like if I said, man, don't worry, philosophical, that's just a word. Like, no, it has a meaning. You picked John Galt for a reason. That's your brand name. Exactly. Brother said, yeah, I can't stand a self-hating buck dancer. Exactly. Said, good morning, my bad lady. It's all good. Appreciate you pulling up, Mimi Flow in the building. Yeah, so let's continue.
You see me, like, I can smoke and drink all day.
Okay.
And my tenants, the one who depend on me for rent, I ain't got a code switch. I don't give a damn. They don't give a damn either because I got that dope. Real dope. I'm their biggest bill. Before the blacks go out and pay anybody else, they better pay me. Trust me on that.
Okay, so let's get philosophical. Let's get philosophical in here. Philosophical, go ahead and respond to that. Then we got Trey in here, man. What's up, my brother Trey here? Philosophical, go ahead and respond to that. You muted, brother.
Yeah, I think first of all, you have to code switch in the hood because different blocks got different dialects, different hoods got different way they talk. So I don't know how deep in the hood you are to even know that aspect of it, but it's different when you're dealing with it from a landlord aspect and dealing from a tenant or someone who's actually of the neighborhood, not somebody who's making money off the neighborhood. That's for one. So code switch is not necessarily selling out. And if you're saying that having not, like I said, sometimes the lines are blurred because the examples that you brought up as far as even, because you're seeing so many mixed messages. Because on one hand, it's like you're advocating for owning land, and that's very we definitely do that, especially if we can rent our own. So I hear that message, but there's also a condescending tone about black people in the same breath. So it's like you're advocating for rent, and then it's funny because the more you speak, the more I realize how you view black people. And you don't care about the human in them. You care about the consumer in them. You look at black people from the same perspective at these other races. That's why you keep bringing them up because they don't look at us. They dehumanize black people and look at them as strictly consumers. And you have code switched, ironically, to that mindset of people who look at black people as strictly consumers. Mm-hmm. That's why the businesses that you even brought up for us to even integrate in, because there's people that's integrating in holistic lifestyles and juice bars. And, it's not the most popular thing, but it's businesses by black people. There's two in DC. One of my favorite ones is called, I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's called New Vegan on Georgia Avenue. It's a black-owned spot. It's awesome. Vegan food. So black people are investing in things like that. You brought up alcohol. Alcohol is literally poison. So for you to even use that as an example of what we need to invest in, that's something that we shouldn't invest in. If anything, we should definitely invest in things that our people want, but everything that they want is not what they need. So alcohol is basically legal drugs, legal crack. So for that, because I remember you was on my panel, I think the other day, and these examples that you bring up of the type of black people, you bring up stuff like
buying cigarettes and buying alcohol. It really speaks to a deep ignorance of what you think Black people are, and the only aspect of them that you deem profitable is the diagnosis of sickness that they have, and you want to garner off of that. And it's really a sick perspective to have, because there's a lot of ways you can profit off of Black people without killing them. And it's unfortunate that at your age, that's all you can offer. But that's cool though.
Yeah. That fucking part. It's like, why you feel like the only way we could profit off each other is liquor and cigarettes and renting places in fucked up neighborhoods. Some of the things we need may not be profitable right away. Or it may not profit as much as something else. Like, we may need a program to teach young boys a skill set. Well, you get donations or something, and you just created 20 young men who can furnish their lives and ultimately become landlords. And we can do it so much that we don't have to complain about bad tenants, because the behavior and the decorum and the mindset of the people will be different, that we wouldn't even have to complain about them as tenants because they become better people. But I guess that's weird. You know what I'm saying? To even think that. You know what I'm saying? To even think that. Shout out to Mimi Flo for the 99 cents. Yeah, yeah. Appreciate you, bro. Long live the channel. I appreciate it, man. Long as we can, right? So it's like, what are we talking about? But let's see what he says back.
If I may respond, this is a typical Black response, and that he goes into criticizing me.
A typical Black response. So saying that we don't need to drink alcohol and cigarettes, and we don't need to, that's not the only way we can find a way to profit off our people, is outside of poisonous items, is a typical Black response? Interesting. So are we just cigarette smokers, or are we thinkers? Because the response I gave you was the response of a Black person that's thinking. So are we thinkers, or are we just smoking and drinking? Like, he's all over the place.
I'm just looking at the world as it is. I look at the immigrants that come into our neighborhoods and they sell Blacks the things that they need, the necessities. We agree. I much rather prefer to drink Blacks drink water, but they don't. They drink alcohol. They drink sodas and stuff like that. I'm in the stores with them when I see them buy these things. You can see this on my channel, so you know I ain't lying. I live in Brooklyn. I think you live in Brooklyn. You used to live in Brooklyn? I live in Brooklyn too. See, I live in DC and New York, and I live in Crown Heights, the Ralph and Buffalo. You know what it is, right? You got an idea.
I'm not from New York, I'm from Jersey, man.
Somebody from New York, And I'll never forget, I was in the corner store in the height of COVID. There's a 12-year-old boy slinging beer, malt liquor, whatever you want to sell, no mask, at the corner of Ralph and Buffalo to Blacks, Arab boys. So I said, damn, like, the Blacks could be here doing this, but here's an Arab boy, and they may be sending money out of the country. Who knows? And you got to accept the world for as it is. If you own the liquor store here, you could be.
I mean, you don't know what
to tell them stop drinking so much.
Like, that was my second
we're
time
supposed to accept
being on a panel with that guy. So what to expect from him, you don't know. That's what I'm saying. These are people I just seen. You don't know what a person is until you see them, and you can't just judge them based on how they look. But once you talk, you see. But this is my second time around them. Didn't matter like 3 or 4 days. World class, what up? Just a matter of what's the name? Like, this is only my second time talking to him. So
no one looks good. No one there to even intervene.
John, if we're supposed to accept the world for what it is, the statistics show right now that the entire country, which includes Black Americans, are drinking less. So why would you recommend to Black Americans to open up a business that might be a failing?
Well, people are drinking less in the aggregate, but not maybe down on the level. See, like, here's the thing. In my neighborhood, there's one liquor store.
You on deck, Trey.
In your neighborhood, there may be 3 or 4 liquor stores, so now they got to split the revenue amongst a smart group of people who are cutting back on alcohol. Over here in the ghetto, come on, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. These people ain't cutting back. They ain't read the statistics that you're talking about.
So John, hold on just a second. So Trey want to respond to your comments as well. Trey, what do you got for me, brother? Go ahead. And welcome to the show, man.
What's good? I don't know if I necessarily want to respond. I mean, he's in.
And I hear him. it's like, why not have a market share on things that your people are obviously interested in? Cool, man. But you're ignoring people that do have businesses that are just not in that field, you know? So I hear what he's saying. I just think there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. And just liquor and cigarettes is one thing. But do we need another generation of people hooked on that? It's like, we need to make it corny. We need to make it corny to not do that. We need to show that that's not what we on no more. Like, the culture needs to change. Selling us liquor and cigarettes or having a monopoly on that is one thing, but what's better is getting us off of the shit. So shout out to the brother Chicago Rilla and KV the Great with the super chat, brother. I appreciate you, brother. Brother said, salute Illa. I realize these dudes come from the gatekeeper mindset. They still want to make it to the top of Olympus, even though it's falling. Yeah, you know, he was in like the STEM field. Why not do a little nonprofit getting kids into that? Like, you don't think a young black child can learn what you learn? You just think they just good for buying alcohol and cigarettes? Like, I don't know, man. I just think a lot of our people just gave up. And to some degrees, I feel like we all did. But it's like the only place I feel like where hopes need to always stay is for the young people.
Entitled to whatever opinion he may have. However, I think if you get around some white folk, you'll see that we're not that much different when it comes to alcohol and liquor and cigarettes. I happen to live in a white community in Howard County, Maryland. I'm from DC, born and raised in DC. I see them hanging out in front of alcohol, liquor stores like Junkies, just like I would see in the hood in Southeast DC.
No, you don't see that.
I see them running their numbers. I see them running their numbers, just like I see who's in the hood running their numbers. I see crack and PCP and what's the other thing they had? Look, here's the thing.
Let me ask you a question, my man. Since you're close by me, I can make you some content. You want to make some content?
No, because I'm not interested. That's not how I make money.
You anybody want to make some content? I can show. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about
that. At the end of the day, this whole code switching thing is necessary. Like I said, I'm from DC. You can't go into meetings and interviews saying area and Maryland. You can't do that. It won't work. It won't work. Just plain and simple. You sound ignorant. You look ignorant.
But again, my man, what I'm telling you is, I've been smoking and drinking all day.
It shows.
And I've been dealing with blacks all day. And now one of these blacks who said, Mr. John, you're not talking like a white man. I need you to talk respectfully. Like I said, I've called one of my tenants right now.
I see what the brother trying to say, but what's offending me is that he speaks as if that's all of us. Like, most of our people are just stupid. That's what I'm getting. What are y'all getting from it? If I'm wrong, correct me. I just feel like you're ignoring the black people who have a little bit of brains. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shout out to the brother. Kyle Gorilla said, peace to Universal Family. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, it's like, exactly. He's trying to paint us all with the broad brush. You know, what about those who are not hooked on those products? Do you have a product for them? Tez Down said the almost of us narrative is what my main issue has been for weeks. Exactly. I'm getting that he's all about the money. And it might be the case, and it's like, it is what it is. But like, my thing is this, y'all. I think when it comes to being on a public platform where your voice is heard, I just think everybody don't need to talk. Maybe in their house, but I don't think everybody need to be heard to the masses. He said he bragging openly about capitalizing on the demographic of where he lives. Like, if they killing themselves, let them die. It's just like the new drug dealer. Exactly. Sell fentanyl to kill the consumer. You're supposed to keep the consumer alive. Bingo. That's the vibe I'm getting. So my thing is, people can say what they want to say. I just think that everybody don't need. To me, when you speaking from the world, you just need to be a little more seasoned in doing it. Like, everybody's not built to be heard on a major platform. I don't think. Some people might feel like that way about me. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think he should. And I think other people like that shouldn't be heard. You know, maybe in like their circle, but to be on a syndicated weekly. But that's the thing about this internet shit. Anybody can say whatever. Anybody can say whatever they want. Anybody will pull up. You know, it get wild. But that's why on my channel, it's like, I look at this shit as just one big ass neighborhood. You got the Illa store, you got that one store. It's like, yo, I'm the proprietor of this institution. So once you walk in these doors, I can't control what you do outside. But once you get up in here, I can control that shit. And I will control that shit. Yes, support the channel. Please hit the Cash App. I know YouTube takes 30%, even though I definitely appreciate the super chats, but they take 30%. You know what I'm saying? Cash Apps are always open. If you see Hutch, that's me. That is me. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Classic Code said 333. Yeah, that's my birthday, if y'all ain't know. So I don't know if you knew that, brother, but that's definitely my number. So I don't know what led you to put that number. I guess that's a confirmation from the universe. He said, you dope. You just not checking him. Yeah, I'm just trying to hear what he's saying. I don't hear it. I'm trying to hear it. Let's keep going.
I bring him right here on the panel. And he don't give a damn if I'm drunk, high, whatever. He gonna pay his
Yes,
damn
because
bill.
that's landlord.
Because I ain't got a code. See, but the difference what I'm telling you is I ain't got a code switch. Right? This is all my money.
No, you don't have to code switch with those people, but you have to do it with somebody. You have to adjust your attitude and decorum at some point in your life, somewhere. I'm sure when you go into the bank, you don't have a blunt in your mouth. Why? Because that's not the place. See, code switching is not just acting like a whole different person. It's adjusting accordingly. My birthday is 3/3, March 3rd. I'm the third child, born in the third month, in the third day. And my brother got the same exact birthday as me. And my father was 33, and my mother was 30 when I was born. These are all facts. But yeah, this guy's weird.
Did you
I beg your pardon?
Did you buy those dwellings cash? Where your tenants live at? Did you buy them with cash?
I ain't buying cash, but they can't afford them either. So they
Okay, so that means that you
already
took out a mortgage for those.
right, bro. Like, bro, don't get in the mortgage.
You was drunk and high when you was taking out that mortgage and having
even drunk and high, even drunk and high. Hold on, even drunk and high.
What up?
Hold on, even drunk and high, bro. Trust me, you don't want to get in the mortgage talk with me because I worked. I worked like 4 years. Hold on. I'm gonna give you a little bit of my background so you don't get over your skis. I'm gonna give you a little bit of my background.
Please don't.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of my background. I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead. Get over your skis.
We go. I feel like he comes into space to pivot the conversation to something that focuses on him and what he wants to do. How does it work? I'm trying to be.
John, you derailing the conversation. We're not talking about mortgages. We're not talking about any of that. We want to stay. No, we ain't gonna bait nobody. Ain't trying to get nobody to talk about no mortgage. Trey ain't stupid. So what I'm saying to you is that we're derailing the conversation. Welcome, creator, to the show, man. What's going on, man? Black Patriarchy is in the building. Appreciate you, brother, for being here. But DL Saint had something.
Brother said if his opinion didn't matter, you would be reacting to him and then choosing to listen to him again. No, it's not about his opinion. It's about panels and conversations and how they flow and how they get interrupted. What it looks like, what it sounds like, whether it come from a male, whether it come from a female, how conversations are derailed and narratives are created from derailment. Does that make sense? Y'all be trying so hard and be just failing. Like, get out of here.
He wants to add to the conversation that's about the conversation. The philosophical, we'll come back to you, Laos. We'll go back around the room. DL Saint, what are your thoughts?
This is unpacking the cap. I'm unpacking the cap that people bring to these channels. Not necessarily what they say all the time, but just how they go about it, what they say, when they say it, how they derail the conversations, what they ultimately want to lead the conversation towards based on what the conversation is trying to go. So this is all being displayed. It's not even about John Galt. Does that make sense to my audience? Am I tripping?
So there was the bit when I said like I don't go to the hood, right? And anybody on the panel understand and probably respect this. I'm living in Florida. I'm not from Florida. I'm from Cincinnati. When I'm back home, I'll run through whatever hood because I know all the codes and I know how to move at home, right? And I know my people at home. I lived in LA for 25 years. Like, if I'm in South Central or if I'm in Pacoima, if I'm in Watts, you know what I mean? If I'm in Inglewood, you got to know how to move out there, bro. I didn't live in them places either. But we're talking about the question was who has done business with, like, what's the percentage of black people you're doing business with? About a third. But my business isn't conducted in the hood. I do a lot of coaching, right? I do a lot of networking events. You got to come to me, right? And yeah, every now and then I might do something, you know, on somebody's block.
Channel Underground.
But that's not where my money is. But, you know, just that whole point, man, like, you know, I'm in Florida, man. This is a Second Amendment friendly state, and I know how to move. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Why? Because that's what I grew up in. And, you know, I want the best for my children. I want the best for my daughter. So, you know, we're going to live where we live. But I don't take that as a, you know, it's like, I don't mess with, you know, our people. And then I kind of, like, I'm listening to what you're doing, and I'm like, all right, bro, like, you doing what you do, man, get your money, man. But what's the difference between you and the Iranian or the Iraqi or the Somali? You know what I'm saying? What's the difference?
What I'm trying to explain to you is, okay,
hold on real quick. Before you come in, John, because I know you're going to be a minute. The difference is we from here. And how can you work? How can you go in, buy cigarettes, your granny bought cigarettes, your papa bought drink party, all these years, and then when you get the opportunity to get in a position to serve your community spirits, all of a sudden we black power. But tomorrow you're gonna walk in there, we're gonna have graduations, we're gonna have all kinds of celebrations, and we're gonna purchase liquor. And that liquor is gonna be seldomly owned or purchased from black people. So we can't get in these spaces and be like, well, one career is more admirable than the other career. At the end of the day, we men, we fathers, we leaders, and how we generate revenue is how we generate revenue. Now, these other people out here generating revenue from us don't have any moral compass, right? When we wake up tomorrow and go get hair, liquor, food, whatever it is we get, it ain't most majority coming from us. So I feel we coming from Illa.
No, listen, man.
Hold on, John. Hey, but I'm almost done, bro.
John, don't cut nobody off, John. We let you speak.
My bad. My bad. I'm seeing super chat right now for interrupting, man. I'm really sorry about that.
Well, where mine at? Because you interrupted my show all fucking day. You ain't sent me shit. So I need that invoice.
Yeah, you good, man. Hey, I'm actually trying to, you know what I mean? It's only two of us in here thinking like this. Everybody else probably feeling a little differently. And then Trey, ready to come in and you know what I'm saying? So this is crazy to me. To me, this is when we ask people to come up to the chalkboard and do a math problem. Instead of doing the math problem, we demonize the math problem. Instead of coming up and saying, okay, all right, it's my turn to come up to the math board and explain. Instead of me explaining, I cause chaos, right? I do everything but explain the math problem, right? The teacher didn't ask you about the social construct of the math problem. It just said, explain the math problem. Now, for those in the room that understand the math problem, great. But those that don't, right, that's where sometimes we may have to get a little deeper. That's why I say, hey, if I don't understand something, I'm cool enough at 50 plus even.
Hold up. We got to get these likes up. Y'all out here playing. It's damn near 90 people in here, and we only got half the likes. So you already know what time it is. It's that time again. Get the likes up music right now. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Get these likes up, man. Get them up. Get them up. We're not doing that. We ain't doing that. Then you know who up in here. Spectators, haters, or appreciators. Which one is it, man? Like when seven super chats left in the goal. Nah, we more than that. Please. 12, excuse me. I thought I had more than that. We need 12 more super chats. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the lights up. The lights up. Let's get the lights up. Let's go. Need to get the lights up. At least 55 likes. Need to get at least 55 likes. 55 likes. Straight. 55 likes. Let's go. We have 44. I need 10 more, man. I'm being a hater. You just sitting in this button like this. Nigga, hit the button, man. Hit the sign off. Hit the button. They just sitting watching like this. I ain't like, chill. Like right here. You crazy, bro. We need 6 more likes. These are free. You don't gotta pay for these. Yo, likes cost money. We never, none of us have. Y'all want to do it free. I want to do it free. Come on, man. Come on, get the likes up. I need 6 more likes. 6 more likes. 6 more likes. Yeah, this shit is right. This shit is smooth. It's real smooth. 4 more likes. I like that. I appreciate it, man. Where we at with it? Just 3 more. 3 more. Now we get back to it. Word up. The blacks is referred to black people as monoliths. The rock church not 3 more likes. Just 3. 3 likes. Just 3 likes. All right, we did it. I appreciate y'all. God damn, it shouldn't even take all that, y'all, but Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like, y'all really be holding them like real dear. I'm not gonna do it. Like, bruh, just hit the button, bruh. I promise you it's gonna be all right. But thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, far too kind. All right, we ain't gonna be on him too much longer. We just want to listen a little bit more.
Humble myself with our rich asses, right? And get more gain, right, from those in fields that I've never touched foot in. I want to hear how to get liquor flipping in my area. I want to hear my man.
He never explains how to do it. He just said you should do it. Creator cool, but I think sometimes people be coming in these spaces and they be trying to like make sense of some gibberish when it ain't even worth it. It's like he never said, this is how you get a liquor license. This is how you do it. He didn't do none of that shit. He said the Indians and the Arabs, they selling all the liquor. They selling all the alcohol, all the cigarettes, and you working for the man. I'm the dope boy, though. They got to pay me. He never mentioned how to go about getting a liquor license, how long it takes, how does it work in his state. He never mentioned none of that shit.
It's Trey. If he's in real estate, I'm in real estate. I want to hear exactly what your strategy is, right? So that I can win. Same with DL. Cold Rain Road can be brutal, up and down. You know what I'm saying? When you in Cincinnati. You hear me? So yeah, we absolutely should come to this place.
Just hutch. It ain't no e-hutch. You just hutch.
Share the knowledge that we have, right? If we can utilize it, great. If not, it's a win.
Like, let me explain to you guys.
But I'm curious, just real quick, if I can ask this question, just real quick, brother, when you go to make that $100 million real estate deal in wherever city, maybe it's a 4 or 5 city deal, are you going to code switch in the sense that when you come in there talking, you're going to talk like you're in the barbershop or you're going to talk like you're in the boardroom? I'm just curious.
Shout out to my people that's hit me on the super chat. Wolf Stacks said, I hate talking on panels with bozos with. I feel you. Wolf Stacks, I hear you. Jamie Jackson, Khalid Brockman, my guy, $5. Now, Wolf Stacks, I got to call Cap. I seen you on a panel with dudes talking goofy about me, and you was trying to defend me, but you let them hit you with the okey doke. You like, yeah, I see your point. They ain't got no fucking point. So y'all be talking that shit, but y'all be double dipping. Y'all be everywhere. But I appreciate the patronage though. But I can't tell you where to go. But I be seeing y'all. Y'all be everywhere. But yeah, Black Men Unfiltered in the building. Yo, bro, you could definitely pull up when I open up the panel. You definitely can do it. I mean, you can come whenever. You can pull up whenever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna open up the panel to everybody else. once we get close to our goal, at least. I mean, we're gonna do that anyway. But if we hit close to our goal, I'll do another live this evening. But let's get back to the conversation. Let's see if he tells us how to do this.
Yes, because I do that now. You know what's most important about any deal? I got you, John. Hold on. You know what's most important about any deal are the facts. When I come in, I talk just like I talk now, right? I don't use a lot of S's. And the reason I can do that is because a lot of, just like John and myself, we use our income. Because that's the reason I had to do that, because that lane switching, them lanes you're talking about, AI and a lot of those jobs don't want people like myself in there. It's challenging.
See, that's an assumption that's not always true. There are people that are in those fields. Shout out to Obsidian. They got a whole program where they just teaching young men and black people in STEM. This is not true. This is saying, yo, y'all niggas ain't that smart, man. Man, come on, man. We know we ain't that smart. It's not informative at all. Not informative at all. There are people that got programs, and most of them I've seen be black people teach you how to get into tech, how to get into cybersecurity every fucking day. This is not true. This is ignorance.
So, and I got bills to pay while I'm trying to fill out applications. So guess what? I got to make something shake on my own. And when I discovered that $200 a day, if I made it or I go work for somebody else, it's still $73,000 a year. Well, it made sense to me to go make my own.
Who knocked entrepreneurship? See, that's what I'm saying. Who knocked it? No one said that shouldn't be nothing. This man came, told people what they're not doing. Now he's inviting people to join his rhetoric as if we said working is better than being an entrepreneur. Or this is all arguments he brought to the table. We weren't even talking. We were just talking about code switching, which is more than just white people and black people. What the hell is he talking about? No one knocked working for yourself. I think people just, once they get that mic, boy, they just go crazy.
$20 bills.
If I may add, man, like, you know, and I'm a little bit, you know, I've been drinking, I've been smoking. But, you know, what I want to say to you guys, and I know I was going with this. And again, I have a finance and a software background. So I'm going to try to give you some game. How many of you are familiar with gross margins? Does anyone know what gross margins are?
Yes.
Right. And so you understand, if you are valuing a business, one of the statistics or data points you look for would be like the gross margins of a business. Right. That's a very important. Right. Am I wrong? If I'm fucked up and I'm drunk, correct me.
Yes.
Gross margin is very important, correct?
Because you are butter. So
am I wrong with that? If I'm wrong, I'll stop right here. We somebody else discuss. Gross margin very important, correct?
Don't be too butter, John, because then we go.
Yeah, no, it's gross margin. If you were going to buy a business, right now, if you were going to buy a business right now,
shout out to Platform Indie with the $5. This creator. What up, creator? Yeah, bro, you kind of lost. I think you let John take you down this rabbit hole, man, because no one knocked being entrepreneurs. But he never told us, not one time. I left the panel. Maybe when I left the panel, he gave y'all the game on getting into the liquor business, but I didn't hit it. I didn't hear him teach you how to do none of that shit.
What statistic would you look for to buy that business? I'm asking you.
I'm looking at the gross margins.
What would it be? It'd be gross margins.
That's the first thing that I'm looking at.
Okay. So now I'm asking this one. Okay. No one else answered the question, so we have to go with your answer. What businesses in the black community have the highest gross margins?
I was talking about code switching, bro.
That's what I was.
I'm trying to get you away from code switching. So you
know, he just admitted he's trying to get you away from the topic of the show on somebody else's platform. That just doesn't make sense. Like, do your oh man, these people funny. Let them do
Hold on, John. We're going into a finance class, brother. We want to kind of keep it. I mean, I get where you're going. I do.
But you gave him you gave him too much leeway. Now you want to reel him back in. Nah. So y'all be gassing niggas for what it sound like they saying. As soon as they get that gas, they like, yeah, somebody done validate me. And you didn't realize he done took you around the mulberry bush.
Why you code switching is because you can't get after the highest gross margins in your own community. You're the only group that can't do that. See, the other groups, they can go down in your communities and they can sell you cigarettes.
And this is why when people talk like this, it makes them read. Because they speak, this is what he just explained was something that has systematic roots to it. It's not just cut and dry. So that's why when he was on my show, I said, so what do you know about us? Because our current social condition and all the financial doors that we're not behind is because of a reason. And then you got the audacity to talk as if Black people can't learn AI and tech. They're doing it. It's people like this that makes us not want to do it. But you mean to tell me somebody that's 11, 12, and 13, they can't learn this? They be on their iPhone all day. Like, our people are brilliant. But like I said to y'all before, there's a group of us that has been convinced that our people are stupid. And they said, fuck it, I'm going to make money off these niggas, or it's fuck these niggas because they bring no other value to the world, which is justifying the treatment by other races. They're dehumanizing you. And we do it to ourselves. A small group, physically, because there's a lot of ways we dehumanize each other. But I feel like when we're over, a nigga will make his own African black shit. Where I'm gonna make illosopical. But yeah, we've been convinced that we can the only value we have to each other is consumption. So if you're not a consumer, like I literally hit up a dude in the conscious community years ago, and I was a big supporter, I was a big fan. And I was like, yo, I told him how I felt about his content. That nigga said, bro, if you ain't buying nothing from me, don't contact me unless you're ready to spend some money. That shit. Let's get back to it.
They can sell you beer, wine, all these things.
And so why do you connect with this conversation? You know what?
Hold on, John. We're going to get back to code switching because that's why we're here. We got
let me just say this.
We got Brian Jehope in the building. Go ahead.
Guys, they don't have to code switch to deal with us. They're just who they are. They don't give a shit, and they open.
This is what people got to understand. And I was talking to my man about earlier. When we all go into a public place, a football game, a concert, the mall, restaurants, there's an understood code of all races to act just like that. There's no switching of codes. We just adapting to an awareness. Some shit is just innate. So that general code of ethics, of decorum, that shit is global and worldwide. It's not niche based. It's saying that once I leave my house, I have to deal with people on a general baseline. Period. Not full of colloquialisms that go for white, Black people. We all keep our colloquial terms at home and we speak to people on a general basis. How you doing, sir? How you doing, man? Oh, I got it, miss. What's up, little bro? Common terms. It's not rocket science. So this code switching shit sometimes is conflated with just decorum.
Their businesses just as they are. I hate niggas and you're going to buy shit from me anyway. And so the problem is, so I'm just trying to connect the dots to bring us back to code switching. We should examine the reason why, as Blacks, we have to code switch in the first place.
I think I just explained it, and I don't think
hold on, John. Because the next question was going to be that. The next question was, why is intelligence, articulation, emotional control often labeled as acting white?
There's the conflation. See, he peaked it. Shout out to BMU. That's where we get lost at. And that's why that's when the Black conversation sometimes, not all the time, can become regional. Because what's considered uppity in one city could be considered just talking regular in another city based on regional culture. Like, I've been in the South for a while, and I've been in conversations where they'll take something that's not offensive offensively. Up north, they can take politeness offensively. You see how we have different ways of understanding each other? So that's why through dialogue, we have to get to that common ground. Because up north, sometimes saying, what's up? Nigga be like, what you mean, what's up, bro? I don't know you. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Down south, people speak. You start use certain words with certain people down south. They be like I remember I was on a panel with, I was on DJ Hamp, and there was a dude named AO up there and Chaotic Truth. And he was just asking like, bro, what are you talking about? What? Like I was using regular words. And he was just like flabbergasted. See, you using all these words and all this type of shit. I'm just talking, bro. So a lot of this shit be regional and nuanced. But the baseline should just be respect and regular talking. But depending on where you at, regular talking is different. To some place, it's just how we talk. To another place, oh, y'all just use too many words, you talking white. Like it get conflated. Intelligence is not owned by Europeans. Decorum is not owned by Europeans. Vernacular is not owned by Europeans. Descriptive language is not something that's owned by Europeans. We have to understand that what our people have become is a fallen state that we've adapted to, but we need to rise from it. Yeah, we all know it's a certain way we talk that we're going to keep, but it comes from, a lot of our trends come from a place of not knowing. Niggas sag their pants. Why? Because niggas did it in jail for a whole different reason. We got to understand why things are. That's why I'm a big history person. So the most flyest, most decorum, most well-mannered people that ever walked this planet was your ancestors, the Moors. Period. The word luxury come from the Moors. Pajamas come from the Moors. These are words that these are concepts that they created. Because the Moors were the only motherfuckers getting fly in the house, so they called it pajamas. These are Arabic terms. These are Islamic sources for these words. We was always the flyest. We was always the most well-behaved. Why do you think they call it morals? The word for love in Spanish is amore. Even the who you are exemplifies standard.
So that's the next question. So Unpacking, we'll start with you and go up through the front, then go down to the bottom. Pause.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, it's not my reality of worrying about, when I was in Harlem and all that kind of stuff, I didn't worry about acting white. Shit, I was marginally intelligent at all. I didn't get smarter till I got older. But the point really is, so many Black folks have that peer pressure that when they're around other Blacks, especially in the hood, they gotta lose a little bit of themselves in order to survive, and that's disappointing. And there's not enough other peer pressure to say, listen, don't worry about that. Like I said before, we have this bifurcated community, whatever, such as it is, where we have Blacks who are on one side of the tracks, and we have Blacks on the other side of the tracks. And our problem is that there's so many people in certain part of the Black community. There's no what you would say influence to try to break that mold. And most of us get out of the hood because we have some intestinal fortitude, and some is just luck. And I think the too much of the luck part. When somebody asks me why I didn't join a gang and all this kind of stuff, we don't have enough. I can't give them the explanation because on a panel discussion, you don't have that much time to get the little nuances. But part of the reason why I didn't go that way is because I saw too many of my friends go that way. I said, that's just not for me. And the other true part of it is, I was a chicken shit. I didn't want to do some of the stupid shit they were doing. I just didn't want to do that. And so, so it's too much luck in our community when we make it, as opposed to people who are planning out their life so they can be prepared to succeed as they get older. And that's the thing we have to fix. And maybe code switching is a part of it.
Picasso said, so does that mean we need a universal standard, and how will we set that up when everybody has individual standards without a group? I think we already had one. He said, without being anointed or having authority. I don't think we need an anointed person to say behave, talk with proper language, and treat each other with respect. I just don't believe that. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that we need an anointed person to bring our people on one accord for how we communicate with each other. Put a 1 in the chat if you think we need that. If we need an anointed person to make all black people just have an anointed group, do we need an anointed group of people to get black people to treat each other on a basic level of decorum? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that. I don't. But put a 1 in the chat if you think that. Brother said, nah, we need consciousness. I agree. The master is in jail. I guess that's supposed to be Dr. York or something. I don't see no 1s. I don't know if y'all agree or not, but me and my brother disagree on that. I don't think that. I think when you look at the rest of the world, where's their group? Like, where's the person that's galvanized everybody to say, hey, you don't have to hit your brother. You can talk to him. Hey, you can read a book. Like, where's the person doing that for everybody else? I don't know. Let's keep going.
That problem we have, trying to impress people and when we're around each other.
I like Dr. York, but I don't think he's the end all be all to this conversation. I don't. I think he's one of the great people in the pantheons. Yeah, Jesus was in the Bible. Yeah, and he kept telling you that it's not about him, it's about you. And what Jesus ended up doing, dying by the same hands of the people he tried to raise because they were so caught up in him that they forgot it was about them. So that Messiah ritual leads to one person dying and the black people going back to being dumb, looking for another person. Let's follow him. Let's kill him. Let's follow him. Let's kill him. That's the Messiah ritual. Fuck that shit. You are God. Is it not written in your law that ye are God? That's what the Bible say. Jesus said, greater works ye shall do. That part.
I think a better example is like a Jasmine Crockett who thinks the only way she can get to us if she talks like a ghetto girl. That should make everybody mad.
Yo, Payne, I understand what you're talking about, man, because like, just for example, I grew up a military brat on top of being in the military. And so I think Trey knows this, man. We grow up having to pronounce our words, everything correctly. You know, I mean, everything's strict, like a strict timeline.
Here we go with the ignorance. You ain't no God. Be humble. You don't even understand the point. See, people say, when you say you are God, they think that you're saying you must bow down and worship at the church of philosophical. No, Negro. What that means is what you're looking for has already been given to you. No, you can't create the heavens and the earth, but you have the potential to be what you want, and you have the potential to be. You have all the ability inside of you from the Most High. You are one and the same. You're not separate. It's like it's like if you got a glass of water, right? If I put water in a glass, it's just water in a glass. And you can separate it from an ocean because you see that this is water in the glass and it's water in the ocean. If I pour that water in the ocean, will you be able to separate that water of the glass from the ocean? It just blends in. That's us and God. We are one and the same. When we die, we just blend right back in. So I'm sorry, this channel speaks from a lot of different perspectives, like esoteric, metaphysical, historical. Like if you're a Bible-thumping, Bible-beating person, a lot of stuff is just not either going to learn something or you're going to refuse to learn something. But there ain't a lot you could teach us. But you're welcome to learn.
Find all this kind of nonsense. And so sometimes when you get into certain spaces, they'll be like, well, why you speak white? Well, wait, you're speaking proper, speaking white? You know what I mean? And so I get sometimes where you'll see, okay, well, speaking proper in like, let's say you working at, customer service or something like that, compared to how you talk.
I'm going to look up the verse. Let's see what the verse says. I think it's John chapter. People don't even be knowing this verse in their Bible. John 10:34, Jesus quotes and says, is it not written in your law that you are God's? That's what Jesus said in John 10:34 while he was quoting Psalms 82:6. Let's see. which states, I said, you are gods, you are all sons, and I'm going to add daughters, of the Most High. That's in the Bible. Psalms 82:6. I said, you are gods. You are all sons of the Most High. That's the Bible. Have a seat.
Home. You talk, the family function and things like that. I understand that, but Payne, a lot of the times what gets me is that we'll attribute code switching to hobbies. Like we'll say snowboarding's a white person thing, right? And so, you only snowboarding because you're trying to be white right now. Why can't somebody just, a black dude just like that shit?
Funny as hell.
Or like EDM, you know what I mean? Or like hiking or mountain climbing, that kind of stuff. It's not really code switching. It's like sometimes we attach the label incorrectly.
That's some white folk shit, though. I mean, it's just it is. And it's okay. I'm just saying, but that don't mean.
He said that is some white folk shit, though. I mean, it is, but when you say it is, it cuts off understanding it. So I see what both of them saying. Because I think snowboarding is some white boy shit. But there's some shit I wish I knew how to do. Like snowboarding look cooler than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So, but a lot of shit is white. But I think Creator made a dope point here because I think they took it like, he was saying if you do that, you make you white. He was saying that it's a white person's thing until we make it our thing. And I thought that was a very intelligent point. Because we haven't done snowboarding enough to claim it as ours. Like the things that's ours, we kind of cornered the market. Let me let him say it for himself.
You try to be white, it's just a white folk shit.
Just a hypothetical, as a matter of fact, not even a hypothetical, a real example. Would you tell the black people that born and raised in Kenya, when they go hiking in their own country, they're acting white?
No, I would not. You know
so
why?
What are we talking
because
about?
they're around themselves.
The Bible, I just quoted from the Bible, bro. Look, I just quoted the verse. All this time, I know, right? That's why I tell y'all to read.
They're around their own people.
It's nature. It's outside.
My point, I get it. I'm not saying, like I said.
You a ruler and a judge of your own life and reality. I never said I was a spiritual guy. Like, y'all want to argue with your book. Your book said it. Go argue with the nigga who wrote that shit. I ain't write it.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just simply saying, again, but to your point, it's not wrong, but it is white folk shit because we haven't, like, you know how they take our stuff and for some reason, it's ours, but for some reason, it's white folk shit now. You know what I'm saying?
My bad, I'm sorry.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So we would take those things, right? And when we now popularize it, it becomes ours. And so no, it's not, but it is for right now because they are the majority population indulging in that activity, if that makes sense. Where we are here, right? When you talk about Kenya or any of the Africanized countries.
So a white person, let me
jump in, man.
A white person born and raised in Kenya, and now they go hiking. Are they trying to be black or be Kenyan?
This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what a black.
Let's see if this logically fits.
This nigga crazy.
If a white person now, because the white person's a minority creator, the white person now a minority in Kenya, by your own logic, is that white person acting Kenyan or acting black because they're now hiking in Kenya?
All right, hold on, y'all. Gotta get back on point. So I'm about to pull up the other stream again. Sorry about that. I don't know why they do that, y'all, on StreamYard. Sometimes you just randomly just freeze. And you gotta reset it. I don't know why. But I'm back like I left something. But let's get to the super chats. We had a few super chats since the last time we checked. I appreciate them all. Appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep them going. Brother said, just supporting the show. Keep pushing. Appreciate you. BMU in the building to my brother. Thank you for being on the panel. You cooking. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And my brother with the 20 ball. Oh, the wrong one. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I I appreciate it. He said, showing support, bro. Sucks we couldn't go down the rabbit hole properly on this topic. Hopefully next time. What you mean? Oh, this is the brother that was on the show. Appreciate you, bro. You can always pull up over here. You right. We tried. And Montana Deja says the problem is people so jaded they can't distinguish whitewashing from simply positive behavior overall. Exactly. He said the light guy is coping. Most likely he was raised around whites. He's conflating acting white, which he mostly likely does with simply talking proper. Yeah, that's real. Oh, this is, I just realized who this was. This is Mr. Mott. What's up, Mr. Mott? What's up, Mr. Mott? What's up, bro? Mott, you're a funny guy, man. I blame you for Bo, bro. You are the problem. Mott is the problem for Bo. I blame Mott. He said, I could tell by the way he talks that his mouth moves that way that he shows frustration. He has parts of white culture engraved inside him. What are you talking about, bro? Are you talking about Tarouche? Tarouche is cool, though. But I'm about to open up the panel real soon. Mott, you're funny. Mott is funny, ladies and gentlemen. I blame you for Bo. You get all the blame. You have created a monster. All right, let's get back to it.
Well, it's different because they hike. It would be different. It would be the same for you. It'd be the same for you. Hold on. Here is different, brother. So we're talking culture now. And you trying to, I'm not trying to prove a point. I'm just simply
he's saying that.
No, I'm just trying to mind it out.
He's saying that hiking in Africa is not viewed the same as hiking in America because it's not about a part of our culture. But this is where these now snowboarding, he got me. But this is where the conversation gets where you have to do your homework. Just because we're not doing something now don't mean it's not a part of us. It's like, for example, you know what's something black people always say they don't do, but they always did it? I don't swim. That's some new post-slavery nigga shit. Nah, we ain't got no problem with Bo. I'm gonna handle that shit myself. I ain't got no problem with it. I handle her myself. I don't need you to check. I'm just talking shit. He said, if y'all got an issue with Bo, just tell me I'm gonna get it together. Bruh, I don't even give a fuck if she get together. Cause I can cook her anytime she come up with the goofy shit, I'm just gonna bop her down. Anybody else, I don't give a fuck. And I'm talking about the light-skinned guy in the video. I mean, he just was talking about snowboarding. That's not fair, bro. He was I don't know what he said that particularly made you feel that way, but I think that a lot of stuff that we put off, like historically, we did all of that shit. We just got so displaced and we became a new person. Like we're a new version of ourselves these days. You know, we have new hobbies, new things. So I get what creators say, but innately it's all ours. It's all ours.
So since you proved a point, let me put a point out here too, right? To support my argument, right? If you went hiking, statistically, even the men on this stage, and you said hiking, boating, canoeing, going to the festies, as you know, I do these things. I'm just telling you. So because I do these things, I know exactly what they are. I have no problem with it. It's white folks shit. I'm around a lot of white folks, and there is sprinkled pepper in there. It's us.
Hey, black man. Black man, can I say this?
Community creep. Everybody else. And up north, people will say that's white people shit. Like if you were in Pennsylvania, people think hunting is white people shit. But not down south. A lot of blacks hunt.
It's okay if we indulge in each other's cultures, but it's not. It's we're not going to try to act like.
He said, "Nah, I'm fucking with you."
But what we do here in America is.
He said, "Nah, I'm fucking with you enough." Actually, been on parents with him before, and I think he has parts white culture. So, yeah, it is okay, but he's not. It's not. Listen, you can't help who your parents are, but you can help what come out your mouth and how you move. So being half white don't necessarily make you half bad. It's how you act, and like being white don't make you bad. Now you may be related to some historically people that did some wild shit, but that don't mean you are that, and you have to carry that energy with you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I love to swim. Who love to swim in here? I'm a fish. I love to swim.
It's just what it is, bro. Now I can't. You're not getting ready to go to. You're not going to go nowhere. And if we all look at it a certain way, they say, "Hey, that's black people stuff," or "That's white." That don't mean we can't indulge, but it is what it is. That's
right. It sounds silly, but creator right. Some shit is just white people shit, and ain't nothing wrong with it. And some shit is black people shit, and ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? Like playing spades, that's some black people shit. You know what I'm saying? Playing beer pong, that's some white people shit. Can we both do it? Yes, but it's just like, I think when you're a mix, sometimes it puts you in this weird place where it's like you don't want to be too white, but you don't want to be too black, but you don't want to be too black, but you don't want to be too white, but you don't want to offend the white people, but you think it's cool, but you understand the shit that I think that's cool, that's white. The black people think it's corny, but I like it still anyway. But then again, like, I get it, brothers and sisters, but shit, that's how it goes.
That's what they do over there. If I'm a samurai,
it throws me again.
Am I trying to be black or am I trying to be like the samurais? And what culture predominantly practices samurai?
Okay, hold
on just a second. Hold on, guys. Hold that thought. Let me get these super chats out the way. Thank you, Urban.
God damn it. Give me 1 second, Joel. 1 second. Sorry. They keep freezing me. Man. They don't want me to.
Landlord Clips, appreciate you, brother. Jason, thanks for having me. The Anger Man is in the building. Anger Man, if you want to come up, man, the link is in the chat. $9.99 super chase. So you're not talking when you speak proper English. You're actually talking when you use slang and broken English.
That's correct. He's correct.
Smell the roller that you got black friends.
What I would say, man, honestly,
I'm sure
the blacks.
It's black.
And I'm including myself.
Uncle Joe.
Like, what's comfortable? What's natural to you? Again, you see me smoking and drinking. I deal with my tenants like this: the whites and the blacks. I got some good dope, but nevertheless, I don't have to code switch.
Brother said, you know how much white people love stuff. He said, you know how much white people stuff I love. Exactly. I would venture to say it's 50-50 between black and white things that I love. I love English furniture real bad. Yeah, we like what we like. You know what I'm saying? We like what we like. Picasso the South. My man, he ain't playing today. He on one. He said, we play too much, man. Literally all over the place. We use what we want to win and that's it. That sounds very sophisticated. Sounds very sophisticated, brother.
I do this all day.
You already said that.
You blacks, hold on. You blacks, you got to get up and go in the office. We've already cleared it that most of you blacks can't make your money or don't make your money from other blacks. If you made your money from other blacks, you could talk a little slang. You could smuggle a weed. Hell, most blacks smoke weed.
Panel was open.
You could be a little lax with your customer service. Hell, most blacks understand that. But when you go into the white man world, now you got to get to a level where most of you blacks probably have a hard time fitting without a lot of extra effort. I ain't put in no effort to be black. Nigga, I'm black. Through and through. It's easy for me. I know what the blacks want. I can slang that dope to them because I know what they want. I know how they want it.
I just don't like his whole style. Like, his style is just, I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? It just feel like he keeps referring to them from this perspective of that's dehumanizing. I know the blacks. He sound like the motherfuckers on Avatar. Like, I know what they wanted. They want cigarettes, liquor, and pork. I don't give a fuck. We gonna sell that shit to them. Major P, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's going on, L? Salute, bro. I just wanted to come up and salute you, bro. Just keep doing your thing, brother. You see me?
That's what I'm gonna do, brother. That's what I'm gonna do. Say that.
Yeah, no, and don't get caught up with the detractors, bro. Like, I think old boy is a detractor, bro. You be seeing me typing in the chat, like, your channel obviously going up. You see more eyes coming to it. So you got some people that's probably coming over from them other joints to come to your joint and be an agent of chaos. You feel me?
And we're gonna do these examples. We have to break it down. We got to know what people are. You know what I'm saying? So this is when I do these shows. It's not about highlighting the people, because the problem that we have to realize is it's not about Illa. It's not about Anton. It's not about Corey. It's not about this one. It's about the impact and the discussions that happen amongst the people. Because that's what you have to deal with in real life. You ain't gonna run into Anton. You're gonna run into one of his supporters. You're not gonna run into you're gonna run into somebody that think like. So it's how those conversations clash and affect how you live, because that's who you living with, that's who you working with, that's who you're dealing with at the bank, at the supermarket. These are the mindsets. So when you see people gravitate towards certain thinking patterns, it lets you know how they are in reality.
Yeah, as a person.
So these are just they're just avatars, but their impact is greater than the individual. More people know Jay-Z's songs than they know Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when we get on these platforms and we talk, and you see who roots for what and who ignores what. Like right now, all these people that's talking about Anton, Freezy's talking about him a lot, O'Shea. Personally, I think all y'all full of shit. Because when that nigga got on the panel and said fuck Illa and his kids and all that and fuck Malcolm X, y'all niggas ain't doing no reaction to that shit.
I seen that.
Now everybody mad at Anton. Y'all niggas, she been said shit that y'all ain't care. Y'all still wanted to work with that nigga when he disrespected me. Y'all still want to be on channels and all that shit. So now all of a sudden he's a bad guy. The fuck out of here. Y'all niggas all fake as hell. Y'all been on that nigga dick, and it shouldn't take this crazy shit for everybody to start pulling his receipts. He been saying shit to pull his receipts. I don't want to hear that shit.
Let me tell you why, L. You know, just like in the hood, bro, like where we from, like on the block, boom. A nigga that's making money, people will more gravitate to what he talking about instead of like, say, like me, for example. I could be kicking the most real shit ever. You feel me? Talking the most truth ever. But because I don't got no following, because I don't got no likes, no views, no clicks, none of that, I don't got the following, people not really gonna hear my message. But I'm kicking the same shit a Drake or a Jay-Z kicking. It's just the fact that I don't got the pockets like them niggas. So people don't gravitate to a broke nigga per se, you feel me? Or a nigga that ain't doing nothing per se, but he could be kicking all the real shit in the world. Niggas ain't gonna fuck with it because you broke. And I think that's where the fuck we fuck up at. Niggas need to stop following cult leaders and cult movements and just follow the real, bro. Like, what the fuck is the problem? Why we gotta be so goofy? That's really the issue,
because
bro.
there has to be an incentive that they can leech off of. You gotta understand something.
Goofy? But that's what I've been typing in the chat ever since your show, bro. Black degeneracy people is big business. Big business. Why you think they allowing Anton and Corey to go off and the shit is so social? You feel me? Because they gonna use that to soak all of the bread from it, my G. Like, black degeneracy is big business in this country, people. Straight up.
Exactly.
Now, and then when you got somebody like you doing what you doing, they gonna try to quiet your shit. They gonna try to suppress your shit. You feel me? That's just the way of the game, because black degeneracy is where all the income is. And if we talking this shit, we fucking with their money right now. You feel me?
Yeah, and it's like all them people that's on Anton head, like he did mad stuff to make you step back and go, I don't know about that.
But he been doing shit like that.
They only get mad when they cross them. See, I'm one of them people that you gotta watch people who only get mad. It's like you can have a friend who be like, yo, homie that you bring around be always on some bullshit.
Right.
No, he good. That's my man. And then he finally crossed him, and he's like, "Yo, you was right about so and so, man."
But he ain't crossed me,
he just
though.
had to cross through now. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
Yeah. We know that's regular
shit on that
from the
bullshit.
block.
I don't be want to hear from none of them niggas. Like, y'all love that nigga. Y'all been on that nigga dick. He disrespected me, and y'all still was trying to be on his show and all that shit. I don't want to hear none of
This shit just show you how people really is, bro. And this shit happens on the block all the time, like in the community, bro. Like, niggas will go through something with their mans in them, and one of the bros that's in between the problem, you know, he cool with both. It end up you seeing who picks sides. You see what I'm saying? You start to see
that's
who
what I'm saying.
sides.
It's like y'all. It's like it's cool to hate on him now. It's like how they did Drake. And I'm not a Drake nigga, but everybody
I seen this shit
coming down
the pike. I seen this shit coming down the pike from early, bro. Because Anton, he's going down the same trajectory as Fresh and Fit, Gilbert Arenas. I could tell he been on the phone with Gil. I don't know about y'all. I've been saying this in the chat too. Anton been on the phone with Gilbert Arenas. People, y'all can't fucking tell. Y'all can't tell. He do the same shit Gil do. He do shit for clicks and views to get the internet in a frenzy. Gilbert
my
say the
thing
most
is,
outlandish Jordan LeBron statement, knowing that it's gonna get all the clicks and views.
Yeah,
Gilbert
and the thing is,
Gilbert and Anton been on conversations since that Kwame shit. If y'all ain't picking up. So ever since then, you started to see a little shift in Anton's behavior. Yo, I got people. I know this. I know that. All that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't want to get to talk about him too much because it ain't even about him. But the thing is, people. I just think it's corny now. People coming out the woodworks about and I'm gonna need y'all to cam up if you can't keep. If you know next, try to cam up if you could. But I'm gonna let you pull up. But I need. Oh, Major, there we go. Yeah, he lives. All right, there you go. All right, that's what I'm talking about. He lives.
I be in the house cooking and shit, bro, doing shit.
Nah, I feel you. Nah, it just look better on the playback.
I be rolling
Crazy,
up
you know
and
the
all
game,
that.
bro.
You feel me? I don't be wanting to do that on the cam and all that.
Nah. Nah, if you're not doing that, then you good though.
Nah, I be doing that, brother. I be doing.
But even if you it's I ain't gonna kill you about it. Like it ain't that.
Nah,
serious.
but I ain't trying to violate your page, so I would keep it respectful and just do it. All
I don't. Do they give strikes for that?
I don't know. That's what I try to do. That's why I try to keep it PG as much as I could.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I just dropped it again, man. But Crater, you know the game, bro. Where your camera at, man?
So I'm on a different computer. This one is busted. So I'm gonna jump on another one here in a second. For real, I am gonna jump on.
Because we about to review another panel too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's great. Get real. Funky.
Yeah, you already know.
Yeah, it's great. Get real funky. So
yeah. This is just the first part. It's just the appetizer. We're gonna get to the main course in a minute because this conversation was just interesting. But the next one was damn near diabolical with the energy we was dealing with. But you know, we're gonna get to it. But yeah, let's finish this out real quick, y'all. We're gonna make that conversion. Let's see.
It's very easy. They ain't tripping by me showing up for me. They ain't showing up by me. But I guarantee you, my dope hot because it keeps selling. You can call me what you want, but my dope keeps selling. Well, we know all you run in your mouth, the dope keeps selling. I bring one of my tenders right here on the stream.
And that's the thing. He's creating adversaries that's not even there. Now he's saying, if the dope keep he's talking to us as we're saying, yo, we don't think you making money. That ain't the way to make money. You can make money a better way. Like we saying there's other ways, but no one's knocking what you're doing. So it's like he had to create a conversation and then he had to create enemies to create a victim conversation where now it's like, y'all don't know what I know. It's like, bro, the show is about fucking.
Ew, that's what I think the conversations be turning into, bro. That's what I think the conversation.
Now you forgot he's ingesting liquor, right? You forgot he's ingesting liquor.
This is what he does every time I see him.
Okay, he's this liquor do
That's
something. I don't care who you think you
always
are.
go though. Like
he's ingesting liquor as time goes on, and he's smoking. So he's got all kind of endorphins going on inside that body, and the argument.
But that's the point Illa was trying to make.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute. Mine be stunting, man. Mine be stunting. What is that?
Yeah, we know how mine play, man.
Mine stunting.
We know how mine play, man. We know how he play, man. Shout out to mine. You know he has to remind niggas. You know how mine play, man. It's all good.
Hey,
man.
we call that stunting and passing around here, man. You know what I'm saying?
It is what it is. Hey, man, you eating good, man. Shit, nothing wrong with it. But nah, I think the issue is, I don't think everybody just need to be talking. And I think because this platform is so accessible that anybody just could talk. Because he might have information.
That's what I was about to say.
Then just talk about landlords, because you never taught anybody how to do anything.
Well,
he didn't mention one way to do it. He just said you should do it. He didn't tell you nothing about no liquor license.
Nothing
about it. It's just like you just came on and let niggas know that I'm making money off being a landlord. I work for myself and I make money off of niggas who drink liquor and smoke cigarettes, motherfucker. It's like, all right, you could have texted that in the chat.
So when I come on here, brother, when I come on here, that's really where I'm kind of gravitating. I don't know what nobody do. but we're all gonna kind of gravitate towards a certain vibration, right? A certain energy. And if we dads, if we providers, if you're leaders, if you're business people, anything, you're gonna want to be armed, because we pay for this information in other places, right? To get that leg up or to get ahead. Literally pay people for this type of information. Come in spaces where people are successful in what they do, right? They are already successful in what they do. It should be a sharing thing where it ain't, I'm not demonizing you for not doing, hey, I'm the best trash picker upper this side of the east side, right? I'm not going to demonize you because you're not, but I am going to share, how I am the best trash picker upper, this side of the east side.
He never shared it.
I thought that's where we was going, and we didn't go there.
Hold on, what we talking about right now?
We talking about this guy on the well, you've been watching the show, John Galt, and basically how his message is he just invaded the conversation. So basically, I'm doing this review show just to show how people come into these conversations with their own agenda. And that's the name of the show, is Unpacking the Cap. Because people come on panels and they really don't have a point. They just either want to be seen, they here to just create they just here to convolute, confuse, or be seen. Yeah, and they just derail the whole conversation and nothing gets done. So when I do these reviews, I'm separating myself from it so people can know this ain't what I'm doing. You may see me on a panel, but nigga, you don't know me. Like I ain't with the shit these motherfuckers be on. So right now we going over the Black Man Unfiltered, and then I'm gonna go over what happened on Lapeef on Thursday. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it sound, cause I was listening a little bit. It sounded like a gatekeeping type of conversation. Somebody gatekeeping or something.
We was talking about code switching, right? And then he came on talking about what's up, Picasso? He came on talking about that he's a landlord, and he talks about how I don't have to switch codes because I'm in the hood. So we were saying how code switching is not just a black and white thing, because within the hood, there's code switching just amongst each other. The way you talk to your aunt that's like the smoke ain't the way you're gonna talk to your aunt that go to church all the time. The way you talk to your man that's blood, like Red Pill Crip is, it's a code, there's a code switching based on blocks. I don't know if you're from Cali, I don't know if you're a Cali Crip, I don't know if you're from somewhere else, but if you're from Cali, then there's definitely a lot of criteria just within the hood. So code switching is not, I think people conflate code switching with behaving properly. Because sometimes people say, I don't gotta pronounce my words and all that. That's not acting white.
When you go to an interview, yes, you do. Fuck.
It's not necessarily acting white. And code switching is not something you just do from the streets to corporate America. You code switch every time you leave your house.
Yeah. I think code switching is just a tool.
Nah, it make plenty of sense.
Well, you saying like your environment kind of controls who you are. I ain't gonna say control because that sounds kind of crazy, but it's about like
it molds you.
Yeah, like when you like you water. You know what I'm saying? So like if you go over here, you do this, and then you go over here, you do that. But you the same to the core. It's the same.
It's just how you learn, though. It's how you learn. Yeah. So if I'm from over here and I go over to somebody else's block, they might do shit like street politics is different everywhere, bro. So how we do it over here might be different over here. So you just kind of learn and adapt. It's not really code switching. It's called adapting, bro. Like,
but that's what I look at it. I think it get conflated because sometimes people do just be funny. Like
for sure. That's
at the golf course.
Yeah, for sure.
When the white folks came around, he stopped talking to us. That's different. But sometimes we confuse that with.
You know why though?
Hold on, Major P. Sometimes we confuse that between a nigga saying I'm not gonna talk to you because the white person's here.
Right. Yeah.
That's one thing. But saying, all right, bro, let me tighten my pants. Let me tuck my shirt in my pants. Let me slip this gum out.
It's called buttoned up, bro.
That's not. They get conflated, and sometimes it gets confusing to people. And it's like, yo, it's a difference between decorum and selling out yourself. Those are two different concepts.
Exactly. Yep.
Go ahead, Picasso.
So what's code switching actually? Is it the first thing you mentioned? Like when the black dude don't talk to
I think it's all of them, but I think it's all of it is code switching, but I think how we describe it there's nuance to it. Because when people think of code switching, they think of acting black and acting white.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not just that.
Acting a certain way.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but it exists. But it's not just that, because I gotta switch codes just around my niggas.
But since we live in a white, predominantly white country, that means that we have to switch to the decorum of the people that predominantly run things.
Not necessarily. It depends on what part of it, because sometimes that just means to a lot of people speaking correctly. That's not really a white thing.
Yeah.
But however, we have
yeah.
a whole thing called Ebonics, and well, they call it something new now, AAVE, or something like that.
Lingo.
So it's like,
if
they trying to delineate our language, they saying we speak something different than just regular English, then that actually means we gotta be like, even how I'm talking to you, I'm not gonna necessarily say all the words that I'm saying to you to a white person unless I'm cool with them.
That's how I get on the
Yeah,
stage.
but you don't think white people got a code switch? They code switch to you too.
I got
It's just that depends on how you control the infrastructure. Who got to adjust to
There
who?
we go. That's what I'm saying. Saying. They control more of the infrastructure, their culture. So what they do naturally, they don't have to do that. They really don't have to switch up and talk to us black unless they in the hood.
But most of the times, in the general sense, because sometimes we inflate stuff. In a general sense, the code switching that's really required in these places, it's just acting like you got some sense. It don't be too much extra.
Crazy. Yeah.
You gotta be like, yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think
shit.
Yeah, right. I think that's
they blow it up thing. Like you gotta just become a whole nother person. Like, not really, bro. You just,
hold on. Let's go there. Ill. Let's do your appearance on whatever. That's a prime example. You ain't have to switch nothing.
Right.
You just got on there and you talked how you talked, and it was received like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I mean, if you want to get a visual of what we talking about, watch your appearance on that. Yeah.
But I don't want to make the show about me. You know what I'm saying? This show ain't about me, but that's an excellent example.
It is though. It is about you for real. Like, you feel me? You bringing the eyes right here because you keep it. But he's right. You not code switching. We could like feel the energy through the screen. No funny. You feel me? Like, so that's really what it is. I
was on the whitest show of the whitest shows.
The Caucasianist show on the most, bro. It don't get no whiter than Brian, bro.
I think what you're trying to say is we should try to be ourselves more than anything, right?
We don't gotta try though.
But you can be yourself and still be like yourself. It's called versatile. It's a difference between being versatile and changing.
Right.
But so listen. Being versatile requires you to have a facet of things that you have to
adaptation.
Yeah, but that could be viewed as a switch up. That could be viewed as
you learning. Picasso, you learning.
So learning is a switch up.
You learning, Picasso. You got to be able to learn, brother. That's like me going into a class. I don't know shit, and then I'll go into class like, fuck this shit. I don't need this shit. I got it. No, nigga, you got to be willing to learn. It's the same shit. It's the same shit, brother. Straight up.
I can't be willing. Real quick. My man sent me a clip the other day. There was, I think, there's a rapper named Lakeem Shabazz. I think he's from Jersey. He was talking about his experience with Tupac. We all know and love Tupac, correct?
Yeah.
He had a great impact on the hood, everybody.
Versatile.
They said the thing that made Pac so interesting, they said he was very funny. He said, but what made Pac be able to communicate the way he did, because
he's a chameleon.
Read the most books.
Oh shit! Wow.
It's just reading has to become a part of the life.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Information makes you versatile.
Okay, so that's where I'm at. I'm saying that there needs to be some type of maybe like your platform where you give we kind of talked about it, but like, you know, giving out esoteric just information that we don't get on the regular.
Time out. Hold on. I gotta address some in the chat real quick. I think my people really fair, so I gotta realize this woman said, hold on, somebody said she got blocked from chat, and she said, someone's blocked me from commenting. Why are you blocked? Did you say some wild shit? Did she do something crazy, y'all? Why is she blocked? Skinny, why is she blocked? I don't know. But go ahead, Picasso, you got the floor. Shout out to Tarus in the building. Appreciate you, bro.
I think the bigger conversation that we need to have is, okay, since our baseline needs to be something, right? Because I believe that's what you're getting at. Our baseline needs to be to where we can fit in all situations. based off of the knowledge that we have.
Hold up, time out. I think I know what this is. Are you a member? Are you a member, sweetheart? And you used to have you had a picture of your hair is red. Was that you? Because if that's you, I know exactly why you can't chat in here. Was that you, Miss Juanita? Or you the one you used to have red on your hair in your profile picture? Was that you? If that's you, let me know. If that's you, I'll tell you why you blocked. If that's you. If it ain't you, then we'll fix it. But go ahead, bro. I don't know then, sister. I don't know why you blocked.
I just feel like we don't give enough grace to the fact that we don't have a baseline because our culture doesn't facilitate it. And then we want to talk about code switching and how everybody needs to know how to do it. But if everybody baseline ain't the same, then how is that possible?
I think we fighting for access, bro.
Because exactly, it went back to what he said earlier. When we go in other people's spaces, if you in China, you got enough sense to fill out a to get your passport. You got enough sense to go through all this due diligence. You can't go nowhere, and then all of a sudden you in there.
Right.
Okay. That's fine.
Right. So it's just proper behavior. We don't. That's what he's saying. We don't need no special golden child to tell you that. You know what I mean? We need to have a common respect amongst each other.
Because
and I think just
we automatically do it.
And then amongst men, we already know what it do. So it's already an unwritten rule that there's death on the table if something get out of line. You know what I mean? The way that we don't feel. Everybody trying to get back home to their family. So we're gonna move in a way that, you know what, sometimes I might, you know how we are. You know what I'm saying? Every one of us. I don't underestimate no man. You hear me? So yeah, is that unwritten rule between us. So when we get in other spaces, I think it's just that unwritten rule. Don't act a fool. And that one that does act a fool, whatever his race, should be dealt with. Yeah, you should be dealt with. Simple as that. I think it's simple. But I think to Picasso's point, it may be an unwritten rule, but we need to voice it. It needs to manifest.
Thank you.
It needs to manifest. We all need to stand on it.
Man, we should know that though, like you said.
I don't like that. That rhetoric don't help us, bro.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, it takes somebody
talking right now. That's why we're here talking right now.
But nobody brought us together. We just get it.
We just get it, right?
It ain't that we just get it, bro. We here because we want to learn something.
Right.
But we want to change. We want.
You already knew something to even bring you here.
That's fine. That's fine. I agree. I agree. I agree with you. Right.
You can't teach the core though. Like who you are in here is who you are. You can present. And act, you know what I'm saying? You can act accordingly around people. And then when you exit that vicinity, now you a whole nother person. See, that's gonna make you live 20 years shorter. Your core is who you are.
That's more of a,
you
that's
have
not
to
even code switching. That's a personality.
Thing.
Yeah.
Hold on, fellas. This is what I want everybody to talk. And I know sometimes I do it too. We see it on other panels. I don't want to contribute to that. I want everybody to talk. I want everybody to get their turn. So right now, Red Pill Quick, you got the floor. Toros, you coming right after that. And then I think you've been waiting for a minute. You come in right after that, Paul. So I just want to keep it fair, y'all. I don't want nobody to feel like they're getting over-talked or nothing like that. So Red Pill Quick is on you, then Toros, then mine.
All right. All I'm saying is when you develop who you are, like listen, you know what I'm saying, you built on morality. Then when you move in these different areas and you move in these different scenarios, job interviews, meetings, whatever it is, you go to something that you don't normally go to, a function that is formal, whatever. But you don't compromise this to be something outside of that. You know what I'm saying? You still gonna be this in your way, though. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you're not about to go out here and like shape shifting and chameleon and all that. Like that's not what. I don't like saying the real man shit. I hate that. That's lame to me. But at the end of the day, if you have to wake up every day and pick up a mask and be somebody else, bro, you in trouble. It's nothing you can do about that. So your best bet would be to just stay in the vicinity of where you comfortable. And guess what? That's 85% of people. If you can't be you wherever you at, then you in danger.
Hey, I'm gonna say this real quick. Anybody got a problem with being online with
you
us?
You cutting in line, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I know how people are. You know what I'm saying? Anybody got a problem with being online with regular
just our regular people. I don't know what people do in life. Y'all don't know what I do in life, but I think we all do something enough because we all comprehend each other's nerd language. So because I think we all comprehend each other's nerd language, right? That sets the standard and the tone. Like I said, we fathers, we are business owners, military men, and I think our voice counts, right? Beyond whatever politician, political left or right you belong to, I think that what this right here is healthy and is needed, right? We're not arguing about no one individual thing. We kind of setting the standard because we are men, right? And we can say it do matter. It can't be no more. This is what we think, or this. Oh well, I thought y'all read minds. I left my mind reading powers at home, so let's just voice it. Use our words, and then we go from there.
And that's why, and I appreciate that, even though you cut the line, but it's cool though. But I appreciate that, but that's why where you put your energy says a lot. I don't facilitate nothing but these type of decorums. We ain't all got a degree, but all that wild ass crazy shit, I'm not doing that shit, bro. I'm not doing it. So if we like to participate in that, then we are part of the problem too.
Thanks.
But it's on you, Tarus.
Oh yeah. First, how's everybody doing up here?
What's good, brother?
What up? No doubt, bro.
Salute, fam.
Hopefully we can mind this conversation a little bit better without
Oh yeah, I don't do that shit, bro.
Yeah, I was mentioning last time, and to respond to Red Pill a little bit, that's why Picasso says we gotta define it, because there's the thin line between code switching or adapt and evolving, and then just a whole different personality, right? Ella, I mentioned this on the panel. I know you haven't. You're probably gonna swap up to a different one, but I mentioned on that same panel, man. It's like, okay, do you like this music only when you're around certain people, or do you like this music regardless of who's around? Right? Code switching or adaptive evolving, Ella and Red Pill, to Picasso's point, is we all just like to use slang or say some, shit, damn, them kind of languages. Easy code switch. You don't cuss around your parents, right? There's nothing in your voice that changed, nothing in your cadence changed. You just stop using certain words. That's a code switch. That's an easy one, right? And you're gonna do that regardless of race. You see what I mean? And so, but I think that's why we have to be able to identify it, and then identify what's code switching and then what's just being normal, because, right, is saying please, sometimes saying please and thank you could be a code switch to somebody. But if your parents taught you to say please and thank you your entire life, that's not a code switch. You do it regardless of who you're talking to.
That's facts. Mont, go ahead.
I think code switching is a tool, and I think it's a good thing. I think I talk to my kids a little bit different than I talk to other people. I turn into a different person when I go inside my house versus when when I'm talking to other people. I know people who grew up in Jamaican households. When I see them around their family, they start talking like they Jamaican. I be like, God damn, where that come from?
That's a fact.
I be like, yo, where that come from? But it's just that they grew up in that household, so they have the ability to switch in and out depending on the environment. And I think it's just a tool. It's a communication tool, typically used to communicate better to a different group of people. So I don't look at code switching negatively. I look at it as a superpower. The more ways you can do it, the better. But it's a difference between that, just using that as a communication tool, and actually, using it for different purposes. But I understand the perspective where people, like, sometimes you might see somebody like, yo, like your homeboy, like, yo, you acting too white right now. Like, that shit just crazy. Like, versus him just kind of, switching up the way he talking a little bit more proper. But yeah, it's just a tool, man. I think people take it too serious.
Yeah. We so country around here, man. It's like, so the code switching just don't work, because I guess even the way y'all hear the way I talk, you get what I'm saying? What it come down to me is communication. And when you spend it, when I spend my money, and I guess if you've been in a lane when I was like a consumer, I'm calling and I'm trying to get something from somebody, then I'm always be in that mode of I have to behave in this manner according to this construct. But if I'm not predominantly moving within this construct that would require me to have to pacify their ears, you know, by how I talk, you know what I'm saying? Then now I become who that guy with everybody now. Because now it really what it do for me is decipher who is unconditional, who's for real. And if I talk like this when I call you, like, hey, ma'am, how you doing? Listen, here's what I need, because I'm calling like that. Here's what I need you to do. I'm not asking you for nothing. I don't care who you are, right? Because I'm calling to be served. Now, if she takes offense or he takes offense to that and they don't serve me, well, now I know who not to spend my money with. I know who not to patronize. You see what I'm saying? Because now they're judging me based off of how I talk and how I'm moving, not the service that they providing to me. You get what I'm saying? All you really want is my money. And I shouldn't have to act a certain way. And that means in a job and employment too, because here in a minute, everybody's about to be contractors. I will repeat, everybody's about to be a contractor and your employer. I mean, your employer don't want to pay for you. I don't want to worry about your health. I don't want to worry about none of that shit. You worry about that. I'm going to contract you for your hourly services. You hear me? When you done, you pay your taxes. How about that? And if I want to fire you and get rid of you, I can. That's where the game is going. So now, if you moving like that, and all this time you've been, hey, yes, sir, and you doing your hair and styled your hair a certain way and you dress a certain way to be in a space, only to tell you that, you know what, we don't need you no more. Right before you get ready to retire. Right, we don't need you no more. So you did all of that for all those years. That would be, I think, a blow to anybody's ego. So to prevent that, you need ands and alsos. The ands and alsos in your life are things that you can do. I don't care what it is, if it's knitting or whatever, that you can totally be you. I agree. To a degree, you're subduing yourself if that's what you're doing, but we all have to sustain ourselves in these spaces. We say small hats instead of, you know what I'm saying? They don't even want us to call ourselves, you know, so there's a level of we all have to code switch or line up to a degree. And I feel like it shouldn't have to take nobody else or nobody else's spaces for us to line up. That's really the hard pill to swallow. When we come on these spaces, we adjust. It ain't no conversation about code switching or none of that. We come in here, we do what they say. We read the rules and the bylaws, and then we abide by them.
We'll create it. At the same time, I feel like wisdom can cut through the fluff. Like people can put parameters on words, but words are just attempts to try to describe phenomenon. Wisdom can cut through all of that, and you can still get your point across. You don't have to say the real name of them to get the point across. Like the point is the concept. And I think we get so caught up in words. It's like, can you deliver the message? Because when you could deliver the message, you could use it with whatever limited words you have, or whether it be a greater amount of words. Like the wisdom cut through that. Go ahead, Picasso. And then I'm gonna get to the next video.
I just think with that, what you just mentioned is it's a baseline, and I think the lips of wisdom are closed except to the ears of understanding. So you ain't gonna beat that.
Exactly. And since you can't beat it, no matter what we do, something has to be. That's why I like what Red Pill Crip said. Because no matter what, it all comes down to you. Because you have to be led to somebody to even be taught anything. You have to have an internal conversation and an internal gut checking of what you are as a man. And you have to humbly break yourself and say, I need more. That's internal first before you can get to a place of understanding. And that's an ego thing. That's a what are you made of thing. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody gets to a place of learning, looked in the mirror and said, you don't have something. You don't know something. A lot of people haven't done that. And no matter what we create as a baseline, you got to want to come there. They say if you build it, they will come. I can lead you to the water, but I can't make you drink. So motherfuckers got to want to know to even get, like I said, the fact that we're all here, the baseline is created. It's because we already felt something inside of us that said, I want to talk like this, or I want to. So the baseline is created. It's already it's a vibe more than anything. It's an innate connection to people that make sense. Like when you look at the demographics of things, you just do statistics of who went where and who went where, and you'll see what's what. You can just look at what people look at online, or what they read, or what they listen to. The baseline is created based on our action. It's just we want something that's going to change it all, and it's never going to be that way. You got to see who's doing what and fuck with them who doing that, and the ones who doing that don't fuck with them. because it's not gonna be this one way thing. You get in where the fuck you fit in. But True, what's up, True? Shout out to True.
What up, True?
I must be somebody. True Table done pulled up on me.
Hey, Illa, can I say something real quick? Just to what you said, if that's cool.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to say that even when you get in the door, when you code switching, you gotta maintain it. And that's what getting it is, it's almost like a woman enticing you and then getting you. And then after that, what else? Now what? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. She got in the door. She there. She on the welcome mat. Wipe your feet, take your shoes off, all that. But now when you start entering the kitchen and the bedroom and the living room, like what you finna, now what? And a lot of people can't maintain who they pretended to be to get in the door. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes it
funny
dangerous.
that you said that, because this next show, we literally talked about how women are, because we about to change total gear. So I'm glad some men here, because I definitely want a different perspective. But the conversation shift to True was there when we was talking about bringing out a woman's girliness and how that's when a woman lets herself be act like a little girl, is because she's in a place of comfort. But like Red Pill scripture said, they can wear that girliness too. It doesn't mean that they're in their feminine. Like niggas be getting confused. A feminine woman and acting girly is two different things. Acting girly is I like my nails painted, I like to get lashes. That's acting girly. But if you hear her talk, you hear how she responds to certain situations, that's a grown ass man. So it's a difference between acting girly and being feminine. But go ahead, Drew.
I was about to say real quick, you don't always have to maintain your code switching, because a lot of times people do code switching and they don't even have to. Like a lot of people get around, they might get around their white friends or something like that, and they might start acting white, and the whole time they're like, yo, like, nigga, I assumed that you was gonna act black. I didn't know you was gonna act like you might be doing it because you thought
I thought this was cool too, bro. I'm actually into it too, dog. Why didn't you tell me about it?
It's funny that you said that, because I think Anton kind of did that. When we was talking to him, he kind of showed that naivete of people who look at the hood versus people who in the hood. And he was like, well, I put raisins in my mouth because I heard Tupac said it. I'm like, nigga, I ain't do that shit because of him. I did that shit because I lived in a place where I needed that shit. So if you're one of those people who looked at music and did everything they did, I could tell 9 out of 10 times you are not from the hood, because the hood was not doing shit that rappers did. The rappers was talking about what niggas was doing in the hood. It's a difference. So it's like you got caught up in the hype. Like when people explain certain stuff, you just see, okay, you really thought this was like real. You wasn't listening to the lyrics. You thought this was somebody telling you something you got to do. It's like Jay-Z said, do you fools listen to music or do you just skim through it? You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, True, it's on you.
Yeah, no, what up, fellas? I always often get stuck when people talk about the code switching, mainly because of the fact that I only hear that amongst us. So you guys are pretty much like drawing a parallel, right? Where you got to maintain it. What if that's not a struggle for you because you don't switch? What if you just are who you are? Like, I think that's one of the things I've struggled with literally my entire life, being black, being amongst the community. This is me. There is no duality. Like, you're just what it is. And I think that we've adopted this mindset that you gotta change. Why? Like, there's something wrong, in my opinion, if you have to change. What are you changing? So either you're not performing at the level that's adequate, or there's no development, in my opinion.
But True, that's a gift and a curse too, though. Because if you are stoic like that, sometimes there'll be a situation where you might gotta bend a little bit. And this is hypothetical, and I'm not saying I disagree with you, because that's who I am. Shit. I know that when I come into a room or whatever I'm doing, I'm gonna be me. Like if I go on whatever, like we just take interviews, for example, like you want the job done, I'm gonna do it. You need that shit done. You need somebody here. You need somebody that ain't gonna be late. You need somebody to exceed expectations. I'm not gonna be like, do you need somebody to? I'm not gonna say 5-syllable words to say that. I'm gonna tell you like this: you want the job done, I'm gonna get it done, and I'm gonna do better than what you need me to do. And that's what I'm gonna say. But when you say I'm just this stoic, like I'm standing on what you saying, that's what it is. But it might be somebody you meet at Starbucks that drove up in a $250,000 car that you don't know how to communicate with. So you gotta I'm not saying code switch, but you gotta like fluctuate who you are. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I mean, that may be a good example. I may need more. I'm operating off the fact that our hoods are in America, right? Like all of the cities we come from is in this country, right? So somehow, some way, we've created a difference of how we're approaching each other on a daily basis. I get it. I'm from the neighborhood. I understand how we exchange and how we greet each other. That's something that we do, but we've made that like, yo, that's the only way you're supposed to facilitate one's life, which to me is weird. The hood is very small. Like, this is not the depiction of how most people live. So there's something wrong with us, in my opinion, that we believe that that's the way you're supposed to carry out your entire life. And I think that that's what does us a disservice. There's no maturation within the community. Most of us want to progress. We want to do well. So to say, well, you switched it up. No, I'm grown. Like,
evolved, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, what are we
Can
talking
I
about?
offer you a theory?
Sure.
This is just a theory. This is one aspect of many aspects that go into what we're talking about. I was talking to my grandmom. She was one of the great migrations in the 1950s that moved from Mississippi up to where I'm at, Cleveland, Ohio. You know, it was Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, all the Rust Belt states, right? And a lot of the time, she's the one that kind of put me on to more this idea of like generational trauma, because even though we're all spread out now, we all came from a central location where code switching was literally survival. And so all of them were taught that same thing, and then that same knowledge spread out. But instead, because we didn't just end with the Civil War, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, segregation, that kind of stuff, because none of that stuff ended and it persisted, that mentality thus had to persist, no matter where we went. So it's only been, say, the mid 1960s since we've actually been allowed to grow and explore, in my opinion.
Question: Are you saying that the perspective that you are introduced is that we could potentially just be utilizing this because it's something that we had to utilize in the past, so it could be something that transferred on to us?
Yes,
definitely.
Okay, I don't think that's. I get the correlation. I don't think it's true, but I do understand the correlation.
Why you don't think it's true, man?
Because I just think it's human. I think it's human to code switch. I think it's human to adapt to, especially to, if it's somewhere that you have a admiration for, or for somewhere where you just try and get some money. I think it's human to code switch to get around somebody, even if you're a teenager and you get around certain kids and you trying to like navigate this social circle, and you start to act a little bit different, and they might view it as like, yo, why you acting weird? Because it's not organic the way you acting. I just think it's human. I don't think it's necessarily
I think well, you both, because you're both right, but I think where you're missing what Terus is talking about is the general definition of what code switching means, and for most part is white and black. That comes from generational. When you feel like when I'm around white environments, I have to move. What you're talking about is human. You're just talking about adapting to whatever. But when we're talking about code switching in a general sense, most people are talking about how I have to act around white people or at work. And that is historical trauma, because if you look up, you get hit or something like that. So that specific dynamic, when it comes to code switching to white people, I think that is historic. What you're talking about, that's universal.
Yeah, I dig it. I don't think it's true. I think if things were reversed, right? Like, because when you get into a white space, that's typically where the money at, right? So that's kind of why the same way that all the countries around the world learn English, right? Why they learning English? That's where the money at. They're not doing it for no reason. They're not doing it just because they want to. Now I need to learn English because we're gonna go get some money from these people. So I think it has much more to do with corporate spaces and the culture in there being where you can make money and provide a life for your family, versus just us doing it just because it's like it's engraved in us from the past. I be wrong.
because you're only talking about transactional situation.
Okay.
But our relationship with them and the results of a misinterpretation, 9 or 10 times there was no transaction. We're talking about just being seen or heard around a certain people. You talking about if you would like Emmett Till, not to go that far, but Emmett Till, that was no business. That was just him not knowing how to speak around this person, and he lost his life. So I think what you're talking about is, when you're dealing with money, you're gonna have to deal with white folks. But where it comes from is not necessarily a pursuit of money. It's just about behaving and thriving and surviving in just society with no transactions involved. People were killed for just saying the wrong thing. They weren't necessarily doing business transactions. They just was walking in the wrong area, wearing the wrong shirt. Like homie in Cali. I don't know what part, but I'm sure you can't go down Denver lanes with no Seattle Mariners hat. You can't go to certain areas. You just can't do it. There is no transaction needed. And some things, some code switching transactions won't override the principle. So you could come with a bag full of money to the Hoovers from the 60s. You think they give a fuck? They're going to fuck and take that money and still beat you the fuck up or kill you. So what I'm saying is sometimes the principle don't override transaction. And I think our issue comes from a principle, not a transaction.
I dig it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I can see the perspective, and I could be wrong. I guess me personally, I would need even more evidence to distinguish the fact, to be like, yo, you're not doing this just out of basic human, evolution. You're doing this particularly because of this part of history. Because, like, I think we naturally, if you're a good communicator, you naturally attempt to disarm people with the way that you behave. So if I'm gonna be around a group of women, like I think I speak womanese, right? Because if I'm around a group of women, I know how to disarm women in a conversation so that they can hear what I'm saying. So I might seem a little bit different, but I'm just trying to disarm them so that I can have a conversation. Or if you do sales and you get around an old lady and you're a big guy, you might do certain things to make yourself seem smaller and not take up as much space to disarm this individual so that they know that you are come in peace. But I dig what y'all saying.
But historically, brother,
I'm not saying
that wasn't the case. Like if you do your homework on our history, there was no talking your way out that damn noose. Motherfuckers just wasn't fucking with you. Like it was. So what I'm trying to tell you is, we're talking about an extreme outlier response. Not saying we all got to necessarily adapt, but this overly adjustment comes from fear of violence. That's why it's overly done. I'm not talking about just the black and white thing is an over expression of code switching. I gotta go out my way to adapt to that white person. That comes from a fear of violence innately, or a fear of your livelihood getting taken from you. Like, I don't know if you know about the story of Booker from Mississippi, where they killed him because he talked about how he was treated as a waiter, and at night he had his own restaurant. And since he had the nerve to tell the world what happened to him, he was killed for it. There is no transaction required. So that oh shit, here they come. That comes from a specific place. That's why history leads you to specificity, because we deal with so much broad shit. It's like, oh yeah, I gotta get money to white man. But that innate, I live in the South. I seen it still. Like I gotta do that work with. As free as he is. When we was techs working together, when white folks came around, he started talking about the Lord and wanting to go to church. He don't never talk like that. But even in 2023, he felt like he had to make them extremely comfortable. That comes from an innate fear that sometimes is also regional. Because you from where you from? You from Philly, right?
What Philly?
Yeah, so Philly is a little, even though Philly is mad racist, we coming from the north, we don't walk past places where motherfuckers really got hung and shit like that. So when you live in the South, you still deal with that history still has a eerie presence. So like I said, we talking about a specific pathology.
Oh yeah, I
Does
dig
that
it
make
then.
sense, y'all?
Yeah, I dig it then. And also, like, that's even the history plays a part, but that's still a thing today too. Like kind of acting different, like you're around a cop or an authority figure, a white person that you see. Like, I dig that.
Exactly. How you act with the police, because the history of the police. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Picasso.
This is back to my first point and what everybody just said. We live in a predominantly white society. So that's where code switching to me is like, it's back to Truth's point. We black. So a lot of our blackness in our black culture is arrested development. And then to Roos's and Mont's point, they spoke in a pipeline. Mont said, I don't agree, but it's like you can't agree because we humans. Historically, we've been humans the whole time. And it's no shot at you, Mont. It's just we like when we have when we have these conversations on these platforms, we speak sometimes in verses or right or wrongs, but really we just add into the conversation because everybody said something that made sense. It's like we need to start putting this shit together instead of just, we making points, but Mark said the same thing Taru said. You know what I'm saying? All of them people Taru's talking about are human, and they dealt with a human condition that we were under. So it's like to your points, Illa, history matters, reading matters. You get what I'm saying? Like all of this comes from a baseline of understanding or having knowledge, and somebody got to give it. There needs to be not an authority figure, but somebody. Even though the person, the viewer has to distinguish what they're gonna listen to, the people that's talking just got to give the knowledge, man. Instead of they got to put all the pieces together for the people.
And that's the problem. It's a lot of people talking that's not giving nothing. So it has to. So at some point, it has to fall on the consumer of what's inside of you. Because there's many. You can go in the store and buy anything. You can buy fruits or you can buy fucking junk food. But the store sell all that shit. So it ultimately comes down to the individual. You can choose to go where you're fed, or you can choose to go where you're entertained, or you can choose to go to a place that do a little bit of both. Like you can't
police.
You can't legislate someone's personal thoughts.
I agree.
Now look, certain zip codes, right? We go to certain zip codes, right? I like to say them wealthy zip codes. Them zip codes where everything looks fresh, brand new. The roads look fresh, brand new. When you pull up, I think y'all familiar with Murfreesboro, Tennessee? Kind of, you drive up. Are you familiar with Carmel, Indianapolis, Carmel, Indiana?
Sound like some country shit. I ain't gonna lie.
It's country, but it's rich. You hear me? These are wealthiest zip codes in the world. All right, some of the wealthiest zip codes in the world. And now you know what I'm talking about when the buildings look a certain way, but there's still a McDonald's there. There's still a Burger King and a Subway, and you get what I'm saying? No matter how they puff it up and make it look Romanish, the product is still trash. Right, so it's really what the illusion. I think I read something that said it's the safety and security is an illusion because right outside the door, everybody's peer. It's like a war going on, but inside your own little dome, it's peaceful. So safety and security is kind of an illusion, if you will. Right, you're trying to create this feeling for yourself about safety and security. So security is code switching. We don't want to go in a space where it's going to ruin you in some type of way, ruin your family, ruin a legacy. And so it's not necessarily how you talk. I think it's more so how we move. The way that we talking right now, we know that a regular guy is not going to comprende what it is that we talking about. It's going to sound like gibberish or old people talking or whatnot. You get what I'm saying? They just don't have the capacity, and that is a thing, and it is okay. I don't want us to get in a space where just because I don't spaceboard or whatever, it is what it is. Those people, it may have been ours, but whatever reason they took it and made it what it is, and then we can guess what? Take it back. But if we're not indulging in something, that culture, we got to say is that culture's thing until we actually, hey, we do this. This is when you come in here. This is just what majority of our households are indulging in. But if it's not what we do, then that's okay. And it's okay to indulge in it. I want to make us feel like, oh man, that's white bullshit. What you doing over here? Why you know how to read? What you doing looking at books and things?
Yeah.
What's going with that? I'm not gonna let nobody bully me or into acting like I'm dumb or survivor's remorse because I got some things and can do some things that you can't do. I ain't moving like that. You know what? Everybody know how we walk. All of us. I'm sure all of us give game more than just this space. So if those that you talking to or see you that you've been around Don't grab, right? Because like you said, I can lead you to the water, but I cannot make you drink. And in most spaces, we as men, I'm not hand holding. That's always been my model. You see what we doing. I'm not hand holding. So if you want this, you're going to come over here and you're going to watch, and then you're going to execute what it is that I do, because I'm sharing what it is. But I can't give you shit. I ain't got time for that. If you want it, you're going to come over here, watch, learn, and then you execute. And if I know you serious, now I can invest some time, because you've taken the first steps to enter into this world of trying to take care and sustain your family and your manhood.
Facts.
I don't never want to hold nobody back from that.
Last points before we go to the video. Go ahead, True.
Definitely. Because I like what he said and also what Picasso said. And I think we share that sentiment, trying to provide solutions. One of the biggest challenges I've seen is that trying to provide the solution amongst us is the fact that we seem to still have a hypocrisy and duality. We don't hear this outside of us. It's like we created some things that I rock with. When we gonna get down to the fact that it's okay to be excellent? Because I think that's the problem. So when we say, oh, like he said, whiteness, like who gave us that tag? That's the only way I see this working. There has to be a group of us who is totally okay with just being oneself, looking like we do, subscribing to being a part of the community, but also understanding that I don't necessarily have to adopt your ideology. Brother, if you don't want to improve, cool. Still love you, respect. But don't stand in between me and progress because you can't adopt and grow. Like, that's the challenge. That's what I see. I don't know how it's gonna happen, maybe in our lifetime, but I think these panels are definitely one pursuit of it. We got to challenge the narrative. It's us. Like, it's us.
Exactly. And that's why I'm so big on history, because history will show you that the most flyest, most sophisticated was your ass. Period. And I'm talking about pre-slavery. We was the fucking pioneers of swag and fucking sedity and all of that shit. And I mean that with all my heart. So you gotta know what we've become is what we've become. That's not what we are. Like, even the word ghetto represents a small. The definition is a small hat neighborhood by definition. But we live in the ghetto. So this is called changing places. Let me do this super chats real quick before we get to the next show. Shout out to everybody donating. I really appreciate y'all. I really appreciate y'all, man. It's all love. The cock. I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't even want to say it the wrong way. This thing, when your mind is free, you can do what you like, how you like. No apologies, but just understand your environment and move accordingly or get squashed. I hear that. Skinny bought a membership. Appreciate that. He said we appreciate everyone pulled up on the panel. These discussions are needed, and it's good to hear different perspectives. Absolutely. Shout out to the lovely Chanel. Always showing love. And my motherfucking fellow cowboy, yeah, I said it, Willie motherfucking Beeman. He said, shout out to the panel, especially my boys, My True and Philosophical Radio. Salute. How about them? So yeah, let's get to the meat of the discussion. True was here for this, and it was quite interesting to say the least. And I'll let y'all see. You know, these conversations with these women, man, it's just like, it's like 1 out of every 40 really has something to contribute to these conversations. And I hate to say that, but it's just getting like worse and worse. And, you know, we all love her. No, we don't.
No,
but
we don't.
We know, you know, the Bows and the PIs of the world. It's like, you know, let's just listen to the conversation, fella.
If it's always the thought, let's talk about how to change these things.
But it's okay. Men are too. So, it's just what I know about this woman, right? It's like no matter what we talk about, her and PI seems to come on shows to remind women ultimately of the dangers of the man. Like, I don't care what we're talking about. It's like they're gonna drag you down this road to remind you. It's almost like fear mongering. And it's like, where are we supposed to go in conversations with women like you? Because PI, if a woman is lenient to a man, she's adamant against that. If a man is lenient to a woman who's permissible and submissive and all that, she's at it. It's like, what are you for? All I know is what you're against. What are you actually for? And it's like women just come on these panels talking about men. And it's funny because most of these platforms are ran by men.
Yeah.
They have male-created platforms. I'm not even talking about the conversation. I'm talking about the actual YouTube channel. They actually, Lapeef, Anton, Hamp, like these are men, and they're allowed to go on men's channels and just shit on men all the time. And it's like, I don't see men doing that on women's panels because a woman wouldn't allow it. So at some point, I think we as men are enabling a lot of problems that we complain about. But let's get to the show. Let's listen to them.
Veer into that because it is kind of a ridiculous premise. Because we understand that without women, there would be no society.
So
and none of you guys to even be having this.
How would society be without women? So all of us were saying, "Wow, we like women. Wow, it'll be a good thing." And her response was, "The question was stupid. We should already know." A little bit challenging for me. But when it comes to men, a lot of questions they ask are stupid. They should already know, but it doesn't matter. It's just if it's anti-woman, then if it's questioning women in any capacity, we're all stupid, ignorant.
Allow outside sources into their families, they prosper the most. They are more harmonious. Whereas if we're looking at over here, you can see us falling first right now. So to answer the question in short, yes, women are extremely important to society.
All right, go ahead, Savage. How important are women to society?
I like her.
I agree. I feel like women have the ability to set the tone. And I believe that if a woman is confident in her stance and the example of integrity, accountability, and morals, that discipline can make a huge difference in society. But if a woman is lost and boisterous, disrespectful, angry, hateful, provocative, it can leave society also in a way where it encourages poor decisions and the emotional standard. I think women, we have the ability to have the emotions to be able to shift the environment around us, because a man he can walk and instill it in a way of it being physical, but it'll feel like it's so direct that it's harsh. But women have a way of bringing like that spirit into it that makes you either want to keep going or feel like you want to give up. I think women have the voice of the nation that brings it to life. Like when you carry a baby, the men can bring all the nutrients like the blood and the DNA and the gender and all that, but the mother brings the life. She brings the spirit, she brings the tone. So I think women are extremely powerful, like the chess piece itself. It's self-explanatory. Yes, the man is powerful, but the queen she's dynamic.
Now you see how all she did was highlight why women should be valued. And I think everybody prior to her was just highlighting women to be valued. Now this is a conversation that's really can unite us if we handle it right.
Facts.
But let's just watch what she does.
All right, go ahead, Brady.
Hello. I wonder if y'all ever asked this question about men. Like, I wonder if you ever asked this question about how important men.
Jesus Christ.
We've seen a million panels where the question is, are men beneficial to society? Like, it's a million topics we've seen on panels. This has just happened to be the topic today. But you see how no matter how, look at Will's face. Oh, fuck. Look at Will's face.
Yep.
Look at his face. Look at all the men's faces, right? But look at the face of hope in Bo. She sees hope in this woman. Look at her face. She's like, the Messiah is here. It was too much getting along. We need to talk about why these niggas ain't shit. She looks like she's looking at Martin Luther King give a I have a dream fucking speech. Let's just keep watching, bro.
I think it's really interesting, and this conversation might be a little bit challenging for me tonight because the question of how important are we or how essential are we to society is just kind of ridiculous. We quite literally give birth to society.
Just answer the shit.
So I wonder how society would even go on without women. In addition to that, oftentimes the rhetoric is that women are the carriers of the culture, women are the first educators. So once again, like there's all these important roles assigned to women and womanhood and femininity. However, we end up asking these questions. So as we evolve it throughout this live, I am interested in finding out what society would look like without women, so that we can kind of veer into that, because it is kind of a ridiculous premise because we understand.
That's why we have panels, right? We ask hypothetical questions to spark conversation. Is that like par for the course, fellas, or am I like weird? Isn't that like what we do in these spaces? We post hypotheticals just to get the conversation going, to unpack people's thoughts. The floor is yours, fellas. Go ahead.
Well, we post hypothetical questions that actually happen. So the fact that it's hypothetical is the fact that it didn't happen directly to us, but we see it happen. You know what I'm saying? So we're not talking directly to the situation. We're just saying in general, this is what happens. So now what happens when this happens? So, you know what I'm saying? It's not like we just saying, well, what if Batman came? You know what I'm saying? We're not saying that. We're saying, well, what would happen in general, like most men, how this world functions if y'all didn't exist and your contribution to the world, what would it look like minus you? And unfortunately, they think that what they contribute has a real, outside of DEI and being put on a pedestal, they think that they really have position that will, if we stop moving, y'all done. No, if y'all stop laying on y'all back and y'all feet in the air, we done. That's it.
I hear
and they
you,
don't
bro,
get it.
I'm not even talking about on that. I hear the good point, but I'm saying this. Us posing a question shouldn't breed contention from the jump.
Yeah, facts.
From the jump. If anything, this is the perfect moment to re-edify the woman. This is the perfect moment to remind men, just in case they forgot. You want to question why we forgot. Motherfucker, we could ask that for a lot of shit. We could ask why women don't appreciate men. We could ask why kids don't listen no fucking more. We could ask why motherfuckers don't want to play out. We got a lot of questions. But if we're starting the conversation this way, to just come with contentment means you have an agenda.
Right.
And you are not here to see anyone unified. You're here to cause confusion. But y'all go ahead. Somebody else want to jump in there?
You know, I think she took this question because I've heard a ridiculous question before that was like the craziest
This wasn't
question.
one of them.
Yeah, I heard a girl ask, should we abort male babies? Right? I thought that was the dumbest, craziest thing to ever say. And I feel like she took this question like it was that. That's what I feel like.
That, but look at her name. It's pretty intellectual. And like I told her, pretty means you're pretty intellectual, not quite though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, even her name, it's like, that's not even an intellectual approach. See, people, this is what I call performed intellectual. Being intellect is not a nasal tone, it's not a cadence, it's none of these things. People think when you talk like this and say it like that, and then you say it like this, then no, that's not intelligent. All she does is perform intelligence, and she leaves this bad funk. It's like she just come and just shit on everybody and don't help nobody clean up and just leave. And it's like nothing gets done from these conversations. And she just shits on it. This is the beginning. She's just the beginning. But just showing y'all how it pops off. It's like, where do we go from here? Now we're back into the gender war thing. It's like, I don't think these women realize these questions men are asking is trying to alleviate something. We're not trying to keep it going. We're trying to bring it to some at least type of order and understanding. Like, do y'all fellas feel that way when women come on the panels in today's modern content world?
Yeah, I think.
Well, if they're not having a serious conversation, if it's not really you see what I'm saying? If they're not necessary, if you truthfully trying to have a serious conversation about solution, or are you trying to get numbers? You know what I'm saying? And we know what, we go get some Kool-Aid and Doritos, and that's gonna get us some numbers. If we talking substance, right? If we talking tostadas with some ceviche, you know what I mean? Well, that might not be as popular. And that's just what it is. They're gonna go to what they used to talking about, and that's beating up on men. That's the would you say pretty? That's the level or capacity of the intellectualism, even around men, right? That's the level of the capacity, is to try to demonize the guys you right around that's trying to create the solution.
But this the thing. This the thing, right? And shout out to Lapeef. But sometimes I don't even know how well a lot of our brothers know their crowd, because the crowd tells you what's making sense and what they want to hear. Okay. They're destroying these women in the comments every fucking show. So that's not even what your crowd wants to hear. So are you just strictly just saying, I'm going to cause this confusion because that's just what I want to cause? or you're gonna listen to your audience? Because your audience is proving that they have a dialect, they have an appetite for at least a congruent conversation. The comments tell you what they don't like the motherfucker.
Right.
So why do we keep pushing her in these conversations where people are really trying to at least understand? Fuck a remedy. They're just trying to understand each other. And every time we get close to that understanding, she just breaks it up. She insults people. Like, it's really disgusting. Like, it was crazy. True, you was there. How did you feel about how she started her diatribe?
Yo, it's consistent with her brand. Like the few times she's been on, I think Pretty's agenda, like you said, she has an agenda, is to create confusion, but she's good at it. I can't say she's not, because what I've noticed is most, as men, we talk a certain way. We give and take. I could be flowing right now. Brother may come in and we share the space. That's not how she talks. What she does is she tries to elevate her intellect above what she assumes is our intellect and talk past us or above us, and then try to dispel that men, especially us men, are not that strong, not that talented, not that intelligent, and we're the weaker of what she classifies. She said it a few times. Y'all not the ones running society. You guys are the ones your patriarchy. What patriarchy? That's what she does. So yeah, but I think she's necessary, in my honest opinion. I think she needs to be present, because all it's gonna do is it's gonna showcase the worst of the ones who represent her ideology. And then you have brothers like you, Illa, myself, Mont, and others who are like, nah, chick, like this is how this is gonna go. Like, notice I've never seen her do a whole panel. I've never seen her do an entire stream.
Which means she has an agenda. She knows she got enough shit out, and she just leaves. Because we about to eat your goofy ass. That's why at this point, I be trying, but then after a while, I just say, man, fuck it, she goofy. I don't know what else to call her. You goofy as fucking hell. I don't give a fuck. But we got a guest in the building. The OG. Nightish, what's up, bro?
Hello, everyone.
What's
up,
up,
Truce? What's up, True? What's up, Creator? What's up, Picasso? Everybody, Red Pill. Everybody, what's going on?
What's happening, man?
Yeah.
I think people just like the controversy.
Facts.
They just like to see the conflict, period.
Yeah.
And shout out to Mont.
Hey, ew. Women thrive in chaos. They don't have nothing else to do. This is a productive conversation. If 8 women sat on this panel and had, it would be lightning striking. If 8 women sat on the panel and made some shit happen, or they thrive, and it has to be chaotic, bro.
It has to be exciting. I would say exciting. I wouldn't say necessarily chaotic. You know what I'm saying?
No, because that's you taking away from what they doing when you say exciting, because now they think that, well, because what they'll do is they'll look at the clip of me and you saying this, and they'll be like, nah, Red Pill said chaos, but Creator, you kind of knocked it down a peg and said, no, it's just exciting. No, I
ain't say just exciting. I'm saying excitement.
But it's detrimental to the whole, because if women are looking at these like Bo and Jazz and P.I. and all these people, and they actually internalizing this, bro, that's dangerous for when we get off the internet and they go out there and entertain other people because they believe the shit.
Cares?
No, hold on. See, that's why it's a problem, Creator, because you don't care. You don't give a fuck about the community. That's why I don't like when niggas get on the internet and act like you. Yeah, because you should care. But I'm just saying, but you should. I'm not derailing nothing. You just saying what's the problem? I'm telling you what the problem is, but I'm telling you that when these women get off these panels and believe, they internalize what they say and spread these, and they actually go out here and do this shit and actually participate in what the thought process of a PI is, bro, we in danger, bro.
No, when you talk like that, I gotta say you're in danger, because my playerism ain't your playerism. You understand? What you scared of, I'm not scared of. You dig what I'm saying?
I'm not saying I
I don't rock in fear, so I don't care what. I'm never gonna tell no man to fear anything. So fuck them bras. Excuse my American.
Okay,
and if that's how they want to walk, hold on.
Hold on, Creator. Hold on. This is
No,
what he's
real
saying.
quick.
No,
Listen, if that's how they want to behave, then let them.
But I think you're taking it to a different place. It ain't about being scared. Nobody's scared of the motherfuckers. Hold on, Creator. This the point. Hold on. First of all, we don't know you don't know the reach of our influence. I don't think it's a matter of fear. We just had a big conversation amongst the brothers about a baseline, a general baseline of how we deal with each other. Women like P.I. and Love and Hip Hop, and it's a bunch of outlets, they're creating a new baseline for women. Whether you are scared of it or not is fucking irrelevant. It's about unwarranted frustrations that are going to mount, dealing with them from now into perpetuity. It ain't about being scared of it. You don't got to be scared to get knocked the fuck out. You could be mad ready and get knocked the fuck out. So what I'm saying is they're creating a new baseline of engagement with men. How they view men, it's changing to a whole different dynamic that's making it harder to bond with them. So whether you fear or not is irrelevant. It's still an issue that you or your sons or your uncles or that people are having to deal with or not, because a lot of men are just dealing with different races of women. But that's the problem.
Damn.
Fear dynamic. It's the baseline of the new woman that you're gonna have to deal with that look like you.
So if that's the baseline, and again, I don't want to fight nobody that's trying to. If this woman's trying to put together her Christianity sect or whatever, it is not my inner rocket fuel. We all trying to get to the moon. I don't have no rocket fuel to worry about what they doing over there with their rocket. I only have rocket fuel to focus on my rocket and us getting to the moon. So I don't even have to behave. Those women are going to show you exactly how they behave. Listen, no, I'm saying those women showing you exactly how they behave, what's on their mind, what their intentions are. So that by itself, you thinking protection, well, you know what? It just makes it an easy choice for you to make. That pot of woman it shouldn't even really be an option for you if that's not what you want. So I'm not going to fight something that's not even, I'm not going to concern myself with something that's not even an option for me, if that makes sense.
Creator, I'm not saying nothing directly to. What I'm saying is it's contagious. I'm saying that it don't matter if that's just her opinion. Cool, stay there, but it's not in a cage. It's unhinged. There's other people that are they sit in these crowds, in these panels, in the chat room. And what they do is they say, I heard some ill said, I heard some creator said, I heard some man said, I heard some true said, and they start deciding to move in that direction. And guess what happens? They start hearing shit. There's women that are on the fence. They don't know. They're coming up in life and they don't know how to think. And what they do is they start siding with these type of women. And guess what? That poisons the entire community, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's not about you. Of course, I know you are OG. I know. Yeah, much love, bro. If I'm telling you, I'm not saying nothing, you know what I'm saying, negative towards you. I'm just saying, like, you got to get out of that box of just thinking about, well, I got it. I understand. I'm gonna ignore her, whatever. It's not about you. It's about your peers that get deceived by people that heard her talking, and now they get fucked up.
And so my peers gonna move just like me. Ignore her, bro. Why are we stopping to even give that energy when we got all these bad motherfuckers over here? You are over here messing with the scallywags, bro. You know what I'm saying? We got too many. We can't sit over here and explain ourselves to the ones that we don't care about. We got too many over here to go pull that actually care about us. That's what I'm saying.
You don't know who care about you until they
Thank
care.
you. You don't know.
But the ones that show you that they don't.
But you don't know they show you. Listen, you talk. It ain't about pretty. You stuck on pretty. She's just a point of reference.
I'm talking about anybody, any
but hold on, bro. She just a point of reference. You don't know what they are until you know. So just saying the scallywags, just I went viral talking about that. You can't just look at women and say who is who. You got to talk to them, be around them, and then you figure it out. But there's no general consensus of these are the these and those are the those. Not today, because they all dress the same. They all into the same shit. So unless you really unpack them, you really don't know. There's some outliers that's just dirty as hell compared to others. But these days, I think it's a picture. Anybody seen that picture? It was Cheyenne Bryant. I think it was Babyface X, and they was all at Jeezy concert. And If you just looked at that picture, you wouldn't know who the fuck was who. They all had different walks of life, different income streams, different backgrounds, but just from that general picture, they all look the same. So let's stop acting like there's this strong ass line of delineation between this and that. You don't know until you know.
Well, that's my point. The only way you're gonna know is how they treat you. If you keep moving in the lane of people that don't treat, like I don't know. I think we practical in life, and I'm trying to keep it as practical in life as for real, even for the audience. We don't mess with people that don't jive with you right. You don't have discussions with your family members with people that don't jive with you right. If somebody didn't jive with you right, you're like, man, that motherfucker did this, man, and I'm just, boy, I can't. It'll probably be that, and then it's done. Like it's like a poo in the wind. But on here, for whatever reason, we trying to get. I think men, we trying to get like our point across, and we just don't have to. That's the way I feel about it. You don't have to. We have these discussions, right? We move how we move, right? We're gonna keep walking. And when we walk, if I look behind there and you still there, that means you want to be here. If I turn around and you gone, you don't want to be here. It's a real easy decision to make.
Go ahead, True.
I think I hear what you're saying, creator, and maybe it's the fact that you're assuming your delivery from just real life. On these panels, in my opinion, if you join a panel that is designed to create, conversations and expand people's perspectives and thought, when you have somebody like a Pretty coming in and trying to impose her will that is contrary to what we're trying to do, as a man, you need to push back, stand and walk it down. See, that's why I say she's necessary, because a lot of brothers, like you said, we would peep her from across the room or hear a conversation and be like, absolutely not. But see, most brothers also don't know how to deal with that type of woman, and they exist. To Illa's point, that mindset is prevalent, especially amongst women who believe that they smarter or more educated or more poised than you. So I'm saying, like, yeah, this is a perfect time for brothers to like equip themselves on knowing how to learn to dismantle, observe, and engage. Because,
I feel that. Give them some training.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's
shark food, in other words.
Yeah, it's past the fact that it's just our normal life and our sphere of influence. Because our individual sphere of influence is one thing, but on these panels, man, the reach is bad.
Very. And another thing y'all got to realize, unless you've never been a part of a situation that was viewed by a lot of people, like a lot of people that do content don't really be having the DMs. They don't know what it look like to have your DMs with mad people.
Facts.
I do. I know what that felt like. Motherfuckers be listening to you, bruh.
Yes.
They be like, yo, you changed it. Motherfuckers don't be, we be taking this shit lightly because we just pop up on panels and pop up on panels. But when you've been on this show and been on that show and people done seen mad places, they listening to you. So when you get to that place, to me, you got to watch what the fuck you say. So her getting on the platform ran by a black man,
I feel that.
inviting her to talk on the panel, and all you seem to do is cause division. That's intentional. And that's like somebody opening a wound to provide it with nutrients, and you hijacked it and start pumping poison into it, because this is a vortex. This is a portal.
Say that again. Hold on, philosophical. Say that. Say that one more time.
With poisonous content.
Hold on. Say that one more time. You said you pull out the nutrients and infuse it with poison.
Yes, because this right now, this is a connection to other people's minds. This is a portal. So we're feeding you something.
Right.
She comes and just hijacks that shit, and because people's minds be, why do you think there's so many commercials? What year got all the new commercials? What event happens every year that get all the new commercials?
Super Bowl.
A great event, the big event. We can't even say it no more.
Why? Because they got the whole world connected for the most part in one unison. This shit is all magic. Y'all don't. I can get real deep on this shit, but I ain't gonna do it today. This is all magic. That's why they call it Hollywood, because the Druids made sticks made out of Hollywood perform spells on motherfuckers. Right. So they know that they got the whole world in unison right now. So they're gonna feed you with the most content products ever, because it's a connection made psychologically to you right now. So when we're talking on these squares with people, they have opened their consciousness up to us. So I'm very particular what I give. People like that are not, and she's dangerous. She's dangerous.
So with subliminal suggestion and propaganda and all the other stuff, what if what True said is real, that she just smarter than you?
Smarter
hear it.
on what?
not you, but not you, philosophical, but men in general. If she is just have more connections, because women seem to work in teams, and intellectually they have accepted what I would say is the white man's propaganda, and they know how to put it on you and make you feel uncomfortable. If that's the situation, then how do you make the average normal man be able to compete with her ideology of what is the right way to move and work in society?
Well, that's a good question. That's why I believe, I know I engage her from that vantage point and that reason. I can't quantify her intellect, especially in the short amount of time we spend. I can't quantify it. She may be intelligent, great. We can give her that. What I try to do is challenge what she does, because most of the time, if you even listen to this woman speak, she's not trying to aid in the conversation. She doesn't ask questions. She comes in and she takes it from one point to a completely different point. So we reel her back, like, okay, no, that's not what we said. That's not what we talked about. So I believe we're teaching the average man, or whatever, however you want to label them. When somebody comes at you and goes off of, derails the conversation, reel it back in. Ask more questions. Stand firm. Her words and her bravado, even her antagonistic, response when we're talking, because what you notice is that when she talks, nobody like gives theatrical responses in the back. We listen to her even if she sounds foolish. But the moment men start talking, she's rocking back and forth and key and hot flying
all show long.
All that extra shit.
We're showing men, okay, cool, this is how you should handle oneself. Because all that is just for show. That tells me that her gun is her ammunition is weaker than what she tries to make it seem like. She can't really stand firm and have an exchange and concede when she's wrong. She refuses. So she has an agenda. That's what I think.
And she also, that's an excellent point, Truth. And she also shows me, because one thing I know is about women are very vicarious. That's why they love to support women. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, damn, you like her? You ever met a girl who you seen what music she liked, seen what show you like, and you were shocked? Because you was like, I've never seen that in you. Because women love vicariously to live through other women. And that's why PI is, she don't get a lot of pushback from the women on the panel, because she's showing you what they would want to say. They just don't have the heart to say it. She says, this how all of them want to talk to you, motherfucker. They all want to tell you stupid. I'm just the bitch that got the heart to say the shit. They don't give a fuck about you. So that's why they don't give her pushback, because they low-key agree. And that's a problem. Because we got to go out here and deal with it at school.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So they can live vicariously.
She's not a bitch. I'm sorry. I just slipped
Yeah. That's why I'm saying they can live vicariously through the color purple and think all the black men is Mr. and do this kind of thing. And I'm saying that the average dude don't know how to combat that. So that the average dude is not illa. The average dude is not true. He's out here just trying to please her and make her happy. When she hits her with the, I know you miss it, and she do the, I'm on everything you do to me.
I think you need to be a man and understand what your strengths are. Average, above average. I think that's things we just, provide amongst society to try to place people. If you're average, that's cool. But know your strengths and know when to engage and when not to. And only, in my opinion, is one of those things that if you choose to be here, you should have a conversation, in my opinion.
And if you're around a woman
so how do you empower? So how do you empower the average man to combat that kind of conversation about, no, I think all you men are dangerous. I'm going to choose the bear over a man. I got all these degrees. We're more in college than you are. The conversation that they're trying to have with men today.
Well,
how do you combat it?
You push back on the panel. And that's what the
I think Knight is talking about real life, like off the panel. Is what you're talking about, right, Knight?
Yeah.
Hold on, real Bill. This is what I think. This is my opinion. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You good, bro?
I'm gonna sound like a broken record. Reading, because when you understand history, when you understand social history, political science, not saying you got to be an expert, but when you kind of understand, because a lot of people's mindsets have a start date. Their thinking starts at 85, 79. Like when we was talking to John Go, I said, do you understand how life was in the 60s? No, I wasn't there. I don't know. And it's like, if you don't know what happened prior to the era you're in to make a conclusion on what happened to something that's been altered, it's not a full conclusive understanding. So when these women bring up this shit, if you know your history, you know how things got left, you know what propaganda was put in place, you can easily just discard their goofy ass analysis because it has a starting point and they haven't went beyond it. So you just go beyond it. Oh, you started at this era with Margaret Sanger and these fucking feminist writers. Okay, so I have to learn things that preceded that, and that's going to show me where you popped.
Come on,
right?
Come on.
So you have to educate the average man to understand that a lot of these black men revolted. So it's not just Rosewood, it's not just Tulsa, it's not just Seneca Village, it's not just Wilmington, North Carolina. It's a bunch of black men revolted and won a bunch of times. But what we deal with is a lot of propaganda, a lot of subliminal suggestion, a lot of lies, basically. And the men got to understand that no, it's a lot of men in the cemetery and in the penitentiary for defending they sisters, they daughters, they mothers, and everything else. This whole thing about the least protected woman that Malcolm X said is not necessarily a true reality. When that man went out and defended you, you took it for granted.
Yep.
You know, I think to what True said, I think it's a little bit more complicated. I think for whatever reason I've learned that to have a genuine conversation and to be here to learn from others' perspectives, it's almost, I don't want to say it's a talent, but you have to come to another level of like humility to be able to come into these conversations and not get caught up in trying to be right and trying to win. Like I wholeheartedly think 90% of people just aren't there, you know, to have a conversation and be like, you know, I just want to learn from you. You know, I just want to put out my perspective and hopefully, you know, hopefully it's useful to you. And if it's not, you know, hopefully I can learn from, like, hopefully one of us can learn or just get a better understanding at least of what you're trying to say, and understand that maybe you're not trying to be malicious, but you truly believe this. Like, that's just a whole nother level of humility. And the more we have these conversations, I think we can get there, but it's different.
Do you think since you familiar with her, hold on, since you familiar with her like we are, do you think she comes with that mindset that you're just talking about?
It's hard to distinguish because I think that she has that natural human being thing to like want to protect her belief and to want to like protect what she came in thinking that she was right about. And she always kind of gets to the point where you might prove her wrong and she stops listening, right? Now, I don't know if that's a defense mechanism. I don't know if she's purposefully doing it. That's what I try to distinguish. Like, is this just something that you can't bring it? You ever try to talk to like an older person? And you know what? We just know that like a lot of older people, you just can't teach them nothing. Like they already who they are, but they might not be trying to be that way, but they stuck. And it's almost like,
I've been doing it like this for so many years. Now that's the way my granddad told me. That's the way we're gonna do it now.
That shit.
They start doing all this gymnastics and they start like all the delusion and stuff like that. I think it's easy to get caught up in that as a human. Like the same way it's easy to get caught up in worship and money. I think it's easy to get caught in that point where she at. So I don't know if she being genuine or not, but I think that if she wants to be an intellectual, a lot of what she does is anti-intellectual. Like when you start to bring up, oh, I threw out a statistic, even though I left out context it may not have even been purposefully, but like when you do this thing where you try to lean on statistics and this point too much, that's anti-intellectualism. Like to be an intellectual, you want to learn, you want to listen, you want to have a conversation. Like, so I don't know where she at with it. I don't know if she's trying to be this way or not. So I got to study her more. I only been on 2 or 3 panels with her, so.
Right.
It shouldn't
Let's
be
get
no
back-
glass
let's
ceiling.
get back to the case study because she's about to give us a dissertation.
That without women, there would be no society, and none of you guys to even be having.
What's up?
To the question of how do you teach the average everyday black man, and y'all were bringing up like teaching the average everyday black man history. A lot of black women in these spaces, they know your history. You know how I notice? When they go on panels and they're talking to white people, like with the whole Just Pearly things or whatever, they were on that panel breaking down how the statistics about black men that they were bringing out there were wrong. And they were laying all the list of the great accomplishments that black men were making and doing. So they know. They're not stupid. It's just that I think we have to come to the reality that our women or certain women in these spaces or in real life don't like us. I think that's what we have to. I think that we have to understand that about the culture we're in our women, and I think they've been like this for a long time.
I hate to admit it, but I think it's a lot of truth to that because even on that show, that was a good example because when we was true, you remember we was on the show, the girl Niche was there. The prior week, we was talking about women getting chose and who's not getting chose, and she brought up, well, white men like we was talking about how the corporate woman who's always, super independent, how she's not one about us like that. And Niche was like, well, the white man likes those women. He takes her. A week later, Pearl is on a panel, and she said, I'm scared of white folks. So he's right. They switch up depending on the conversation. So when it's just about when black men are saying we're tired of your behavior, well, the white man will take us. When a white woman comes on a panel and talk about black people, well, our black man did a lot of things, and blah, blah. That doesn't make sense. That's like I keep telling people, they're performing the conversation. I ain't seen Nisha since then. I don't know. You seen her? I ain't seen her. She's been banished to the fucking shadow realm. So I haven't seen her since that display of ignorance. But that was a good point you already made. And I think shout out to the women that fuck with us, but I think at least the ones who want attention, who wants to speak, I don't think they like black men at all, man. I really don't think they do. I think
they don't have maybe don't have that. So when you got all these different archetype of men, and in the way that all these different archetype think, how can one woman, I don't care who you think you are and how much education you didn't got, you don't have the capacity to match up with that. And so it's gonna always be anytime somebody don't have capacity, it's defense. When you got capacity, you can share. Right? Because I'm dealing with you. You know what I'm saying? So we all here. Let me share the great things that you know what I mean, how it worked for me. But when you really don't know, but you still trying to interject or participate in a conversation, it's going to be defensive. That's what everybody's good at.
I want y'all to check this out to show y'all that this is a spirit in our women. Check this out. It's a 1 minute, 5 second clip.
The reason why affirmations for Black men has like transformed and changed my life particularly is because the more that I affirmed Black men every day for 2 years, the more that I realized I didn't love them as much as I thought I did.
Speak more to that.
It was the act of finding something different, of studying, of trying and looking to understand. It made me realize that I had never done that before. Until it became something that I was doing because I saw that people needed. And then I started to do it. And I was like, you're telling me I've lived 27 years of my life and I haven't cared to try to understand Black men. I haven't even cared to try. And I would consider myself a really loving person. But for a while, I have been encouraged to invest in only self or understand only self or try to get only for self. And I think that there was this also idea that I already knew him. I already knew everything I needed to know about him. I would study him for what? Get to know it. What is the reason? He's always there.
Right. Hey, I just want to. I do want to speak on that because a lot of women, when they get offended by the word, when somebody say, "What do you bring to the table?" which is just a common. What do I get for what I'm giving you? You know what I'm saying? Maybe don't say that no more because then it scares them away and then they start acting crazy. But the honesty and the genuine nature that she came from, saying, I didn't know that I didn't understand men. They don't. Most of them.
Like she said, I didn't care to know. That's the difference.
She didn't even be. But this is the thing. It was so innocent because she didn't know that she needed to care or she needed to know.
But you got to remember, they
hold on. Tell me one. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
This why y'all lose me at. This why when Mr. Let Go be saying women are children, it's like, is that true? Because you mean to fucking tell me that you had no idea that the other half to your inception had a pulse? I ain't buying that shit.
Bro,
That's
hold on.
willful ignorance.
Ew.
And that's saying that I'm viewing you from the perspective of the rest of society. And the rest of society think that you're fucking dehumanized, and I'm gonna join it in too because it's convenient.
Ew,
There's
I
no
didn't know.
way you can come to that.
Ew,
conclusion.
I didn't want to agree with what I said.
No,
I
I'm
said
not saying you did. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. But
I can't take that.
Women don't know, bro. Like, listen, hold on.
They don't care, bro. They know.
No,
because when something goes down,
hold on.
Listen, they get a hole in their roof. They know that. They know then.
Yeah.
When they tire break, they know immediately where to go. Oh, somebody disrespected me. They know exactly where to go for conclusion.
Right.
They don't give a fuck because they look at you as expendable and as a useful to a means.
There we go.
It's a dehumanized perspective.
That's it right there. That's it right there in a nutshell. They take you for granted. And a lot of men, I don't know what it is, are okay with being, in situations where it's like it's a thankless job that you accept.
Okay, hold on.
You willing to lay your life? You willing to lay your life on the line and be like, "Hey, I'm supposed to do that."
Can I say something right quick? Let me jump in. Somebody said it in the chat, right? Jamie. So shout out to her. She's one of your mods. Black women in our culture were taught to not focus on black men, go to work, be strong and independent, all that other stuff, while black men were taught, you gotta stick with black women. And it was a pro-black thing. I don't know if anybody remember. I'm 33 years old, right? I've been in those pro-black spaces. It was always black men. You gotta give black women grace. You gotta care about your sister. Slavery, this, that, and the third. And we never got that excuse, by the way, right? Black men were never able to use what was going on to us in the environment. We always had to take responsibility for that. But black women in our culture were taught, you don't need black men, be strong and independent, and then go work in corporate America with white people, with the white man, ironically, right? So I think we got to understand that, some of these women have been programmed not to fuck with you, not to like you, not to be with you, not to see you as somebody they need. Yeah. Meanwhile, black men still have to look at them as this, I guess, angel.
But this is the thing, Kish. This is the thing, and True. You want to say something too? After this, True, and then Red Pill. This is the thing.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay. Propaganda and social engineering happened to us. It didn't happen to them. It happened to us, which means men and women. So we were propagandized as well. We resisted it because we hold on. We seen that there is no me without her. She seen that and said, "Fuck that nigga." So that was a willful decision. There is no one it's no way you can teach me to not look at my mother away. You can't teach that out of me. It's innately connected to me. When you cutting off innate connections, that's a diabolical choice. They know exactly what they was doing. They just chose to do the other thing. There's no way you could ignore your other side of your race. Like, you are not, every male race is men and women. Like, you cannot divide that. Only someone can allow you to divide that.
The only pushback I got against that, Illa, is it's not a was, it is a is. It's happening right. What you're saying is happening right now. It's not a was, it is a is. Propaganda, subliminal suggestion, all that. It's happening right now. And men have always understood that no, that's propaganda. For some reason, the women is like willing to accept. Listen, we are one. We are not no separate thing. The women are the ones that keep saying we some separate thing. It's not men. Men still think I got to be the majority to weight on my back. I got to be the provider and protect. Men still think like that. Women think luxurious things. What's mine is mine. What's his is mine. And that's not us. We're not doing that.
But see, I think that's our fault. And I'm gonna say that because in my exchanges with majority of Black men, I believe that we kind of parked ourselves in a position to never have our women to earn our respect and earn our continual commitment. Just what all y'all are saying. There's almost like this, well, yeah, you give them, I think grace is good, but there's got to be a point to where you got to learn your manly position, manhood, without her validation.
Real quick, True, because she said just what, because in the video, the woman said, because I just knew you would always be there. So they know where our heart is at. And they
taking you for granted. Taking you for granted, yes.
Yes, and I think that's our fault. I think, and that's one of the reasons why I joined this space so many years ago. I seen that most brothers never even knew what it was like to be treated well, and most.
So it's like that parent that treat their kids so well. Remember we was talking about zip codes, right? And we roughed it all our life, right? We thugged it to get to where we are. They never ever even seen the zip codes that some of us came from, can't smell some of the smells, or even have to be put in positions that we have to be put in to deal with what we got to deal with. So there's a level of entitlement.
No, creator. It's not that. It's what Tupac said. Even though you was a crack fiend, mom, you always was a black. It's about the abuse. It's about the abusive parent that we still hold on a high level. It's not about the good parents, no.
No, even I'm saying just period. It's just entitlement. Period. That's what come with when it come to us. It's like you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. That's what her realization was like. Oh, okay, you know what? You're here. All right, I guess. I never really even knew that. You know, it's kind of that right there. Like, damn, like we right over here, but we don't move like that between us. We just move, stay solid. We know that one day that something's gonna hit the fan, and we're gonna have a plan to clean it up.
No, creator. I'm saying that the dope fiend dad that stay in the penitentiary get way more love than the dad that was there the whole time. I'm saying that the dope fiend mama that did she get way more love than the mama that did all the right things. I don't know what it is about us, but for some reason we like dysfunction way more than we like order, structure, and everything else.
Granny ain't never got a party.
You say men enjoy that? You think men enjoy that this function?
Tupac is a man. We saw him at 16 talk about his mama being a black queen. Then he made that song, Dear Mama. And a lot of dudes will look at their mama that was dysfunctional and say, I heard a man just say the other day, his daddy was around and he didn't cry at his daddy's funeral, but when his mama passed away, they was on drugs, was stealing their PlayStations and everything else. He cried for like a year.
That's crazy. I get what you're saying, but you can't interrupt emotion.
I'm glad I'm an influence in my life, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. But I just think that it starts here, man. It definitely starts here. Because these are the mothers. These are the mothers. These are the fathers.
You want to say something, Mike?
Yeah, because I don't watch Mr. Let Go, so I don't know his perspective on the women or children thing.
That's just his little mantra. It ain't that deep. It's just something he said.
But I do think they have similarities, and I think it's important to point them out because I think it helps us deal with women when we do point out the similarities. Like, for example, I think if you lose control of your when we see what happens when you lose control of women, and it's the same thing that happens when you lose control of children. And I think that's kind of why we have to lead our women. That's why we have to be in that position where we are able to teach them. And essentially, I don't want to say like raise them, but like they're so impressionable. And I think it's nature. I think they're designed to be that way. I think it's useful in some ways, and I think in other ways, if you let it go, it'll go crazy in the opposite direction. Mm-hmm. But I think that women are designed to be impressionable, and I think that's why the vast majority of women can be sold shit. Like, you can sell a woman anything.
That's a fact.
Like, you can sell her ideology, you can sell her a fucking Birkin bag, like whatever it is, you can sell it to a woman. Right. So I just think it's part of them.
But Mont, so how about we sell them the truth then? How about we sell them being better? Because if they buy that, then now we in good standards. But see, we got so many people that offset this whole, like I'll say everybody in this panel got at least a level head, but then you got one guy. So let's say we'll say everything to PI, everything. We'll go through Illa, me, everybody on the panel. And then one guy will come up here and be like, nah, they tripping. And then she will confirm her ideology off that one person.
Yeah, I've seen it happen in this space. In these
Red
spaces.
pill. Let me ask you a question, brother.
What's up? And that's Picasso jumping in because I want to keep the order.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Picasso. Go ahead.
All right, so I've been working on something over here. First thing I want to say is meaning is power. No matter what, whatever we think the meaning of something is, that gives us a narrative to follow. And then I want to go into what I wrote, or the conversation I was having. Women held a power over men that men couldn't language, and women didn't want them to language it because the power works best when it's unconscious. So a lot of times when we deal with women on these panels, if we don't have actual definitions, especially what we talked about, it's essentially what we talked about with code switching. If we don't have true ethics that are written down or like something that is black and white, women operate well in chaos, in the gray area. And as men, if we don't assume authority, then they will always run circles around us because women essentially give meaning to us as men. You know what I'm saying? Like we want to have legacy, we want to have children. So a lot of what we do is based off of women, like the feminine. Let's say the feminine instead of just women. Like the feminine runs us. So we kind of got to adhere to some things that women say and do, but we have to assume authority, and that comes with defining things. And I think we do a good job of dealing with each other and, you know, understanding each other. But with women, you have to put law down.
I agree with your last part. And I think it's beyond defining things because we live in a world where definitions don't even exist. They don't even know what a man and a woman is. And a man and woman's been defined for millions of years. And that's objective now. I think what has to happen is movement. Like, I'm not talking to you. You can't come here. And we're not fucking with you if you sound like this. There ain't no word for that. That's just all action. Because words could be used and manipulated, and a man is a girl and a girl is a woman. Yeah. And words have that's what I'm saying. We still dealing with a believer consciousness. No offense to anybody who's in religion. But one thing the church did to black people is it created this baseline of belief as conclusion. So if you could say 1 + 1 is 2, somebody could say, well, I don't believe that, then it's not true, but it is true. So if that's the baseline, words don't matter, action do.
Okay, so what is breath? What does breath mean? Does that mean spirit? Do you understand that from a metaphysical standpoint?
Yeah, it comes from the word. It comes from the word spirit, or spirit means the breath. Or the word spiritual, spirit comes from meaning the breath. Yeah.
Okay, so when we speak breath, that means words are spirit. They are part of our spirit. And I think when we talk about meaning, we are talking about something that's fundamental to our core. We talked about it earlier. That True said it. When you have to delineate too far from your core, you get screwed up.
Yeah.
So in
Are
order
you
to have
strong
like I've
on
been
that
saying
though?
all this whole panel is as men, we gotta have some level of
Are
baseline.
you strong on that though? Are you strong on that though?
What does that mean?
What I mean is that a lot of men is in a gray area and they comfortable with it. They don't believe in black and white. They won't be on the same page with you. And what we need is most of them men to be on the same page with you and say, you know what? This is black and white, and we don't waver from that. And then dudes don't do that. They're okay with making it gray. They're not saying this is what it is, period, and I'm willing to die for that.
Facts.
I just said that though. That's what I'm saying we need to do, Knight. I'm saying we need to do that. Because if we don't do that, we will always operate like the feminine. And then they cannot orient around people that are not masculine. The masculine assumes authority. Yeah. It gives the feminine something to orient around. They're gonna play all day. That's what they're here to do.
And what I'm saying, to you, brother, is that a lot of these brothers, they won't stand on it.
That's fine. Let's stop though right there, right? Because I agree, but we don't need to belabor that sentiment. We need to put words down, law, black and white.
But this is the thing, though, Picasso. The men who get it are moving that way. The problem is it's a numbers game. The men who get it are already moving like that, but the masses are not, and that's the problem.
You cannot galvanize people by just talking.
The people who get it already moving this way. But this is the problem. It's the issue. Our issues don't come from who get it. It comes from those who don't. That's what you got to deal with out in the world.
You're dealing with somebody that understands that. And that's why I'm saying, if you're dealing with somebody that don't understand, you have to be very clear. And the best way to be clear is having it beat up on, but having something written down, bro. Having something written down that to where when we have a conversation again, I think somebody talked to you about this. They got a whiteboard that they got like multiple women and they write stuff on the board when they have arguments. And when they have arguments, whatever on that board, that's what they resolve to. And it is no different meaning than what's on that board. You get what I'm saying? Like you can't.
I mean, we got laws
and
ethics, but
when we go to court, a woman can't escape with that shit that pretty intellectual.
So your name should be black and white. This is what it is.
Yeah.
Not Picasso. It should be black and white. This is what it is.
Hey, but
period.
I paint the picture, I paint the picture, switch the frame. You feel me? So I'm painting a picture for people to look at. That's what I want to do with my life.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Picasso. Picasso had no worth while he was alive. His money didn't come into existence until he passed away. So you got to say exactly what it is that you mean and stand on that. And because, Picasso is Picasso didn't have he didn't make no money. All his money was made posthumously.
And that's sad. That's sad for a man to have to go through that. So that's why I'm saying.
That's why they say people give you your flowers while you're alive.
But as men, like Illa know
when you pass.
Illa is a great speaker. Can we all agree? I tell Illa all the time, you're a great speaker, bro. I try to find the beautiful things about all of my friends and say, man, that shit is great. That shit is lovely, man. That shit is awesome because we don't get that. There's no meaning applied to what we're good at. You get what I'm saying? Like rap had like a meaning to it at a point in time, but now the way black men express themselves through rap, it's down the drain. Everybody say it's bullshit, and that's not true. You get what I'm saying?
I would change my name. I would change my name to "Black Men Die for You" and are in a penitentiary for you.
But it shouldn't just be about me. It should be about all the men.
No, not you. I'm saying not you. Black men have died for you and are in the penitentiary for you.
Yeah. You think they would care?
Taking it a step further, Knight, I think both of you and Picasso have a valid point. Standing on what you say, meaning what you say is one tier level to it. I think the reinforcement is where a lot of men fall short because we compromise. And I'm saying I don't, but most men compromise when she got pretty brown eyes and a fat ass. And
I think we at a point where it's like we're dealing with something a little more dangerous because our people have always had codes of ethics forever. We never needed that. We need it now because we have a different problem. Our problem it's a spiritual problem. We have our women who they just demonic. You have women that's changing how they're making other women view masculinity different and redefining it. So the more concise you become, the more controlled you are, the more leadership qualities you display is off-putting to the new woman. So we're heading in two different directions. So we're hauling ass. We're saying, hey, we have to become conclusive. We have to make laws. That's going to scare these motherfuckers. Their whole mindset is different. So it's just a new day, bro.
Can I add something to what you just said?
Go ahead.
Okay, so when someone has been forced to stabilize chaos for this is why I believe women don't like for the power shift to happen. Like we're in a different stage. When someone has been forced to stabilize chaos for generations, their identity fuses with that role. Any transport of authority feels like loss, not relief. So when a boy becomes a man who can see systems, challenge narratives, correct dysfunction, lead with clarity, it doesn't help. It feels like judgment, even when no judgment is intended. Men carry the consequences of our culture. Women retain the meaning. That's why Knight said the men are in jail and the women still get to dictate what's good and what's bad.
Yeah.
But I want to say something to what True said. So Coco Chanel slept with a German because the Germans had dominated them small hats where it was from. Those Moors dominated them Sicilians and changed the bloodline forever. So Sicilian men are considered to be Italian. Neapolitan men look at Sicilians as less than them because the Moors came and dominated that. I think what the problem is because Malcolm X said that black women is the least protected women. That's not the truth.
I agree.
A lot of men is in jail and in the cemetery behind somebody trying to mess with that black woman.
Well, I think what Illa said was very pivotal. There's a new narrative. We're dealing with a different spirit and a different conversion of thought. So that's just, in my opinion, men need to elevate to understand how to combat the new version. Old rhetoric in a way is not going to work. Being stoic, being consistent.
So correction is protection, and I think that's what it is. We doing the correction as a means of protection, and it's taken as offense, right? Every time you correct a woman or hey, listen, you out of line, it's now offense. That's why I said they're gonna go immediately to defense because your daddy ain't told you. You know what I'm saying? And men do it too, right? Because your daddy ain't told you nothing. Or ain't nobody never told you no. You've been used to smacking everybody around, right? And just behaving in a manner until somebody tell you, don't touch me, right? Don't do that to me. Huh?
Creator.
Tell them, don't do that to me. And I don't care
Creator is deeper than that. Even though Papa was a Rolling Stone and he had a family on the other side of town, he took care of both families.
I don't want to get lost in that point, even though it's a point. I think all of us have been instructed at a base level to know how to instruct and direct. We haven't been taught how to defend, and that's what you see falling apart.
Enforcement of what it is. Enforcement.
Yeah.
That's not the truth, though, respectfully. Listen what I'm saying about Papa had two families. Papa was 5'9", dark skinned, and Junior was light skinned, 6'2" with green eyes. He still took care of that man. Nobody realized what was going on until the funeral. He had been taking care of two families. And men in general, respectfully, want to be people that take on the majority of the burden. But what's happening in 2026 is it's not about being able to have the basics. It's about having luxury.
Yeah.
What them women is fighting with you about tooth and nail is about, I want to take vacations, go to fine restaurants. They fighting with you about luxury, not about basic necessities.
No, I understand that, but I still think that a lot of brothers don't have a core baseline. We're in the business of appeasing the woman, and there's no consequence for her disrespect. There's no consequence for her oversight. There's no consequence. Brothers don't have a real program. Even though it sounds good to say, get on my program. You ain't got no program, brother. You allow her to move about your world the way she is accustomed to doing. And
I agree.
Hold her accountable. There's no consequence for that. Consequence meaning, yo, you don't get to occupy my space no more. If you don't do what I need you to do, you're not here. You know,
that's enforcement. That's what I was saying. You have to enforce the rules. You can't let somebody act or behave a certain way, and then all you do is complain.
But y'all skipping a step.
You know what I'm saying? You're not enforcing on the rules that you set. So if you set rules, you don't enforce the rules that you set. Well, your rules ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't have no back. You don't have a backbone to enforce what it. You get what I'm saying? No matter how big.
What did Picasso say? I want to hear what Picasso was saying.
I think everybody just skipping the point that you gotta have some shit written down. Like no matter what, as men, all of us on this panel, instead of just talking about this point, we need to have some shit that we have that when women come to this panel, Illa can say the same thing because 100 men said this is what men want. 100 men said
basically
this is what
a
women should do.
constitution of manhood. Then,
yeah, that's
I don't think that's going to make them change.
It don't matter if it's going to make them do anything. It just helps them orient around us better with clarity. You get what I'm saying?
Bro.
All right, but we don't have nothing right now.
Hold on. We do have something.
We do.
We've made it very clear. For the most part, women know what men want. They just don't care. Men are rallying around what they want. They want to grow economically. They want respect. And they want cooperation. That's been made clear by men from all walks of life over the last 10, 15 years. So that's on the table.
What they want.
They don't care.
Write it on a tablet.
And they're not rallying around. They see what we're doing and they're subverting that. They're telling women, if men want to be this way, every time we put some on paper, they're just going to convince women why what we put on paper is negative.
We already said that don't matter. But if we,
so what's the point of putting it on paper for people who are not going to read it?
Because action, man. You just said action.
Yeah, that's not right. Writing paper, sitting on paper is not action.
All right. I guess policy don't. I guess policy in the world don't matter.
No, what it is,
people writing history don't matter.
Picasso, what it is that the men got to stand on that. It can't be no wavering. If this is what it is, this is what it is. And you know what the problem is? This is what the problem is right here. I'm gonna tell y'all respectfully. These niggas is so pussy hungry, they can't even see the paper. They don't know what the policy is.
They ain't drawing up no paper.
Ain't nothing. It's nothing out there. But hey, that's fine. Hey, y'all.
I mean, there's many you got the Bible, you got the Quran. There's so many bodies of work that
we didn't write that.
Correction.
We didn't write that.
Huh?
They don't think we wrote anything. We need to do something.
Exactly.
We agree. We agree with you, Picasso. But here's the thing: did you read it?
Yes.
You read the Bible, you read the Quran, and the women said, "If you want this pussy, nigga, fuck that book."
Yeah. So what? I don't have no woman around me like that.
A lot of niggas is saying, "I want the pussy, fuck the book."
But guess what? The only way that I
my fault. Go ahead, Picasso.
The only way that I could even get my woman to hear me was to define things in our relationship, because everything that I said.
I appreciate. Wait. I appreciate.
Let him finish, Mike.
No, I'm gonna let him finish. I appreciate you for being a man, but most dudes is not doing that.
But okay, so listen, Mike. We gotta progress the conversation. We can't just keep delineating. Oh, these are niggas that's not doing it.
We gotta talk about the majority over the mind.
You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah.
I don't care about that part. On these panels and in these spaces, we need to be more aligned, and the only way we can be more aligned is if, say it's from the Bible or the Quran. Pull things that we want and we don't waver from, and just have that, bro. Have that, because it don't matter. It don't matter if they don't follow. We have given you something to orient around, and we've done the work.
We've done, but this what you gotta realize though.
We haven't put that on paper.
Bro, the black men have done everything already. Like when you look at the grand scheme of reality, all spiritual trains of thought, all civilization was started by black people. Whether she's like you just said, it's no matter what she knows. Whether she's conscious of that or not is fucking irrelevant.
Fact.
It's been done. Order, the sense of what would you define order and civilization as has been defined by black people. Period. We're talking about she needs to read. We don't need to write anything. She needs to read something. It's already been written. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Every law, every precept, every perspective to deal with color, to deal with emotion has been written. The problem is niggas and women are not reading anything.
Okay, and guess what?
There you go.
Guess what though? When I got coherence in my relationship was when I made my girl read the books I read.
The books that's already written, though, it don't need to be written again. So you talking about we need to write shit. They need to read what's been written.
Okay,
that's the problem. Our people, hold on. That's the problem with our people.
I'll take it.
We think we need to make something else. Ain't nothing new under the sun. We haven't recognized what's been given.
Thank you. It already been here.
That's
been done. It's been put down already.
That still requires us taking a woman to the black and white. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, Picasso. Look, not really, because now when you raise your kids, they may read it, but more so they're gonna watch what you do. They're gonna watch how y'all behave. And that's the example right there. Now, if they step out of line of what the patriarch of the family is doing, you see what I'm saying? You know them better than they do. So you're gonna teach them how to be the best them that they could possibly be, because you know they mama and you know yourself. You see what I'm saying? So because I know them, I'm gonna instill. Hold on, Knight. I don't need no help, brother. You're gonna instill.
I'm not helping you. I'm not helping you.
Both of us can't talk at the same time. So it's weird. You know what I'm saying? So what you're doing is instilling protection, right, into our kids, however that look for each one of us. Now, what should be written down maybe is a way that we raise these kids. What are we doing to our kids? What are we even doing? Okay, we raising them to do what? Right? To send them off. It's a financial investment. That's the first investment that you make is into people. The first people you make the investment in is the people around you, mainly the ones that you made. Right. And so now if we know that this is intentional, we can move a little bit differently. And now these women that y'all talking about like hyenas that's why I'm like, bro, let them hyenas fall off the cliff. We got a new buffalo coming in. You understand? A buffalo that ain't gonna have, sense enough not to walk off the cliff. Is what I'm saying.
No. The old things work. The old things never needed to be changed.
A fact.
And when you come up here and say it's some new, the old shit has always been what's worked. Listen,
to a degree.
When they talk about all this evil, demonic shit, what they'll try to do is tell you about all the new things. No, all the old shit still works. You don't need to do nothing. You don't need to recreate the wheel. The wheel is the wheel.
Well, back in the day, I get, as I said, to a degree, because that's just like now we're trying to get people just to not only get a phone. Let's just stop there. You still got your house phone. I'm trying to turn you over to a cell phone. And from a cell phone, now you got to start operating these apps. And I can't hold on, listen to me. There's just a level of people where, the old way does work. And like I said, to a degree. But if you are stonewall and you're rigid and you're not amicable and you're not, what did they just say earlier? Was we talking about change coding or code changing or code switching? If you're not cooperating, you're going to get left behind.
So let's talk about.
I got to jump in real quick because I know we love to like correlate stuff and make analogy examples like compared to sports, but when it comes to interpersonal relationships, it kind of get hard to compare it to something as cut and dry as technology, because when it comes to technology, that's totally different. But human decency and values don't change regardless of what the fuck is going on. We're talking about interpersonal relating. I don't care what app is available, that's not going to change. And that has been mastered already. That's what we got to understand. Civilization has been mastered.
Yeah.
It's been mastered already. So all we can do is forget what we knew. There's nothing new that's going to make civilization better. It's remembering who you are, remembering how it went. We need to remember.
I love that you philosophical. Have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
No.
Philosophical. You just said my father's phone number in 1985 was 465-8665. My grandmother's number is 638-6269. People, if they lose a cell phone today, don't know their mama number. It's idiocracy. These motherfuckers don't have no interpersonal interactions with the people that birthed them. They don't know their mama number, their grandmother number. I know my grandmother number. 6'8", 6'2", 6'5". It's been in my brain. I'm 56 years old. I remember that number. That was her number in 1980.
And I get that, man. I do. But now, like I said, if it worked then and I'm looking at our community and they like, well, yeah, all that work, nothing changed. And I'm looking at our community now. Where's all that didn't work? You know what I mean? What happened from now to then?
They
like
stopped
where did
what worked and
hold on,
started
again,
doing
we
something
can't
different.
continue to blame everything on everybody else. I'm not focused on what they did. I want to focus on where we, right? Not blame. Just like, dang, you know what? If we would have tweaked this,
bro, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about
interpersonal.
We forgot how to deal with each other in reality. I met a chick a couple years ago. I was at a club with a girl, and she looking at me like, you look good, but I need to see your Instagram. I said, why? She said, I need to make sure you're not a catfish. I said, what? I said, I'm here. This is me. I'm like, yo, this is a new era. They are defining you by something that you're not even.
Oh my God.
No, I know you heard the word new era.
No,
But the
I heard
solution is
define.
old.
I heard they are defining. They are doing the defining, and we are not.
But that still don't mean, bro. That still don't mean we need to read something. They haven't defined what's already been defined. We define what a man and woman is already, and they're arguing about that.
Well, let's let them keep defining.
So hold on. Man and woman has been defined already. Do you think we need to create new literature to redefine that?
Where is it defined at?
Mentally.
No, I'm asking
mentally.
No, stop. Everybody stop. God damn.
You asked a question and we're answering it. It's being defined mentally. So I see you physically right now online.
I'm saying everything is gray area up here. And if somebody asks what is a woman is, if they don't go to the dictionary, they bullshitting.
No, I have to go to
you got to go to no dictionary to prove.
I get it. Stop. Can y'all stop being like that? I get that. I get that everybody got common sense. But when it comes to these conversations, people pick when they have common sense.
Everybody don't have common sense.
We end up talking about what a woman is shows you, motherfuckers. That's like
we're not doing that. That's what we talking about, Picasso. That's what I'm talking about. Pause, and we got to define this, and we got to bro. I ain't coming from that school of thought, and I don't think we should move in that way. School of hold on, let me help you define. No, bro, you come through that door. You know exactly what's getting ready to go down.
But y'all gotta realize,
you come through this door, bro. You know exactly what's about to go down. Don't come through that door if you don't want what's about to go down. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
No, you good. It's okay. Academia and language go hand in hand, and that's y'all want to separate why corporation talk has come and code switching has become a part of our lives so inherently. It's because these people write down what they want to get done. And then they give it to people, and people must follow, because if they don't follow, we get to write you out of this shit.
I mean,
at a job situation.
We need to have. Hold on, Creator. I agree. Let me add to your point. At a job situation, right? Me and Illa talked. Illa said everybody need to play their roles. Correct?
Yeah.
So if we making people play their role, everybody needs a defined role.
Yes, what you're good at. That's your role. What you have value in, that's what you do.
We need to write it down.
I don't have to teach you that. You already know you got value.
All right.
If Nightish, listen, we got 8 men on the panel. If Nightish is a mechanic, this one is a surgeon, their roles are defined based on what they're already doing. I don't have to create it. The problem is people don't like what they're good at, and they wish they was good at something else.
Okay.
You're already a woman, but you want to be a man. You're already a man, but you want to be a woman. People have the problem with this world and black people is they have a problem with what is already. Because we got too many fucking options and our appetites are way too inflated that we forgot about the basic ass interaction between people till we think we need all these solutions. You don't need shit but to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
And God already gave you. Period.
Who's gonna make us do that? Who's
You
got to do it. This ain't the era of somebody coming to save your ass.
Yes.
I'm talking about.
You're right. Meet at the same place. Period.
Hold on.
No. The question is being answered. Can you accept the answer? The answer is you.
I just said I'm gonna do it.
Right. So if you see that philosophical as a man, you see creator as a man, you see me as a man, can't nobody come along and say, y'all got to pick a pronoun.
I think if I
Define
can
what type of man y'all
Knight,
talking
are you speaking to me like we not in this other world too?
I'm saying that the other world is bullshit. Fuck the other world. I'm saying that we got to be back in the original world where we understand that Picasso was a nigga. These is all men. This is all men talking. Fuck what they saying. Are you he, she, we?
Vacuum. The same shit as Old Testament to New Testament.
And that's
Are
why
y'all
my
not
mantra
understanding?
is everybody don't need to speak. Sometimes the best solution is to just close the door. Because once you come in and we have to even fathom your conversation, it just conflicts with everything. Because we shouldn't even have to have it. That's
right.
The point.
Right.
We
So
don't even talk to you or about it. Fuck
right.
you.
So it shouldn't be no argument about what everybody up here talking right now is men. This ain't nothing but a panel full of men. And if the men all agree, it doesn't matter what the bitch come in and say, I don't like that y'all call yourself men. You should call yourself him, he, her, she.
Security.
Yeah, we don't give a fuck about that.
Security.
You talk to explain what
y'all
you think.
Still not. Y'all still not.
That's what
I don't want to hear it because it's derailing.
When you watch powerful situations, whether you're in a church, whether you're watching a presidential debate, once somebody says something too weird, they don't elaborate and interview them. They escort them out the building because they realize by the longer we let them speak, it's just going to bring confusion. It's called taking control of the situation and saying, get the fuck out of here. Some shit don't need to be given a voice. You're talking about letting people have a voice and then giving them solution to the voice.
I didn't say that, man. I didn't say shit. I didn't say shit about that.
You just gotta leave.
I didn't say shit about that.
I'm just saying some shit just gotta be removed and not.
No, I was saying that. I was saying, hey, let them speak their piece. You know, he was saying speak their piece from a point of I'm really showing not you.
Okay.
I think Trey was talking. Let them speak their piece from a point to where I'm really walking them down because it's kind of the only way you can really relate with them. You kind of got to let them go and then kind of walk with them. They not even knowing that they shark food.
And let's get back to the video because I don't want us to be tearing our heads up because like we'll be here all day. Picasso got a view, we got a view. We'd agree at some points, we don't. I feel like the information has already been given to people. You got the law of attraction, you got the law of this, the law of that. Get rich, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the law, like all this, it's plenty of information. What's not being done is people are not applying it.
My point, Illa. This is where I land with to find some congruency. What's the book that you're gonna give the readers, the viewers today that we need to go in and
depends on what they want to know. Depends on what they want to know. Like, cause some stuff can't be taught in a book. Some things you just got to be aware of your environment. Like,
I'm just saying.
First thing you need to notice is awareness of where you're at. And the first thing that people need to realize that's a simple truth. I'm about to say something real simple. Treat people how you would want them to treat you.
Oh, I wish it was that simple nowadays.
That one rule right there will alleviate a million problems.
Some people like to be treated like shit, bro. That's the thing. Some people like to be treated like shit. So I said that used to work back in the day to a degree, but damn, you know what I mean? Now you got to heal. You got to go through a whole lot just to get that motherfucker to feel good about themselves. You understand?
I mean, that's a specialized situation, but most people are not treating people like just pure shit. Most people you want to treat them how they're going to move with respect. Like most people are not going to just come outside and start smacking the shit out of people. They're mildly polite, mildly have a decorum for the most part. That's how people act in society.
No, that's what mildly is. That's exactly what mildly is.
That's all that's required in public. It's mild. We don't need nothing extra. The extra shit come to your home and your house and how you living.
This conversation, since you all came from a woman.
All right. Go ahead, Ella. How important are women to society? Your own perspective and what Lewis had to say. You on mute, just so you know.
I mean, I think everybody answered the question pretty well. I mean, it's the other half of reality. You know what I'm saying? We definitely need women. I think the question is, what aspects of them do we need? that we think that we need versus what they think. I think in the modern time we haven't really, outside of the obvious, I think it's kind of like different. What value is more important than others as far as modern women? But hell yeah, we need women. You know what I mean? Women are the nurturers of society. It's like I like the answer that Savage gave. You know, very she's the inspiration. She's the spiritual temperament. You know, she's the moral code. She keeps things in line with her spirit. Not saying she's just made just for that, but that's her superpower. Like she has the ability to bring shame and rewards just from her countenance and how she responds to you. You know what I'm saying? So I think the woman is extremely, extremely needed. You know what I'm saying? She's the life giver.
All right. Go ahead, Bo.
Now, y'all see how we was all positive. We're talking about why we need women, and watch what she said.
I agree. I don't want to be contrary, but the
right away, soon as the conversation starts, like P.I. did, it's like they have an insatiable need to be negative. There is no literature that's going to change them. There's no book we can write that's going to make them stop being that way. They're just already contaminated. It's nothing you can do.
Thought that I have is, if in fact women are so important to society, which I agree that women are equally as important to society, all of that. I just want to state that again. But if we're so important, I don't understand when we are told that we don't matter. So like, I hear that a lot.
Who the fuck is saying that women don't matter? Do y'all hear men saying women don't matter, y'all?
No.
Is that like this general consensus that's being spit out in the world? Like, is that true, man?
That's insular.
Yeah, no. Most men are not going to say that. Like, for the past, and Ella just gave her a value. Ella just broke down how they matter, but outside of YouTube spaces, especially if you go in the pro-black space, we've always given Black women a value. Even overfreight their value a lot of times. So, like, I don't agree with what she's saying. Like, if you go back
because
to all
she
the
on a
pro-black
panel
spaces,
with men who don't even agree with that. Like, you're literally you're in real time, brothers. I don't know who all y'all that cam down. Please try to cam back up. I'll bring you back when you cam up. They don't realize that you're talking to men in real time. So your because it's like these examples they give, it's like, okay, where's the base of that? Like they like to get on panels and say, oh, well, women feel shit like this. Women feel like that. What's the metric of that? Because all we can do is judge by the panel's reaction, which can be conflated because sometimes people respond to something that's negative as if it's positive. And some people respond to stuff that's positive as if it's negative just to perform the conversation in the moment because they don't want to offend for a political reason. So you can't really judge based on the panel what's going on. So what you can do is judge the comments. That's a more general metric of how people may feel about what somebody may or may have not said on the panel. Every time we go to the comments, she's getting flamed. So
I stay out the comments.
Yeah, but
she makes these statements on a panel, but the metric of men that's actually on a panel don't even agree with that. Yeah. So where do you get your information from?
That's not even the vibe, though. That's crazy. That's not even.
She ignores all the positive things said by men in proximity to her to talk about something that we can't even see. It's just, it's disgusting and just.
And even if my fault, even if you want to go, if you want to pick something, because somebody said it in the chat, you want to pick something from the manosphere red pill space. There's like a culmination of thoughts and ideologies in that space, right? Not every red pill person or somebody in the manosphere all think the same. So you can't take something that one person may have said and extrapolate that amongst all men or all Black men believe this. And then you have to find out what was the context did that person say it in.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think defense, like I said, they always gonna come down. That's all I see is defense. You know what I mean? And I don't even put it against them because I know that's just a go-to. So if your go-to is immediate, instead of responding, we would say properly, right? A proper response would be even when we say read the room. What is everybody else talking about? We kind of in this lane. Then the proper response would at least be to add to a positive, give an example. That's what I like to hear. Give an example. I hear a lot of what you don't. Give me an example of what it is that you want, or what it, or somebody that have treated you right.
Exactly. You're talking about solution based, but just listen to this shit.
I hear men don't need us, all of that. And I'm not talking.
That's the thing that I hate about what she says. We both hear negative shit. We can both play that game. We literally heard women saying abort black men. We heard a black woman say that. But am I going to use that as my frame of reference to paint all black women? That'll be stupid. So why are you using the most negative, most outlying stereotypes of a small sector of men to bring that up in a conversation where we're just asking you about the value of women? You just want to keep reminding women that men are the boogeyman. True and Knight, y'all coming back to True using this conversation. I definitely want your feedback because you was there. Go ahead, Red Pill, before I go back to the clip.
Yeah, no, but it makes what they think in their brain relevant. They think that they're relevant. Like it makes it make sense to them. I don't, between the brain, the ears, and the mouth, like something go wrong right here, like in this little area, like between them hearing something and then it exiting their mouth and saying it, something goes wrong. It's like a traumatic experience in an instance, and they don't understand how fucked up what they be saying is. They don't get it.
I think they have this mind. Like I say, women live in this world between, I like to say, fear and fantasy. They're always looking at romantic comedies and like these fantastical romantic films with this ideal scenario. And then on the flip side, they're looking at the worst possible scenario. The Color Purple, The Women of Brewster Street, For Colored Girls, all that shit on Lifetime. So it's like they live in this extreme polarizing world. So the middle ground, which is reality, scares the shit out of them. They don't feel familiar with reality at all.
They stand on the outlier. And that's what the crazy thing is. They stand on the winning lottery ticket. They stand on the things that rarely happen, but they seen it happen one time.
For good or bad.
Either way.
Yes, that's a fact. They
You
hate
know what I'm
reality.
saying? They're allergic. Bro, they be itching. You can't see it on the camera, nigga. They be over there pookieing the fuck out, my nigga.
Yeah,
when they talk,
because as we do the show, I want y'all to watch the faces, because it's like, it's just so much politics on these panels that it just within the panel and within the behaviors, within the conversation, you can see the problems that bleed out into the community just from a panel conversation.
Facts.
And look at this one, for example. We all brothers. We had different perspectives. We had different outlooks. No one was disrespected. No ad hominems was used. So more than likely, guess what? If we was in reality, we would handle it the same way.
Facts.
You look at these panels, it's a whole different thing. Facts. So that's how you know how they deal with stuff on them panels does bleed into reality.
Hold on, Illa. Now that you said that, when you was if you're in Pretty's face, if you in Bohem's face, I know you're not finna. I'm not saying being violent, but like, how would this be the same thing with you? Or
I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't even talk to him unless I had to, or I was getting paid to. There would be no reason to talk to him, because I tried to meet Bo halfway, but my problem with Bo is she's not here to learn.
No,
she's not here to teach. No, she is here to teach, but she's not here to learn anything, and she's not a part of the remedy. She's here to remind women, no matter how nice men may seem, no matter how intelligent they may seem, no matter how friendly or forthcoming they may seem, they're not that.
Right.
They're here to kill, steal, and destroy.
Yeah.
That's
is a chink. So
she
is
just
a
here to
chink in the
remind
armor.
you, like, don't let them rock you to sleep. They're dangerous.
Right. It's good.
And let's watch what she said. Watch how she changed the whole fucking vibe. Now watch Savage. She's new to the show. She didn't stay long, but she's always positive and optimistic. Boheme is always going to bring it down. Of course, Pearl is just, I don't know why she's there, But we're just going to see.
We're just talking about like messages that I've received in general. When we are resting in our feminine, when we are, you know, being soft-spoken and agreeable.
I
and
know
all
how Pearl
that.
did. Pearl is there to show who makes sense and who not. So when I talk, for some reason, she's always doing this with her hands and saying stop. So I guess, you know, when you go to the, you know, when you in the hood and you got that nigga that think he worked for the store, but he don't. He telling you how to park and shit, but he don't
That
work
nigga.
there. That's her. But she's doing all the hand gestures in the street direction of who needs to talk next. But nobody hired you and you're not getting paid. You know what I'm saying? So she's that person. She's just the crackhead crossing guard that's telling you, yo, back up, I got you. This the parking lot. Give me $5. No, you don't even work here. So I figured it out. That's what she's doing.
Damn. How we're not treated that way. But I do agree. I just wish that women would be handled better. And I wish women would be handled the way that I heard Illa and Trev speak. Because oftentimes we're not. I think that if that happens, it might encourage more women to be nicer and more agreeable. Because
she is full of utter and complete shit.
Facts.
Because women are handled greatly, and that doesn't equate to their behavioral output to you. That does not change that. Yo, True Unitas, man, what's up, man? Y'all going to cam up? Because I want y'all in the conversation. But that's not a litmus. That's not a litmus on that. Like, True, could you respond to that? Because she said, I don't know if you heard what she just said, but she said she wished that women were treated better because if they were, then they would respond better.
Yeah, I heard her. I remember. Yeah, you was on point. I think me personally, observing Bo, I think she is transitioning, but she did originally come into this space closed-minded, maybe even a little bit bitter. For whatever reason, she's made up in her mind, like you said, we are not to rock them to sleep. And so, no, it's just where she's at currently. I don't think it's overly malicious, or at least I don't think she intends to be that way. But
see, I'm a gutter motherfucker. I'll be thinking they playing for real. It's like you come on this show every fucking week with this. You ain't learned nothing. You don't think that there's any good men that's willing to make a woman smile still? Something is wrong with you. You don't even need to be on a panel. And that's my overall point of this show is everybody don't need to be talking, bro. Go heal, yo. Or go do some TikTok shit. Why are you coming to a conversation with all these different people with the same outlook every single week, bro?
You coming into it
getting from this.
They know what they going into. They know, and they ain't got no type of alternative, and they ain't got no type of I'm gonna adjust my thought process. They going into it with their perspective and they standing on that shit. And that's the scary part, because it's like you finna jump in here with werewolves. Like I'm pretty sure Lapeef at least has some type of discernment on who he picks to be here. So it's like you about to go in here with some people that are gonna be logical with you, not fly off the handle and have this conversation. But you have looked in the mirror and chanted, "I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me," before you go into the goddamn chat, like on some weird shit.
That's crazy. There's a psychosis to that. I think there's some mental illness with that.
Real shit.
Somebody said it in the chat that they had these women on the panel so y'all could go back and forth with them to bring views. Because over the past couple of years, especially during COVID, that's what brought a lot of niggas channels views, having women on there, people going back and forth with them, and you know it curates that drama.
But I think, like we talking about earlier with the code switching, there's nothing wrong with going back and forth with women. But what type of women and what are we going back and forth over, and how are we doing it? All of that's relative. Right. Nothing wrong with going back and forth with women who agree with one thing, we agree with something else, in a respectful way. But when your mind is made up to paint men to be these monsters, I don't think you need to be going back and forth with anybody. You need to be going back and forth with your therapist.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like over the COVID or whatever. When the women come up there and they would do that, the men at that time would get triggered by that and respond to it. and then you'll go into it's kind of like with such platforms that we know about, right? Then you'll see in the comment section donation in the comment section. So that has been like the cornerstone to, I guess, build your channel and get views to your channel. Like, I agree with what you're saying. Nothing wrong with having back and forths and having an honest discussion and a constructive discussion, but a lot of those panels, like Lapeef's show, that's how they build their energy off of having those discourses. Like in that, it's like, you know, like how you used to watch Jerry Springer or Maury Povich.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they're trying to like.
No, I agree, but this is my problem with this space and these shows. Whether it's used for entertainment or not, it's attracting. It's like the church. The church attracts, at least it used to. It used to attract people who really meant well. You may have be set up for some bullshit, but you're attracting real people who really want some help. So I think these shows, whether we know it or not, are attracting people who really are trying to get some insight. So I think if we just focus strictly on the entertainment value, we're wasting opportunities to really give people something they can take home with. And you could tell by the comments that this is a thinking crowd. They're not just want to be entertained, because if they wouldn't say, yo, take this person down. So it gets to a point where it's like, I think what we're proving is there is an audience for cohesion. That don't mean it got to be an echo chamber and ass kissing contest, but no one has to get disrespected for the show to be lit.
Right.
I feel like these shows are just setting up a disrespectful environment until somebody gets disrespected, and it's like, now we done made a fool of ourselves, and it's like, it's very capitalistic. And I think when it comes to the emotional exchange and interaction of Black men and women trying to get back together, or at least come to some understanding, I don't think that's a place where capitalism is going to fit very well. But let's get to it.
So what do you think? I'm just asking you personally. What do you think as far as, like, let's just say we had 2 or 3 critiques to make these panels better? Like, what would you say to?
I think they just need to be moderated better. Like when you see somebody, because my thing is this: if I have a panel and I invited 8 people and this is my show, their value has already been established. That's why they're here. They was invited. So who the fuck are you to disrespect them? Because if they didn't have no value, they wouldn't be here. Right. So you need to respect them on the strength of me. You could disagree with them. You can say, I don't agree with that. But the ad hominems, you're really insulting the host, because you're saying you associate yourself with dumbass people. So I'm blaming the moderators. Like, this is your channel. She talking to your guests, and she's saying that they're dumb. So that means you're dumb, right? Because you invited dumb people to talk to this smart motherfucker. So I think it starts with the moderator and just checking them like, hold up. Everybody here has something to contribute. You don't have to say these words, just talk regular. Like, I think men can do that. Like, I think that's how you can do that, by just becoming a moderator and letting them know that everybody's here is here based on invitation. That's like if I have a party and I invite people over and I let somebody pop on y'all gonna look at me crazy. Like, nigga, you invited me to your house. You gonna let your cousin jump me? Like, you set the tone. This is your house. Right. So that's how we could do it. I feel like I do it. You know what I mean? I don't let nobody disrespect nobody over here. You ain't got to agree with them. You ain't going to talk crazy to nobody. You're not going to call them no dummy or none of that. None of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of the questions we have simple answers. We just overcomplicate it.
Often not met with such reverence, even when we deserve it.
Can I say something? Oh, no,
go ahead.
Sister Ball. Oh, how much you... Yo, that goes for everybody. Like, we're talking, I think it's kind of mad early to go that route. It's like, we know that. Like, men can say that too. Like, there's especially as male content creators, there's people posting on our walls all the time about not appreciating each. I just think it was a great time to just show the positive aspects of what women show, instead of talking about how
look at the head nodding. The sister's nodding her head, True's nodding his head. Pearl has to be indifferent and act like I don't know.
It's like we can do that.
About. But she's totally flabbergasted that we are demanding her to say something positive. Like, everybody can say that the opposite sex doesn't appreciate the best version. That's not exclusive
to a fucking woman. Every show, everybody can do that. I can state off. I can write a essay about how many negative comments I've got over the years that women say about men online. Like that's just, it's a contentious energy online for both sides. I just think that every time the conversation goes there, it just, you take this to this place. It's like women are appreciated still, and men are too. It's just a lot of the negativity is loud on both sides. I just thought that was a great opportunity for you to just talk about something.
You see the pain in her eye. It's like, are you not appreciated? Like, maybe that's the case. And that's not, I'm not saying trying to make a joke out of it, but it's like, if you think that so clearly, like, it's no way you could think that no good woman in your life has ever been appreciated. That should have just, I just think it's mad strange that she does this every fucking week, man.
She's
do y'all be watching the show? Do y'all see how she be acting?
Yeah, bro. I watch all the shit. Bro, you know what's crazy? When I see the reaction channels, I just be listening to what they be saying because I done already seen the shit. I got my 2025 year review on YouTube. I'm in the top 4% of YouTube listeners. Y'all niggas can't sneak shit past me. And I'm not saying you trying to, but I watch everybody, bro. I support everybody. Hit the like button, try to make a comment, make sure everybody algorithm is substantial. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just me. That's just me. Red Pill Crip. That's what I do. I just like to support my fellow motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, hell yeah. We see this. We see this crusty. Bro, they thrive off of
and somebody else do it consistently.
You said what?
Her, pretty intellectual, and another chick that go up there.
Jazz.
They all that I watch of the ones that I watch or see or catch. They up there. It's something consistent with them. Like it could be philosophical up there saying something good, or somebody else saying something good, or even Mont. Like the ones I see with Mont is up there. Those women are consistently on that panel of the tweet.
And then they try to divide us and say, oh, I like how True said it, and I like how Mont said it. It's like we all saying the same shit, motherfucker. And the problem with them is niggas is not trying to date you. How a man is talking to you when he's interested in you personally is different than when you just bumped into him at the supermarket.
Exactly.
She wants this deep, heartfelt, I'm looking into your eyes energy from strangers talking about topics on a panel. And then you try to diminish men who don't do that. We're not your lovers. She wants deep, intimate, loving exchanges from total strangers. That's mad fucking weird, bro. Like she does. She has to feel the love. It's like, no, it just has to make sense. We're not here to love you, and we're not here to like disrespect you, but we saying real shit, but you want it wrapped in velvet with the dulce de leche fucking ribbon, bitch. We ain't doing all that shit, man. Let me stop. Excuse me.
But Illa, you know what's crazy? If you did that shit behind closed doors, she'd be like, soft ass nigga.
Exactly.
Your soft ass the fuck on.
It's not even what you really want. That's what I'm saying. This shit is just all performative. You don't even want that shit. It's like they publicly try to uplift a more passive aggressive approach, but privately that ain't what you want. So you're causing confusion. Just stand on, like True told me the other day. We wish people would just be who they is. Just be what you is. If you want your back broke, just act like you want your back broke.
But
don't act like you want your foot massaged when you want to be choked. Because you send in mixed messages, and then when the brothers come to you, like, I seen you, Sister Bo. I seen you online, and I thought. She even talked about, remember that time we were talking about people in the grocery store? She said, I don't want nobody coming up to me. What are you talking about then? You don't want nobody to talk to you in the grocery store, but you want to talk about men need to be nice? That's an example of a man being nice. And you say you don't even respond. I look at them like this woman is crazy, bro. She don't make no fucking sense, man. Let's get back to it. It's about women and just went to this. We went to Brewster Street again. I don't know why you be doing it like that.
Well,
you did, bro. I ain't got a lie, sweetheart. You did. You literally just took us to dun. It's like we can go there, but that quick, damn. Let's get to the second segment. Like we go right to Brewster Street, which.
Well, fortunately and unfortunately, we're talking about women. We're not talking about both sides right now.
Yeah, but it could be a positive thing. You went to the dark part.
I didn't interrupt you.
No, you're right.
And I said I don't mean to be contrary, but that's the thought that came up for me.
This is another thing with women. Women think because they put a disclaimer on being dumb that they could be dumb.
Right.
So just because you say, I don't mean to be an idiot, I don't mean to be a contrarian, but you're gonna do it anyway. So you saying that doesn't soften the blow because you're basically just giving a disclaimer that I'm about to fuck the conversation up. I'm about to say something that don't make sense, but since I announced it, that means I'm behaving correctly. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
I agreed with.
Go ahead. You saying something?
No, I was gonna say, excuse my stupidity, but here it goes.
Here it goes. Like, no, we're gonna excuse it, and we're gonna excuse you out the conversation because there's no, it's not your stupidity is not warranted. Like you're being willfully ignorant.
All of you, like me saying the same thing you all were saying. That's redundant. I just said I agreed with all of you. However, that's the thought that came up for me, and you can't I don't understand
but
how
it's
I'm wrong
always the thought.
for bringing it. Well, if it's always the thought, let's talk about how to change these things.
But it's we can't hold on. We can't change your mind.
I don't know why I'm the one that keeps getting.
Did you say it?
No, I think she was going to get into
respect you enough to not interrupt you. I really wish you would respect me enough to not interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
But I didn't. I wasn't trying to take it there. But
you take it there every fucking week, whether you try to or not. It don't matter.
That thought came up for me. Absolutely means something. And for you to sit up here and say you always do this, it's still a problem. And unless it's
a personal problem. Obviously, if every week you got a bad song to sing about how men treat you, is that a problem or is that your problem? And I'm talking to the panel. Does that make sense what she just said? She basically just admitted, I'm going to keep talking about it because it's still a problem. A lot of stuff is still a problem. Drugs are still a problem. Men getting mistreated is still a problem. Baby mama drama is still a problem. Like, it's a lot of things that's still a problem. That don't mean we can't look at the bright side of ways we can improve it or moments where it's not as bad as other moments. Like, you guys, y'all jump in there, man.
Respectfully, I think it's always going to be a problem because and shout out to Boheme. I think she got a big pussy. So everything is just
brother. That was wild.
I mean, respectfully. It is that.
Respectfully after that.
Night-ish. Whoa.
That nigga on that whiskey, boy.
Whoa. That was wild as hell, bro. Why would you say that on my show, bro? Like, why would you say that with me, bro? Like, that was crazy, Night-ish. That we ain't doing that, bro. I don't care what her shit look like. I'm not about to be a part of no sexual innuendo conversation regarding any of these women's vagina, Night-ish. I can't believe you, brother. You are the elder here, and that's what you said? Come on, bro. You trying to get me banned, bro? I can't defend what you just said. Y'all got to say shit I can defend. I can't defend that. So I'm going to let you come back up. I don't know what you're sipping on. You need to put that shit down and talk to me like you got some sense, bro. We ain't about to talk about this woman's vagina, dog. We are not about to do that. So I'm going to bring you back. Put the act down, brother.
What's that drink that come in jars? What's
Moonshine.
That's what he on.
He's sipping on. He barefoot right now with some overalls on the porch.
He
said, I didn't know where the fuck he was going with that. Night-ish. What the hell was that, brother? Whoa, that came out of like.
You know the messed up part about it is it's probably true, but he shouldn't have said it though.
Oh my God, y'all killing me. Let's get back to it.
Like if these feelings didn't come up, then it wouldn't be a problem, and it would be good. But unfortunately, you all.
So her excuse was the feelings come up. Let me ask you, brothers. Doesn't the feelings of us being not heard come up every time we in these panel or these conversations? That feeling comes up. Yeah, a lot of feelings come up. Yeah, but just because the feeling comes up doesn't mean I'm gonna let my feelings override the topic and the point. Yeah. So it's like it's like when you let them talk, they kind of just tell on themselves. Like, yo, well, I felt like it feels like men ain't shit, so I'm gonna just keep saying it because that's what came up when I was asked. We asked you about why does society need women, and your feelings led you to talk about, well, if they needed us, they should treat us better, as if they're just
I feel like women are privileged more than they've ever been in the history of the world. Y'all, somebody add on to that.
What do they not get? What are we not doing for women? I don't know. Like when women say we're deprived and depressed and oppressed and all that. What are we not doing for you, ladies?
They've been the freest they've ever been. They've never had as much before. What has happened is that they greedy and they want more.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm back.
I just want an example of what they don't have. Like, what do you not have?
They know what they don't have? Power over your ass. That's what it shit all comes down to. They want you to be their bitch, bro. And that's why they always keep comparing. Well, we can do that. A woman like her, she always talking about, oh, a woman, I wanted to be a welder. Then why you ain't do it then?
Right.
Like somebody stopping you. Don't go well. You don't want to do that shit. It's just something to say. So they really want the power you have. It's funny that, it's funny.
What?
They, like I said, they look at you from the perspective of the European race. Right. And they have almost a penis envy for their man. It's really deep and weird when you really listen to these women talk. They want to be able to bend you over and penetrate you. Like everything you do to them is a taboo now. I don't want to be penetrated. I want to do it to you. It's like they want to be you. And that's why you can never fix. How can you heal someone who wants to be you? Because no matter what you say, guess what? They can never be you. So they're never going to be happy. Because our women have been convinced that being a woman is a weakness and a detriment. Being in the house, cooking, cleaning, being a helpmeet. They've been convinced that that's like some clown shit.
But Illa, that's slavery.
That's slavery.
When I have to put a hot pocket in the microwave, you are making me a slave. Look, bitch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I say that on your channel?
Yeah, call them queens.
Yeah, my bad. Look, you queen, bitch. Can I say that?
Go ahead. You can say the word.
Look, ladies, men don't ask for much. So when we ask for the little bitty things that we ask for, cooperation, not being a whore, and being peaceful, can you do that, please? Please. I'll pay everything you need. I'll even take on these little fuckers you brought with you. You know what I'm saying? These little kids that they daddy ain't even there. I'll treat them the way I love you. If you act right, I'll do it. Most men will do it. But if you're gonna give me an attitude, fuck your son. How about that?
A lot of dudes are doing it for the minimal amount of consideration.
That's
a lot of men have heard, "You not my daddy."
It don't matter.
Did Deontay Wilder just do something similar to that? He put a stepkid on his wheel.
In his wheel, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he put his stepson in the wheel. Oh,
but this why I don't like to compare celebrities, guys. This why I don't like to bring them niggas up. Because they always pick the wrong woman. All the time.
Them niggas be
good. All the time. The celebrities strictly go after women based on
they love the wrong woman. Cat Stacks was a real thing. And the new Cat Stacks is called Selena Powell. Selena Powell is a real thing. She got pictures with Snoop Dogg rolling blunts and laying in the bed with her. So just like Cat Stacks had pictures of Bobby Brown laying in the bed with her, Selena Powell, listen, I don't know what's wrong with you men.
But exactly, men that got money. That's why I don't
They
all go after the light skin with the weave. They go after the most vain woman over and over and over and over and over and over.
Illa, you know what's crazy, bro? I've been on tour. Like, I know you do music, bro. I do music too. I've been on tour. Nigga, I just stopped in Iowa, Wisconsin. Bro, some of the baddest, like, they just
regular
in
women.
The cut. I'm talking about nigga. I'm talking about like it's nothing that is like they pure, they polite, I'm like, nigga, y'all niggas
they like
LA, Atlanta, Houston, all this bullshit. Man, if you don't take your ass to who the fuck is Idaho,
they like what they like, and they can't get away from it.
I'm just telling
these Burgos is 40 what?
Look,
she's still catching them.
OG, hear me out. Fuck that. Fuck these these reusable bitches. I'm talking about the women that nobody knows. Don't even 285 followers on Instagram, 200 followers on Facebook, 137, whatever it is. I'm talking about pure women. They don't even know how bad they are because it ain't even nobody over there to compliment how dope they
That's
are.
a good thing.
That's what I'm saying. Go there.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You see the women taking on a relationship approach from a man's perspective, and the man taking on a relationship from a woman's perspective. Because men are dating women, especially these industry dudes, based on what another dude wants.
Exactly.
And women are pursuing men based on who's going to listen to them, when it should be the other way around. We should be looking for submission and not fanfare. So we trade in places. The men have a feminine outlook, and the women have a masculine. Look at how they dressing.
Yeah.
Peace.
Illa said something I was going to say or thinking. It's funny to me that a lot of these entertainers or celebrities, it's always a light-skinned chick they have a problem with, and it's the same looking light-skinned chick. It's like when Cat Williams said that on Club Shay Shay. Most of the dudes that in the industry, they always get the light-skinned chick package.
It's interchangeable. They look the same. Exactly.
Look the same.
Light skin chick packages. Wow.
And he didn't just say light skin. He said light skin, weird looking.
Yeah. Light skin.
Don't get me wrong. I like red chicks. I ain't gonna front. I like them too.
Me too.
But
yeah.
You got to know when you're in that industry, why would you date somebody who was just dating Future or ASAP Rocky's baby mom or something like? It's like you got the world at your fingertips, and that's all you can choose is a chick that used to deal with your man who's in the industry, who used to be a hoe. Like it shows you the limited mindset of these men. They have money, but they're very ignorant in their thinking. Because if I get that bag, bro, I'm not even looking for a woman in this country, bro.
Yeah,
like you can find somebody in Tahiti, anywhere, bro.
Illa, let me ask you this: when you boss up, when you get your shit, what is the race of woman? What is the most woman that like? What do you think? Spanish or Caucasian, black? What do you think?
It's whoever. It's just that the more you have, the less you have to tolerate. It's not even about picking a certain woman. Deal with every kind, but you have the power to end that shit before it can end you if you have that level of money. So if you're making 20, 30, hold on. If you got like 20, 30 million, date every kind of woman that you want. But you should not be in a situation that doesn't benefit your bottom line when you have that much leverage. If you have that much money, that much leverage, I don't care if she's black, white, green, purple, she should not have the power to ruin your life unless you're a dummy.
What about Casanat then?
Like I said, he's not that bright. He just started reading. So what the fuck you expect? And this generation of men don't even know how to talk to girls. They know how to DM. They know how to cash app. They don't know how to talk to girls. They get weird.
And he's very young.
They know how to talk to girls. They weird.
Mentally, he's very young. That girl literally broke his heart on stream.
He is young.
On stream, we saw in real time a powerful man be completely destroyed because she just don't want him no more.
Yo, and I saw something on Twitter. I don't know how true it is, but I think he went back with her. I don't know if that was just a rumor or.
I hope not. I hope not. Don't do that, dude. Man, Kai, let me just say this, just in case. I know you're gonna go viral sometime. Let me just say this, Kai. If you don't pick you a bitch go to Iowa, nigga. Take your ass to Wisconsin. Go to some shit with 18,000 population of the city.
So you want him to get a girlfriend based off of pick with him doing some of them dance moves shirtless.
What? No, I didn't say nothing.
Chris, are you talking about Chris Brown or Kai Cenat?
I said Kai Cenat.
Kai Cenat is 5 foot what? 5'7"?
5'9", whatever.
He needs every dollar.
He a little nigga.
Yeah, that's the thing.
What about him though? What about it? What about what I said was wrong?
Nothing about what you said was wrong, but he has to believe what you said.
Exactly, because he's proven that with all that money he got, he still don't believe that he's that. And that's why you have to learn how to get a girl when you ain't got nothing. But that's what we learned back in the hood that these little niggas never had. These little niggas just skipped all social training and just went straight to the bag, whether it be trapping,
Facts.
whether it be scamming, whether it be streaming, whether it be an athlete, but they never took the social crash course. They went straight to the money. And then when they got to the money, they realized, like, damn, I don't know how to talk to these motherfuckers. So I don't know how to gauge who like me. I don't know who gauge who don't. When you get money before you get social skills, that's not how it should go. That's
But you know what?
That's the worst time to get social skills is after the bag. You get that before that shit. We got girls based
not
on
even just social skills.
no
like,
money. We had to talk to them.
But you know what?
In game,
and they can't handle rejection either. These little niggas will shoot a girl for disrespecting them. You ain't give me a number, I'm gonna kill you. Like, what the fuck? Like, we came from the era where it was the light test. Remember this test? I'm from the era where girls do this. Like that era. That's when you got your fucking cherry pop. When you right in the club, you can't hide it. Everybody's seen that you try to dance with her. She looked around and pushed you. Guess what you had to do? Get back up and do it again. And again, and again, and again. That shit got us right. Where do they do that at? They don't even have music to dance to. Dancing, like that's why I be trying to tell people. Life is all correlated if you really understand it. The dance floor wasn't about necessarily dancing. It's a ritual of courtship that bleeds into reality.
Yeah, facts.
They don't have that anymore. How
you
you
know
gonna
what?
dance with a girl to fucking Pooh Shiesty?
Hey, Illa, you know what's crazy? The algorithm will pick up who you around. And a dude will stand in the corner and hit up the girl that's standing 3 chairs next to him. Like that's how crazy the algorithm. It's wild. Like dudes is so out of tune with just saying, "Hey, how you doing? What's up with you?" Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't
That's
even
new.
Nigga, what?
That's
I'm
new.
on your like me I'm 40 though. You know what I'm saying? So I'm 40. I don't
Oh, so you a young dude. Okay.
yeah, I'm a young man. You know what I'm saying? I guess what you would say young, but I'm still an unk out here in the streets.
Definitely,
But like,
I'm 40.
but like for real though, like when I'm outside, if I'm at a bar or something, nigga, I'm not finna try to find out like pinging my shit and then just look up on the phone and be like, oh, okay, that's Sheila. All right, bet let me text her. Like, hey, look over here. Nigga, I'm gonna go over there. Like, hey, what you want? What's happening? Like, I'm gonna just
you know what's crazy when I listen to you? When I listen to all these aunties that have been working out and they got the BBLs and they ready to go, what work do you got to do?
You talking about dudes or women?
You, as an uncle, 40, in the club with these women in 2026, what work do you got to do?
All you got to do is really just present yourself and make your you just have to be somebody that they can trust and like and be like, oh, okay, yeah, you can have my phone number. Here you go. And then
So I was born.
Have some motion.
I was born in 1970.
You don't have to have motion though, Illa. You don't have to have.
To the girls that these little niggas trying to get, yes, you do.
But I'm saying like you just walk up to a chick in a bar, bro. She ain't worried about your like.
What? What you say again? Say it again.
I said when you walk up to a girl in a bar, she ain't worried about your status like that. If she fuck with you, she fuck with you. Like you don't have to prove that you got 20,000 followers after you talk to her. You don't have to do that. You just talk to her. She's like, oh, okay, he cool.
It
In
should
general.
be like that.
I agree with Illa and I agree with Red Pill, a mix of both, because Illa's correct. I've had chicks ask me what's my social after I approach them and talk to them. I'm like, what that got to do with anything? I'm right here.
They got a new club in England where there's a height requirement to get in. I just seen it on my shit. My timeline.
For men or women?
For women. I mean, for men, of course. You have to be 6 feet to get in the club.
That's crazy. That's real work.
I mean, I'm good. You know what I mean? But,
all right, Illa, get your tall ass out of here, nigga. What about me? I'm 5'10". What is it? Hey, I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm with Illa. Hold on. I'm gonna walk into the club and be like, hey, I'm with Illa. They gonna be like, yeah, your little ass gotta sit outside. I'm gonna be like, fuck you. Hey, Illa, come get me, nigga.
You can't control
5'10" should be cool, but are you cool with being 5'10"?
I'm good. I'm blessed. I ain't worried.
That's all that matters.
But I'm not hanging out with Illa and he's in the club and I'm outside shivering. Fuck
That's
that.
crazy.
Illa, get me in there, nigga.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna leave you out there. I'm not gonna leave. But one thing I would, I'm gonna change. on another note, one thing I do when I go out, I would rather go out with tall dudes, and I'm gonna tell you why.
God damn.
Because the short dudes start acting funny. I don't give a fuck about your height. But I've been out with dudes that short and they just be like mean mugging me. I'm like, you with me, bro. What you looking at me all funny for? It's like they be some like I need you to be like 5'10" and up. Like once you start dropping low, them motherfuckers start hating.
I'm good, Dan. I'm good.
Funny and weird. It's
I'm
like,
good.
bro, you with us, man. You good.
Hey, Illa, I'm bringing them to you. You hear me? I'm be like, hey, I got 3 real quick. Hey, Illa, hey, look, hey, this shorty, this she with me, this mine right here, and then she got 2 homegirls. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, this my bro Illa. You know what I'm saying? This my other brother. Yeah, that's what I'm on. That's what I'm on.
Y'all
When I'm in the
struggle.
I don't go to clubs no more though. Fuck.
Shout out to y'all that got to struggle. I was born January 25th, 1970. I was out here in these streets in the 80s, and none of these girls was running away from nothing.
When it's in you, it's in you, man. That's what I'm saying. I think the height shit, it all matters today because these little niggas ain't got no mouthpiece, bro. Like we had to run our mouth, bro. You had to really run game. Like this just such a click responsive era. Nobody went and bought albums. They just streaming and shit. Like there's no effort involved.
There's there's no getting it. You don't touch no more. We don't touch no more. You see what I'm saying? Like the album was the CD, the buying. You got to buy it. You got to go to the store and buy it. You know what I'm saying? There's no, you know what I'm saying?
Experience.
Like, yeah, exactly. It was we have experiences back in the day.
Shout out to you, poor young man.
I need some of your wisdom, True. How do you feel about this social delay in these young cats and how they deal with women? Have you noticed it? What's your commentary on that?
Oh, it's tragic, man. That's why I think we need to keep these panels going. Because these cats don't have a clue on how to get it. They are moist, they soft.
Moist? That's crazy.
It's tragic. It's tragic.
Hold on. True. If you call me moist, I'll fight you. I ain't gonna lie to you. Don't.
You're not talking about no 40-year-olds. He talking about He's talking about YNs. He's not talking about 40-year-old.
I know.
Listen,
I'm just joking, but I'm just saying.
Here's the thing. This is what y'all mess up on, you 40-year-olds. Y'all never had the dim the lights moment. Y'all never played the slow jams. Y'all didn't have Sky. Y'all never had Key Sweat. Y'all got all this you 40-year-olds.
Y'all 40.
That's not
talking
true.
to me.
That's not true. That's not. Now we didn't have them red light parties that y'all had when like back in '75. But I will tell you this.
Yeah, they the first.
When I used to go to the clubs in the early 2000s. They would definitely play slow jams.
Fact.
Like definitely, they would play R. Kelly. They would play H-Town. They would slow it. Like yo, we about to slow it down. And that's when she really. I ain't like the hump dancing. You got to ground on my shit. So I used to like that slow dance and shit. I like when she whine on me and all that.
Yeah, you gonna feel this.
Nightish. That's not true.
Hey,
Red Pill don't know nothing about that, though.
You gonna feel this.
And the party Red Pill was in, it was all fast music. Then he don't know nothing about to slow down.
Who did?
Hold on, you don't know nothing about it.
Hold on. I was in the club when "Feeling on Your Booty" came out, bro. What are you talking about, nigga? I was out. I was in the streets when "Feeling on Your." What? I remember Keisha from 12th Street. What are you talking about? That changed my life.
You never heard him say, you never heard that man say, "This is my song for real slow." You never heard that.
You don't even know the words. You don't even know.
Teenage, early 20s. Yo, bro, we not 18, bro. So let me talk to the 30-year-olds because there's some 30-year-olds on the panel. I'm gonna start with Picasso the South. Tell me your club experience and how was the social dynamic when you was coming up? Because you like 10 years behind us. Did you see that? Did y'all still experience that social interaction in the club? Did you still see that, or was it kind of gone by that point? Tell us about it.
I'm gonna say in my 20s.
Hold on, I said Picasso first. Slow down.
My fault.
So I didn't have a regular existence. You can say I played college football. So and I was a starting running back. So when I went places, I mean, I'm automatically getting a certain type of like energy thrown at me, right? Then when I, graduated, I never really went to the club. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what about a party, like a house party or something like that?
And what you want to know about, like
how was the interaction? How was the social dynamic? Because when we was out, we would dance a lot. We had music that invited the dancing, and we would talk. The dialogue would come from dancing with the girl.
Okay, so check this out. In Houston, we got, if we go into the club, they got sections, right? People stand by the sections. Dance floor somewhat getting touched in the early, teens, 2015, 2016. But now it's like you stand by the section and you don't do nothing else. They got sections.
Did you ever hear the song, Baby, When We Grindin'? I get so excited.
Yeah,
How?
That's my era. And
yeah,
I hate that song personally.
We didn't have stuff like that in the club. We didn't have stuff like that in the club. I think this was the beginning of like drill music and all of that. So you get what I'm saying? Like I didn't even understand how I could usher my way in with the environment being so gangster.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And then the girls rapping the gangster shit. I'm like, oh shit. I ain't
but you see how you based on what you explained, you see how it retarded to a degree the social dynamic. Because the music will help you. Because sometimes you don't know what to say, but that certain song come on, it's like, I gotta dance on this shit. Y'all don't have that no more. That's why it's this big information gap. But go ahead, Picasso.
This is where you see the phenomenon of the young nigga, the YN, wanting to exemplify the gangster image, the perspective of I'm a street dude. I got tattoos everywhere. I got tattoos all over the neck. Because
so you had that King Von shit.
In order to fit in that environment, you gotta look a certain way. You get what I'm saying? You gotta give off the look.
You ain't got the dreads.
Niggas gonna test you if you really like that. You get what I'm saying? So it's a whole orchestrated like tailwind that eventually lead niggas to jail or you know what I'm saying in bad situations.
So they just playing Dirk and King Von.
From what I'm hearing, and it's sad, but it sounds like, y'all never partied before, bro.
Not heavy.
Y'all never partied, bro.
But when I was in college, nigga, we threw down though, because we controlled that environment.
No, on the streets. On the streets. On the streets.
Talk about the college party.
Yeah.
So at the college parties, nigga, I would orchestrate all the women coming to the event. So we get sorority, we get all type of women, bring them to the football house. And at the football house, we'll play some white boy music, we'll play some R&B, we'll play some, you know what I'm saying, the newest hip hop, whatever, but we got to control the energy in the space. And we wasn't no gangster, we wasn't in the street. So a lot of the environments that are in cities now have street culture riddled all over it. And that's why a lot of women they prefer the thug or the, you know what I'm saying, because it just fits. It once that nigga come up to him in the club, now all her friends like, ooh, girl, you get what I'm saying? Like, she don't want to talk to the clean cut nigga in the club. She don't want to talk to the nigga that's, hey, how you doing? Like, respectful. She wants you to give off that energy from the top. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like
that shit is unfortunate. Because we always had the thug era too. Because don't get me wrong, like 50 came out when we was in the club.
Yeah.
What Up Gangster? Definitely, I seen niggas get the shit beat out of them to that song.
Mm-hmm.
So we still was able to have
two elements.
Exactly. They would still play the reggae. They would still play the got somebody. Like we still had all of that. So we was able to.
Hey, Illa, let me ask you this: when
neutral, chill vibe.
When 3 6 Mafia came out with Tear the Club Up, was that a problem when y'all was from?
They didn't play that where I was from. The first 3 6 Mafia song that got popped. I'm from Jersey. The first 3 6 Mafia song. Hey, you, what's up? The first 3 6 Mafia song that I heard that hit the club heavy was
To the club up?
Was Sipping on Some Scissor.
Yeah, I was an old man when that came out.
And
which one? I know what you're talking about.
These
You
niggas
talk
ain't
this
running.
shit.
Run it,
Nigga. Oh, who run it? Who run it?
Yeah, Who Run It?
Yeah.
I was an old man when Who Run It came out.
First one of y'all talk about first one and getting tossed.
Yeah.
Niggas ain't
The
front.
first songs I seen niggas fight over though, because we used to hear it, but they didn't cause like altercations. But I seen people fight over
Throw them bows.
Little John.
Nah, that's ludicrous. No. But Jada,
that Lil Jon era was he
But-
need his flowers. I know we all over the place now.
No, facts.
That
No,
Lil
real shit.
Jon era was lit as hell.
But Illa, tear the club up. Tear the club up. 3 6 Mafia was banned in so many cities and song. Like they couldn't do it. They was really tearing.
I
the
was
club
an
down.
old man when that shit came out.
Rural towns.
When we were younger, the songs that made people lose their mind was damn NWA and Scarface and what was they called?
Ghetto Boys.
The Ghetto Boys, yeah.
Come on, nigga, we know hip hop over here. Don't play with us. Yeah. That shit was
real
hey.
gangsta. I can't get mad over that. That can't make me fight.
Nah,
Mom's playing tricks on
nigga, that shit sounds like
That's
sounds like an
club song.
opening
Y'all
to a
said
sitcom, nigga.
Yeah, I'm not about to fight over
That is not
I'm
gangster
trying to see
shit.
what Kish experience is in the club.
Yeah, go ahead, Kish.
Where's Kish?
Yeah, so I had a more of like a Caribbean house party experience. Like we had Barry Simons, we had the Sean Paul, we had the and then my era. I don't know if Philosophical know because he's from Jersey. I'm from New York. We had the Gully versus Gaza era, Vibes Cartel versus Movado.
Oh, that's tough.
Just don't coming in. The
Gully versus Gaza is amazing. I like that.
I ain't gonna front, Kish. Back in the day, because being from Jersey, New York, it's a lot of West Indians.
Yeah.
I used to hate, because sometimes they'd take you to the reggae world, but most of the time, once the DJ go to reggae world in the club, he's not leaving. And I used to get mad as hell because it's really cultural. Like, if you don't listen to that shit all the time, it's like, all right, bro, go back to the rap. Once they take it to reggae world, bro, they're going to be there for like 2 hours. It's going to be mostly all girls dancing with 2 dudes. Because only 1 or 2 niggas know how to do
most of
them
them
dances.
are sitting on the
Rest of y'all just watching
the
ways to the one that you know.
Facts.
Most of them
Hey, Illa, I'm just man to man. I want to battle you, bro. I want to battle you. I want to battle you song. We can do song for song or verse for rap. I want to rap.
Rapping and me rapping?
Yes, because bro, I heard your shit. I mean,
You ain't heard shit. That ain't nothing. You ain't heard
Man, we gotta do that.
Nah, hold on. I'm seeking blood. You hear me? On Crip.
Listen. I heard what y'all saying about this rapping stuff, and we did have Freaknik and whatever, but y'all era was that reggae stuff was the nastiest area. All that whining and grinding.
Freaknik was the original hookup culture.
I wish I got that. I was too young. I missed the Freaknik and I missed the tunnel. I missed the tunnel and Freaknik. But hold up. So you say you want to battle. So you want to do like I rap live over a track and you rap live over a track, or we just play one song that I made and you play a song that, like, what are we doing?
We can mix it up. We can do like four rounds bar for bar, and then we can do 4 rounds song for song.
Red Pill, I think you're gonna lose.
You think I'm gonna lose? Okay. All right, I'm cool. Bro, I'm not nigga. Look, Illa.
Salute, True.
Look, I only challenge good opponents. I've never challenged anybody. I've only challenged you.
And you want to pick me to go first?
Yes.
You must not think I'm that good.
No, you're great. That's why I want to go against you.
You ain't even heard nothing.
I don't want to mop nobody.
Because you ain't heard shit. Because that's
look, Illa. I don't want to mop nobody. I'm not a bully. I want somebody to come with at least some competition.
Wait. Red Pill. Are you gonna play Don Penn?
Am I gonna do what?
Play Don Penn?
Barrington
Levy.
No, he
wants to. No. I'm talking about his music versus my music.
Like we do music. I rap.
Yeah, our actual music. Yeah.
He wants to do that. A versus, basically. The first YouTube panel versus.
I want. Hey, Hey, Illa, I got you, nigga. I got you. I want that smoke, nigga.
Wait, Red Pill. Did you see the verses the other day?
I ain't seen no verses. Yet.
Man, it was Mike Will Make It and
Hit Boy.
Mike Will Made It whooped hip.
No,
I don't know what Hit Boy was.
I didn't even see him, and I know he lost. No, there's nobody better than Hit Boy right now. Nobody.
Hit Boy lost.
Nah, Mike Will Made It or Wash Hit Boy. What? You crazy? Mike Will Made It.
Mike Will Made It washed Hit Boy. And I'm from the West Coast.
Hold on. I'm about to look because y'all playing with me.
Nah, Mike
Will Made It.
I'm out of here, y'all.
Mike Will Made It. All right, my boy.
All right, salute Picasso.
Mike Will Made It. I'm not surprised he washed him. I'm not surprised at all.
Them Atlanta dudes was up in there turned up. Mike Will Made It dudes was too busy. It's not a thug thing. They was too busy trying to be thuggish up in there.
Oh, the video's private. I can't even see it.
Let me hook my boy Witch Doctor up.
All the videos
that over here doing ghetto. Y'all got Nightish doing ghetto shit over here. That's
shout out to the Witch Doctor, man. What's up with it?
What up,
Witch Doctor? Your screen froze.
Illa, you got a DJ in here, so
don't snitch on me.
I'm gonna send him. I'm gonna send him 8. No. Matter of fact, fuck that. Let's do 4. Let's do 4 songs, and let's do 8.
No, it's 20. It's 20.
Wait a minute, both of y'all could record. Y'all got if y'all got access to recording, y'all could record on some shit. You know what I'm saying? And we could just, mix it right and let the people them vote. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
No, we gotta interact. We gotta make it a show.
No, verses is 20 songs.
We can do 20. I got 20.
We doing 4. Listen, we doing 2 verses, live verses, and 2 songs.
All right, bet. Let's do it. Let's do
acapella.
Yeah, I mean, you got to rap to a beat live, and then you got to play 2 songs. Or you could either perform 2 songs, rap 2 verses, play 2 songs, play 2 verses, however you want to do. But 2 verses and 2 songs.
Well, let's do 5. Just so it's like fair. So it's like it can't be 2 to 2. So let's do at least 5. So it can be like 3.
The people judging, or we having judges? You know what I'm saying? Can I?
However y'all want to do it.
I really want to facilitate this shit.
However y'all want to do it. I know it's 4-1. That's
how
all.
Long it take you to get ready? Yeah, how long it take
now? We can do it right now if you want to do it.
I mean, shit.
Red Pill talking shit.
I already got some.
Illa. We could do
I'm nice as hell, bro.
Week.
Like I'm nice.
I know, bro. I only challenge competitors, bro. I'm not a bully. I know you nice. I'm telling you, I'm gonna mob you.
He boy to go easy
on
a
5. On a 5, I'm gonna get you 4-1. On a 10, I'm gonna get you 3-7. On a 20, I'm gonna get you 16-4.
You said that Hit Boy beat Mike Will. Atlanta came to LA. Atlanta came to LA and showed out. Mike Will Made It won that time.
Mike Will got mad songs like in his
mad placements. Right.
So
he was killing Hit Boy with them Future songs.
Future song. I mean, Ray Shrimmin is crazy. He got mad joints with them. Like Mike Will Made It is fire. He got joints with Miley Cyrus. Like Mike Will Made It is fire. But let's get back to the buffoonery.
Okay, right.
That was a good little fun conversation. And shout out to Fantastic. Tomorrow we debuting our new show called Ill-tastic Sports Exchange. So on Sundays we will be chopping it up about the sports. This is the thumbnail. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. Hold on.
Did he drop?
Yeah, he dropped himself.
He'll be back.
So tomorrow we will be debuting our new sports show. Pull up 11 a.m. We're gonna be chopping it up. Things gonna turn to an open panel. So look out for that, man. I've been wanting to get into sports for a minute, so me and Fantastic about to do that. So definitely pull up, tap in. It's gonna be on both our channels. It's gonna be a co-stream, and we're gonna keep it pushing, man. But yeah.
Hey, Illa,
Go
I
ahead.
got some guys that maybe they can contribute at least. You know what I'm saying? I got some guys in Indiana and Miami. They do sports type stuff. So maybe they can contribute to the conversation. I don't know.
No, absolutely. We definitely want to collab with other people about sports. I wanted to do something that wasn't so contentious because I feel like when we having these conversations of relationships and politics, it can get testy.
Right.
And I feel like let's talk about something that's not
I think it was pretty balanced today, though.
I'm always balanced though, but for some reason
Nah,
people
don't say
get me
that.
twisted up. I'm always this way. But people see me, you gotta think, when I'm on these panels, y'all, motherfuckers be coming at me. So I get them what they ask for. But when I can curate my space, y'all see how it go. I'm not gonna allow nobody to disrespect them. I'm not gonna even let it get to that level. So what y'all see me do in other places is because those other places allow people to say what the fuck they want to say. So I'm gonna give them what the fuck they ask for. But over here, that's not even how I move. But when in Rome, do what the Romans fucking do. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
This is how I go. This is my flavor all the time. Chill, laid back, cool shit. We're gonna have some, testy conversations, but I don't want people to leave the panel feeling mad, deflated. Because when I get off certain panels, I be literally tired.
Yeah.
Literally tired. I feel drained. I feel like I lost a lot of my
Feel like-
energy.
you feel like it's manual labor.
Leave my panel rejuvenated or optimistic or something. Like I'm not trying to have that. But speaking of which, let's get back to this fucking shit because I was definitely deflated. I wouldn't say deflated, but I was definitely tired after this shit. So let's go.
To bring up the fact that men go through it too. Cool. Once we have that conversation about men, let's stick to men. But for right now, we're having a conversation about women and how women are treated. And if women got the same reverence that was stated here, even the one, I'm not talking about the women who y'all call hyenas and all of that. I'm talking about the women who were they're very soft-spoken, they're very agreeable, and all of that. Y'all still mistreat them as if they don't matter, as if they are.
How does she know that? How does she know that the women who are acting like the great women, the best women, are getting mistreated? How the fuck does she know that? Like
socks that you just shove
we
your
treat
thing
them like
into
socks
and dispose of your DNA, like literally. And if that wasn't a problem, still I would not have brought it up. But I'm so sorry for that being the thought that I had.
Oh, okay. Can I respond respectfully?
Yeah, you got to respond, and then we got to get to the.
All right, y'all go ahead. I ain't gonna say nothing. She got it.
All right, go ahead, True.
Which part do you want me to respond to, JR? The video or what's being discussed right now?
You can respond to both. You can start with the video. And
respond to women being treated like socks.
Okay. I agree with Minister Farrakhan's delivery commentary. Pretty much, we do need to feed our women knowledge, direction, leadership. All those things that are very positive and progressive. So it makes sense that right now, what
can you even put me in this situation?
It makes sense right now. What's being showcased is that a lot of misinformation is being delivered, and so that has been something that we've been dealing with because of the propaganda machine, and that's the battle that exists currently right now. I personally don't think women are mistreated as they may often comment to or convey. I think that there's things that sometimes
look at her. Maybe you're mistreated because people don't think you're pleasant. You don't even want to smile at the fucking grocery store based on your own testimony. So maybe your personal problems is just a personal problem. And one thing I know is about women with big ass tats like that, they always fucking crazy.
Facts.
Are
nutty bitch.
Individualized to where they may believe that it's supposed to be more of what they assume it to be instead of doing a fair analysis. I find oftentimes, especially being in this Americas, that we are very spoiled people, which is okay. That is the privilege of being American. But there is so many people, human life across the board, that don't get to live the experiences that we live. And American women, in my opinion, are some of the most entitled women on the planet. Your mere infrastructure, what you get to experience on a daily basis, often would combat the fact that there's mistreatment, in my opinion. Major holidays, commercialization, all of those things combined. I don't see women to get mishandled, mistreated in mass. And Yeah.
Look at her body language. Look at the body language of Bo. Look at the body language of P.I. So immature. Look at how stoic Savage is. Pearl is pretty stoic too, but as we continue, you're going to see that every time I speak, Pearl is like doing all these hand gestures, like, you know, like I'm just talking some crazy shit. But I just want y'all to see how the politics of these panels be happening and how just based on their reactions, they're telling people who makes sense and who don't just based on how they react. And all of a sudden, I don't make no fucking.
I think that if you are a woman who is showcasing the very things that do bring positivity, if you're somebody who is humble, soft, positive, works on assisting and giving true value, I don't see those women to be mishandled. I don't see those women to get mistreated again in mass. I don't see that. And then I'll leave it there.
You neither.
And I think if you do that, they take you for granted.
So essentially what
Exactly. Go ahead, Nightish.
I think if you do that, they take you for granted and they want everybody to be on the same page. Just let them rock out and say all of the wild stuff. As long as you acquiesce and bow down because it's about domination and control, then they're perfectly fine with you. Don't give no pushback, and you a real brother.
Exactly. And that's what they try to paint in these panels. It's like, yo, Mont say he backstage. That's how they try to paint on these panels, is they're trying to show you a hierarchy of what men we should value, what men we should listen to versus what men we shouldn't listen to. And that's how I feel like women have taken over this space. Who the fuck they want to hear from is fucking irrelevant. It's about who makes sense. It's about who has a point. It's about who has some information, not about how the fuck you feel about it. And Bo is just somebody who you have to make her feel a way when talking to her. And I think that would make sense if that man is courting you. When you're courting a woman, how she feels about what you says does matter. But if we're just talking on a panel like adults, I don't have to sensationalize no romanticism while speaking to you at all. No. And when women turn down men who turn up men who do that versus men who don't, you just causing fucking confusion, because in real life, you probably don't even like a dude that talk to you like that.
Exactly.
Like she said on the show a few weeks ago, she don't even like this when motherfuckers speak to her while she's shopping. That's the moment you meet someone, is when you're not really looking for it, or when it's out the way, when it's organic, not at the club. They're not going to come. Like, how are you going to meet somebody? Like, how? If you don't go out, if you're always in the house, you're going to meet them where you meet them.
I like to hear a brother be on the same page across the board about the expectations of how a man is supposed to talk. And you're not supposed to talk in no submissive, acquiescing, broken kind of way. It's what your standard is consistently across the board. And too many men is willing to give concessions to be able to have a conversation.
I think to have an adult conversation, a lot of times you will have concessions, but you're not gonna have as much concessions to change who you are. Like if I'm talking to you, there's dudes in Florida that call each other like the B word. I don't want to say that shit on your panel and shit, Illa, right? But I don't rock like that. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta make concessions when they talking to me. I don't like people calling me certain shit, but when we having conversations with each other, we gotta make certain concessions. Sometimes some people might not like you cutting them off all the time. You gotta adjust to have that communication is both the communicator and the person who's receiving it. So as the communicator, you still gotta play your part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cutting people off all the time that shit is annoying.
Yeah, that's a fact. But I'm gonna refresh. I want you to take Chop up, because I know she always refers to you as someone who, quote unquote, knows how to talk to her. So I want you to elaborate on why that is. I know what I think it is, but I don't want to speak for you. But I'm gonna let you explain it. I'm gonna reset my camera. Y'all keep going.
Yeah, if I keep it 1,000 with you, I truly think it's that my energy is that I'm trying to understand, and I think that, and I'm not saying that nobody else is trying to understand our perspective, but I think I disarm her when we having conversations, and I think she feels a different energy. She feels like I'm not trying to attack her, and she doesn't need to go into defense mode, so that allows her to open up and listen to what I'm saying. And then when she's listening to what I'm saying, she's like, you know what, that makes sense. So I get it. Like I never really have like issues out of Bo when I'm conveying the male perspective. She always be like, you know what, that makes sense. So I think that's what it is.
Well, I will have to call Cap, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. This is Cap of the highest order, Mr. Mont. Okay. What you do is you talk to her in a way as if she has a chance with you. That's how you talk. You're smooth. You talk to these women in a way where it leaves some type of hope that you would talk to them further, not intentionally, but that's the energy you're giving. Because I done talked to Bo and she got it when she want to get it, and when she don't want to get it, she don't want to get it. Behind the scenes, text me, DM me, oh, my mother loves you and all this dumbass shit. But on a panel, since I'm like, damn, bro, this is what it is. So I think what you do is, it's cool for you, but I think it hurts when other men talk to her, because now she think that every man has to talk to me under the energy as if they might date me, because the way you talk to her is in a way, that's why you're smiling. The way you talk to her, it's like, you know, you might have a chance with me if I wasn't in my situation. And you know goddamn well she doesn't. So she needs to feel that energy when men talk to her, but that's teaching her the wrong way to talk to men, because most men are not going to talk to her with that energy if they're just having a conversation about a topic. Like you giving her courtship energy, and now she expects courtship energy on a debate panel. You fucking her up. You're really making it worse. You're making it worse.
I think it's.
I don't agree with that, big bro. I don't agree with that.
I just think it's a certain tone, you know what I'm saying? We can't, you know, vibrations and all of that good shit. Because look at this, when Umar Johnson talking to people, he used the vernacular of a pastor, and a lot of people mind is already trained to receive that type of tonation. So if you're talking to a woman a certain way that you know what I mean, like it don't necessarily means you're trying to holler at them, but I just think like certain type of tones is more receptive type shit, you know what I'm saying? They let their guard
right.
up.
But if the person, so like Mont said, she listened to him. The shit Mont told her, she still don't fucking get. So it's not like the information and the tone of delivery is adding to what you know is real. She still don't know what men like. She still don't know if men do this or that. So it's performative to me. Because I don't care if someone can bring you something in a proper tone, that means after the conversation with Mont, I know something now I didn't know before. So if you're still coming to these panels with the questions that Mont's supposed to be answered, or true, or ill, or this one, you're not listening to what the fuck they got to say. You just want to talk to niggas that make you feel good. That's what I think.
What you say. What I would say, because I don't watch Lapeef as much to know the personalities per se, you know what I'm saying, but certain conversations, bro,
So she's unbearable every fucking
certain conversations, bro, when I see women on the panel, they usually personalize most conversations. So if you add in you talking to them with a certain tone and they already taking it personal, that is kind of crazy. They're gonna only lash out. I'm not saying that they're right to do that shit. I'm just saying like that's what it is. Even on my panel, like a lot of times we might say something and a woman gonna answer it like if it's personal, like if you're talking about her type shit, you know what I'm saying? So I think that they take shit personal, and with the tone it sounds like you personally attacking them even if you're not, you know what I mean?
But like on this episode, right, the topic was, why do we need women? Everybody told why the good things, because they do this, because they do that, because they do this, because they do that. Her and Pretty brought up, first of all, Pretty said, why are we even asking this question? The fact that we asking to show you that they don't care. Something. Bo said, I hear you guys, and I don't mean to sound like a contrarian, which means I'm giving you a disclaimer that I'm about to go left. She said that if y'all value women, why do y'all treat good women so bad? That was her response. That had nothing to do with the topic. So she's not learning. Because no matter how many men tell her, hey, Bo, we do care. she doesn't believe y'all. So
You know this thing, bro.
So is it a delivery that's making her change, or it's just that certain deliveries make her feel better than others? Because you're
What
not
you
learning
saying?
from either one.
What you saying there is not what you saying there now is not the delivery. I was just going off of what y'all talking about. What you saying there is sounds like she's personalizing thing. She's imagining herself as a good woman, and when her ex or some dude did her wrong, she's saying, why do men do good women wrong? It just sounds like she personalizing it, you know what I mean?
Everything, no, but the thing is, we all can do that. That's not something exclusive to a woman. Every man could bring up a example when they was good to a woman and she wasn't good back. Like, that's not something that's exclusive to women. That's just something that humans deal with. But I'm gonna rewind it so y'all can see how she took it.
Too. I wanted to address the claim too.
Go ahead.
Cause I think I don't think I talk to women different than I think I'm one way on these panels. Like, I don't think I'm like different with the girls and I'm different with the guys. Like, I think this is me. You know, if somebody else can let me know their perspective too. But I really don't think that's it. I think it's exactly what I said. Like, I'm trying to think. Do I make both think that she could romantically have an opportunity with me if I was?
Well, did she tell you or not? I'm telling you, you do.
Okay.
That don't. But this the thing. That don't even mean you're doing it on purpose. You just a smooth motherfucker. Some niggas just got that effect on women. But I think the way you naturally talk makes a woman think he might like me a little bit. I'm just telling you how women think. I'm not saying you need to switch it up, but especially in today's desperate, lonely times.
Yeah.
Nice looking brother with a bed, nice clothes, talking to me nice. You like her.
Okay.
Am I bugging y'all, or
I think women are dreamers. I get it. Like, so they look at the world idealistically and they envision things when I dig that. But I guess I think that just like kids, I think that when you talk to, like, for example, right, a college professor can't teach a kindergartner the way that a kindergartner teacher can teach a kindergartner, right? Even though they both can give information, but it's like, I would trust a kindergartner teacher to teach a kindergartner versus a college professor. So I do think communication styles play a huge part in getting somebody to retain the information. Now, like you said, Bo may come on the panels like with you, and I haven't seen it, but let's say she go on the panels and you're like, yo, the things that Mont and other people have said to you before, it seems like you've forgotten everything when you're talking to me. I haven't seen that, but I think that's due to repetition. Like, I think it's due to like, women got this delusion that you gotta work on it. You gotta keep working on it. Like, I don't know what it is. It's gonna come back.
You're right, but guess what you're describing? The job of two people that we're not. Her fucking man and her fucking father. This is an open panel discussion. That's your daddy and your man's job. We don't have to keep coddling and reinforcing this. You need to find somebody in your real life. We're just panelists, baby. Like, we're walking this woman through life via a 2-hour conversation. We ain't got to do all that shit. We ain't your man. We just got to respect you. But let's just check the clip, because I hear what you're saying, but this woman wants somebody to be her dad and her man in these conversations, and we don't have to be that. I'm sorry, that is not what we need to be.
Might be a little bit challenging for me tonight because the question of how important are we or how essential are we to society is just kind of ridiculous. We quite literally give birth to society. So I wonder how society would even go on without women. In addition to that, oftentimes the rhetoric is that women are the carriers of the culture, women are the first educators. So once again, like, there's all these important roles assigned to women and womanhood and femininity. However, we end up asking these questions. So
hold on.
As we evolve throughout this live, I am interested in finding out what society.
Let me ask you something, Ella.
What up?
Who do you think? Who do you think sleeps with her? Like, what dude on this planet that sleeps with her?
I mean, I don't hate to get graphic, but if she got a shape and something that somebody could put something in, a lot of dudes would probably sleep with shorty, bro. Like, it ain't that complicated when it comes to women finding a man. Like, men don't stand on business like y'all be, like we was talking about earlier, like Naya said earlier. A lot of dudes is weak, bro, and they're not that staunch that we think they are, even if the ones who say they are. Because I see a lot of dudes with girls, And then you be a fly on the wall for their relationship, she be talking crazy to that nigga. But online it look lit.
Oh, no, hands
Look like
on him
it,
and
you
shit.
know what I mean? So a lot of dudes just don't stand on business because they rather be with somebody than without him. So she could find somebody. She not ugly. She ain't my
No,
cup of
far from that. I'm saying who do you like? I'm trying to. All right, I just want to know, like, all you goofy ass chat niggas, like, what are y'all hollering at? Do y'all try to engage with her?
They do. I heard they do. I heard that's just what she said.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's why I clarified. That's what
Ain't
she
nobody
said.
in her DMs,
Yeah,
man.
facts. I know, and I'm
I
rocking with you.
I
Chris,
believe
but
her
nigga-
DMs. I believe niggas is jumping in her DMs, bro. I see niggas in Word DMs, bro.
Big Bruce in the building.
Aside from her, what's up, Bruce?
What up?
Aside from her herself, I've seen panels where niggas will be in the comment section, and the chick could be saying something crazy and wild, and they be like, "Yo, she's so gorgeous, she's so pretty out
Right.
to hit." So,
Word. Bruiser, jump in there, man. You're a veteran of the Lapeef sphere. We're talking about how these conversations get derailed, and there's not only a peacocking with the men, which I don't think. I think these women create a lot of divisive narratives based on, oh, I like how he said it versus how he said it. When in real life, the motherfucker that just say whatever the fuck is who they gonna fuck with for real. Because women love that type of guy. And I was talking to Mott, and he said that the reason why I think Bo listens to him, because Mott speaks with a certain flair that gives women like this dream. Like, I'll get you. I'll get you. Like, if I didn't have a woman, if I wasn't single, man, I would definitely be the guy. Like, he doesn't say that, but he don't see it. But I be watching like, this motherfucker funny. He talks in a way that leaves these women feeling like, yo, if he was single, I know I could get him. And they probably can't, man. And that's why she's fucking with him, because, like I said, Bruiser, she's not learning anything from Mott. Because if Mott is the better directive, the better person at delivering the messages, she never applies what's being taught to her. So that means she just likes how he makes her feel. She's not learning from anybody. But Bruiser, it's on you.
Yeah, he might be pandering a bit, Mont, sometimes. I would say Mont he charm him. You know what I'm saying? I think he manipulate him. I think he
do.
I think he's listening to Mont articulate himself from time to time. I mean, he knows deductive reasoning. He knows how to use logic. He knows how to detect flawed logic. So because I could check all three of those off, I know for a fact that he be manipulating them, and he can literally checkmate the fuck out of some of the stuff they saying, but instead of that, he'll say, you know, I understand how you feel. I get it. You're an intelligent woman, and I see that. I just want you to know I see that.
Hey,
He
Bruiser,
talk like
don't do that. Bruiser, don't do that, man. You can't tell that nigga that's what he's doing.
He talk like he trying to put some pipe in him so that they can.
That is crazy, bro.
You know, so he can seem less hostile around him, because the reason why they like him is because he don't come off as adversarial. You know what I'm saying? He know how to disagree with him. He has a tactful way where he disagrees with charm instead of with I don't give a fuck. Like Martin, I'm gonna apply pressure to you when he ain't that blatant. No, you wrong as fuck. He ain't that type. He the type to be like, I don't agree with you, but I understand you type nigga.
Well, yeah, you
can fix it. Mott is full of shit because that nigga's from Philly, and I know he like that.
Ain't that
I
a
ain't
bitch?
buying it.
Hold on.
Buying it. Philly niggas punch on shit.
They do.
I ain't buying it, Mott.
This is crazy, yo.
I don't think you like that. I think in real life you're different, Mont.
Nah. Don't do Mont like that. Mont ain't.
I don't think it's nothing wrong being different though.
Mont be interrupting too. When Mont see a nigga finna cook,
he like, what the fuck? I think if we catch him on the wrong day, he'll definitely do it to you.
He about
bro,
to spaz out.
Mont have seen where I think Mont was following the conversation sometimes, a lot of times, where I'm about to literally corner and checkmate the fuck out one of them. And here come Mont interrupting, trying to, I guess, mellow it down or some shit, but but interrupting and it just feed off of it. I'm like, bro, why did you
You
do
know
that?
what the thing is, yo? I consider myself to be so non-biased. I'm just so with the like, yo, I want to know the facts, and I'm gonna throw it. Like, I don't mind dismantling my own argument if I feel like we get into the truth, right? And I think that's kind of like the problem. Is sometimes people be like, all right, it's me against you. It's me. I don't get into that. Like, I don't debate. I have conversations. So I'm really here to like, if you say something that makes sense, I'm like, yo, you know, that shit. All right, yeah, I get that. That makes sense to me. So I guess that's kind of like the difference is people so not used to that they think, damn, nigga, I just had her in the corner. You about to give her some. But if I think that I heard something that makes sense, I want to lay it out there because I want to get to.
Well, let's go back to whenever we were talking about. We pretty much we indirectly made mistake and admit on the record that potentially she essays her husband every now and then. Yeah. Nobody wanted to go on a record with that because it was a sister code energy going around. But we was pushing her into that, and they kept drawing contrast between, oh, I'm married, so it's different versus you having a girlfriend. And I drew that context, and then I think Pearl tried to say, no, we're not saying it's a different, but you keep saying the reason why you can do that or coerce. What is it? Coerce? Did I say that shit right? The reason why it's okay for you or acceptable or justifiable for you to coerce your husband is because y'all got this understanding, as if girlfriend and boyfriend can't have the same understanding. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's y'all making it seem like it's contingent upon a marriage certificate in the ring. No. If it's essay as far as, hold on, didn't they try to say it was an enthusiastic yes or some shit?
They said some crazy
What
shit.
if it's monotone or some shit like that?
Hold up, they was trying to say there's a time and place for essay.
They were saying that if it's
not
yes, it's not enough.
Though.
They said yes, it's not enough. It has to be a yes
to be essayed.
To be
for it to not be essay, like she has to verbally say yes, yeah.
To give consent, it has to be
First of all, you know why that conversation is goofy? Because most times you did it with a girl, there was no questions even asked. Y'all weren't even talking. No one said, "Hey, ma'am, do you mind if I pull your panties down?" Like that shit is the fuck off.
That's an awkward ass moment.
But bro, it's the same thing today.
Can I penetrate you now?
Like, it just pops off.
It's the same thing today. The point is the fucked up part is now women can try to retract what they was talking about. Like we didn't, man, 80s, 90s babies, nigga, we in there, nigga. We in that pussy. But if we talking about new guys, they'll fuck a girl and not call her back, and now all of a sudden we gotta go through these. Well, did she say yes? Like,
I've seen a woman say that a woman, if a man meets you at a club, y'all have a drink, he talks you into coming to his house, and y'all have consensual sex. She said that's coercion.
That's crazy.
The closest thing to
that bitch is on cocaine. You talking about? So cocaine and coercion is like it's a. Sorry,
well, that's crazy. Go ahead, Bruce.
Listen, the closest thing I've seen in my experience, I've seen it where it come down to whether or not you know that you have confirmation that she want to smash. Is the conversation start to go into, okay, do you got a rubber?
But she came to your house.
That's as far as it go. It ain't no, hey, can I hit it? You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't say that. But look, if you come to it's 2 a.m. You come to my house. What am I supposed to do? Communicate again?
Now, this is what I'm saying. We got to be careful. It ain't more until it's on.
Put a sign on the wall.
Now we can say
step through the door. It's smash time. Nah, nigga, you got to still talk to her.
Absolutely. You still.
No, I'm not. My bad. Go ahead.
I think what you're saying though, Bruiser. I want to know. All right, what did you bring that point up for? What did I do during that conversation that you know?
Well, there was times where we had them in the fire. But you would sometimes walk them out of the fire to try to get more understanding when there was no understanding. They were stern in their ways on the fact that when it comes to a man, it's got to be an enthusiastic yes, and it's essay. You know what I'm saying? But whenever it came to the woman, it was just coercion. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think you're recanting this particular conversation wrong. I don't think this conversation was was one of those, because it was literally you got on there and you was kind of like assisting me with that, but it was really me against kind of like their entire perspective, and I never kind of like with that particular conversation, like we never found common ground, me and the woman, that conversation. So maybe that's a bad example, and maybe you don't remember it correctly.
You could say that I was assisting you because that's how the moderation kind of pulled it out. Like, pause. They I don't know what's going on. Like the moderation ain't never been this hard. Like I've been on the Lapeef network for years, and I'm telling you, and I would consider them motherfucking middle schoolers to me. And the fact that I had to, like, I think at some point, whenever you put a lot of hours and times on the network, there should be like a fucking rite of passage or some type of privilege for somebody who put in all that work to be able to interrupt and talk for a little longer. But motherfuckers was saying shut up or I'm like, hold on, wait, nigga. I'm like a fucking.
And
Go
Bruce,
ahead.
that's my problem that I said on this channel, on these panels, is when whether male or female, people think they can disrespect somebody else because they don't agree with their point. Because what you're doing is you're devaluing the host. Because if I invited you on my panel, your worth has been proven to the channel owner already. So your worth doesn't have to be explained to someone else on the panel. That's not even a conversation at this point. So when you like Pretty, she'll diminish, oh, you guys are always talking this dumb shit. You guys are dumb. You guys don't know what you're talking about. I just came here to laugh at you. So you trying to say that Lapeef just brings a bunch of jokes on the panel? Like, we're grown-ass men. Ain't nobody a joke. Now, if you don't agree with the content, that's fine. But the ad hominems, not just her, but just people, period. The ad hominems on these panels don't make sense because we were invited here. So the value has already been established. Now we're just comparing notes at this point.
Yeah, it's a problem for me when they do that because there's cases where they say y'all this and y'all that. I'm like, why don't y'all just ask us how we feel about the particular matter that you're trying to conflate or label or paint us all with a paintbrush? We're here. We have the luxury of talking to us face to face, but y'all oftentimes say y'all this and y'all that. And what y'all doing is overlapping conversations y'all have with other motherfuckers onto us. When we're sitting here right here, why don't you ask me how I feel about a particular perspective and then judge me accordingly? Don't sit here and just try to.
Okay, all right.
Can I ask y'all an honest question?
Red Pill, let Witch out there. He ain't saying in a minute. Hold on. Go ahead.
When y'all having these conversations, right? Are y'all trying to like win an argument or convince the other party or try to understand each other? Because if you trying to if everybody trying to push their point across and not understand each other, a lot of the times the conversation gonna be in bad faith.
No, so I would
a
say
lot of times it's gonna be my bad.
No, go ahead. I was just
saying
trying to
a lot of
answer
times it's gonna be biased because you got your point to push. A lot of times people look back at shows and then they see where they was probably being biased or something because in the heat of the moment you so passionate about your stance, and I don't think people be trying to understand each other on the panels, because sometimes when people understand each other, you could see why that person see that thing that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I don't think it's trying to win an argument because JR has the way JR usually does, and I think he still does it. He'll pose a question and he'll give everybody around to answer based on their own perspective. So I think everybody is just trying to get through their own perspective. And then in the middle of those perspectives or during the exchange of perspectives, somebody have a disagreement. But the problem with the disagreement is it's always a combination of a rebut and an ad hom to Ilosophical point, an ad hominem attack associated with it, which kind of derails the conversation. You can rebut, you can refute, you can ask me to elaborate, or you can state your disagreement. But why do you got to add an insult with it? Which is I don't understand.
And let's get
they gotta add an insult because they can't win the argument, bro.
Absolutely.
When you are insufficient in actually debating and all that extra shit, you have to be like, that's why your big toe stink. You got to say stupid shit. So they just whatever it is. But when you have a substantial argument and you be like, hey, one word that is the enemy of anybody that's like that you're debating with is elaborate. Elaborate. Say what you mean when you say that. Well, I don't like the way this is, and men don't do this, and like, all right, well, give me an example. Okay, well, are we when you say this, elaborate on what you're saying. You know what they do? Do you know what they do? They go back, they go fill out Section 8 papers after that. They be like, you know what? I can't figure out why I'm fucked up.
Well, I will say this. Usually when I come to these conversations, if I got to rebut, I will ask, what is the source? Why should I believe you? Because some of the statements doesn't have any premise. And when I say premise, it's not premise with a actual fact or logic. So I'll be like, okay, well, I get what you're saying, but why? What are you speaking from? Like, what source are you using, or proof, or whatever data, or whatever you try? Because sometimes people just make extreme claims, and I'm like, why should I believe it? And people get mad because you simply question why the authenticity of what they're saying. So that's when the attacks come in, and the people start saying, I don't have to explain myself to you, and I'm like,
exactly. And it's
what the fuck are we having a conversation for then?
Yeah, and they come off as if they're trying to push this narrative as if men are just, because they, like Bruiser said, they give ad hominem attacks, which is infantile, childish behavior, while simultaneously trying to prove how primitive our minds are. That doesn't even make sense. You can't even have a conversation without talking slick, but your overall narrative is we're primitive and we need to grow up and we need to learn this. You don't even know how to talk to us. So it just makes no fucking sense. But I want to shout out some super chats real quick before we get back to the video. I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate them. Mini Face God 12, shout out to you. He said at one point she was entertaining, now she has developed into a character. She really thinks she's on point. Bo is her biggest cheerleader. That's a fact, because they be killing her in the fucking in the comments every time. Willie motherfucking Beeman said, you combat it by also having no thing. I think he was replying to a conversation earlier. I don't know how to pronounce your name, the C. He said, this is a portal, Illa, you correct. She's an agent of chaos with sounds intellectual. Absolutely. Willie motherfucking Beeman said, with the slight self-driving Tesla flex. You know mine is Captain Flex, baby. This guy, the urban landlord, Mr. Galt, he said, I did make it interesting. Let's co-stream together one day. No. But yeah, I appreciate the super
Why
chat.
you say no, though? He might be a good guy. I'm just asking.
Hey, nah, I mean, I don't have no problem with John. I just, every time I talk to him on these panels, the conversation goes left. Like, I just, I'm not, some people, are y'all familiar with him? Did y'all see him speak before?
No,
I don't know.
I heard your breakdown. Wasn't he in your breakdown?
Yeah, like I don't want to co-stream with you, bro. Like you could pull up, but co-stream, like he jumped on he asked for the link today. It's like, now, first of all, you gave Black Men Unfiltered $50 for interrupting his channel. Nigga, you interrupted my shit the whole day. You ain't give me a dime. So you owe me some $40 if you paying for interruptions, because you definitely interrupted my show with some that had nothing to do with nothing. But shout out to John, go support him. But no, I don't need to co-stream with you, bro.
I thought he was the guy that
he was the dude talking about blacks is this and blacks is that and blacks are bad tenants, but he still want us to have black tenants. But we should sell liquor and alcohol because that's what black people want, and regardless of what we think black people are, that's what they want. Like, he talks about black people from a strictly consumer perspective. Like he looks at them the same way other races do. Oh, they just smoke liquor and drinks and smoke cigarettes and drink liquor. Just sell these niggas that shit. And it's like,
let me ask you this, Illa. Do you think our race look at black people like that? A consumer?
I think, yes, today, I think so. I think the consumer has become God. You could, like, I think that's what we have.
Bro, did you fart it, bro?
Yeah, somebody's supposed to ask.
Oh, no. My headphone scraped against it. So,
Bro.
It wasn't a poop. Look, Bruce,
So
it wasn't a
we
poop.
ain't about to have a poop discussion. It's all right. Yeah, bro. Like, we don't want to have a poop.
It wasn't a poop, my nigga. I promise.
But look, I think today we do see each other like that. And I think that's the problem. I think a lot of content creators view each other like that. They don't care about the humanity in each other. They just trying to turn you into a consumer. Are you going to buy my shit or not? Are you going to pay for this shit or not? Are you going to subscribe or not? And it's like, it's a dehumanizing perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I think that's the nature of black people today is we just look at each other from a capitalistic perspective. And it's unfortunate.
I think that drives into relationships too.
Absolutely.
At some points. Yeah.
It's the culture. It's all one thing. Like back in the day when we sung about love and all that, it was a little bit more love in the community. Like everything is relative. You know what I'm saying? Art imitates life. So
I want y'all to and anybody can do this. Like I challenge y'all, right, to really show me a clip of me pandering, because that's what Bruiser said. He said
I didn't say you was pandering.
All right, not you. Bruiser said I be pandering.
First of all, let's just get a understanding of what you think pandering is. Like, how do you define pandering?
Well, I'd like you to do it since you claimed it. I'd like you to do it. Go
Yeah,
first.
how you gonna ask? How to see that step? You say you don't agree with it is. Before I tell you or argue, what do you think it? What do you consider pandering is?
I'll do that. So what I think a panderer is I think a panderer is somebody that says something that they don't truly believe in, to essentially get favor from the person that they're communicating with. So it's not something that they genuinely feel or just came from them, but they're saying it to just get favor, no matter what that is they say.
So you think it's something? You think they're saying something that they don't genuinely feel, and they're just trying to garner a favor in that person, but they don't genuinely feel it. So they're
I think
selling out for the sake of massaging their ego or whatever.
Yeah, for the sake of their ego, for the sake of something. It could be for pussy, it could be for whatever, but it's a sellout for sure. They don't believe what they say.
Well, I believe you can do it and believe what you're saying. I believe.
Okay.
I think pandering is tailoring your message to a way where you wouldn't normally tailor it, but you're tailoring it in a soft manner to appeal to bypass triggers that that are there. You're trying to work around the trigger, and you're sacrificing being brutally honest or straightforward. I would consider that pandering. But you can still have belief in what you're saying. You know who your personnel is. It's like a coach. Like you might talk to LeBron, like, come on, LeBron, get the fuck in the game or some shit. You know what I'm saying? He could take that, like, got it, coach. But then when you fucking see what's the other cat, number 77? I'm tricking Luka. You talking to Luka, you can't talk to Luka like that. You can be like, come on, buddy, you got it. You got this. Okay. And Luka's like, yeah, but if you talk to Luka like you talk to LeBron, Luka, he gonna be checked the fuck out. He ain't gonna even want to listen to you. I think the coaches pander as well.
So you think that pandering is just tone and in fixing your tone so that that particular person can understand what you're saying, but you don't think that it's saying.
I think they still understand what you're saying, but they mentally force themselves to reject it because they don't like the delivery. And I think a lot of women are like that. They did that to Kevin Samuels a lot. And Kevin Samuels, he was across the board.
I guess my question is, it can be all truth, 100% truth, but it can still be pandering if it's.
Yeah, it can be a completely true, but you water your delivery down for the sake of a trigger. And I think that's the reason why a lot of people detracted from Kevin Samuels and call him a woman hater, because he wouldn't water it down. You get what I'm saying?
That's why I separate from you, Bruiser, because I think with because I thought you was gonna get him, but he wiggled out of there because I don't think that was pandering. I think what Mont is talking about is just skill set. That's why I didn't think he pandered. I thought that he creates an illusion.
Well, I get it. I agree that we got different understanding of it.
This what I think pandering is when a guy knows that she should go left and sensationalize why she should go right. That's a panderer. And I think when basically like a yada, you need to give your woman $100,000. That nigga's lying. A panderer is a liar. I think Mont is just saying, I'm gonna just go about it a certain way, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm just gonna say it in a better way. But the problem is the women still lie to themselves, whether we say it Mont's way or Bruiser's way or Illa's way. That's an inner conflict. But pandering is when you just lying to these motherfuckers to make them feel good. I ain't seen mine.
I understand what y'all are saying. I would call that just being dishonest and manipulating. But I would call pandering is you still can be honest. You're just watering your message down for the sake of bypassing triggers because you know that the trigger will make the person unreceptive or not favor you. I think some people might call catering your message. It may be a better term, but I also believe the definition of pandering can be multifaceted to where it can have more than one meaning, and we can associate a combination of meanings with that one definition. It doesn't have definitively my way, your way, or his way. I think it's a combination of them all. But the bottom line is to appease the person that's listening. It can still be the truth because we do know that we can tell the truth 100 ways, but that person only is going to receive that truth one way, and it's with you not being masculine or straightforward. You have to be soft.
Now, I will say this.
Play a violin while you're delivering that shit.
I will say this, that if you are talking to someone in a nice way and they're not showing signs of receiving your nice delivery by what they continue to say, and you keep delivering it that way, then it becomes pandering. Because they've proven to you that your delivery is not making them accountable for things. They're still doing the same shit. They still got the same questions. They still got the same conclusions. So now if you keep delivering it to them that way, I think then it becomes pandering because she's proven that, not her, but any woman. A lot of these women prove that regardless of delivery, where's the application of what you're learning? So if Mont is talking to you in a way to make you understand, man, God damn it, why don't you still understand them? So obviously it's not the delivery that's making you, that's going to change how you think. You have to do it at some point. I think she just likes talking to some people better than she likes talking to other people because where's the application of anybody's information? Fuck Illa's information. Why don't you just apply what Mont said and what True said? I don't see it being applied. So obviously, is it a delivery issue or is it just, I just like them and I don't like them?
I don't think it's I just like them. And there's no shade to Mont. I think Mont got charisma. I think he got the pull or whatever, the finesse and all that. I fundamentally believe that if all three of us parallel gave the same delivery as Mont, there would be no, I don't know if ambiguity.
But this is my pushback to that.
No difference.
This is my pushback to that. This is why I said to Mont earlier. This is the problem. We're not your fucking daddy or your man. So what we have to do in these conversations is really a relationship requirement, not a panel discussion requirement. That pandering to every little nuance of your feelings, that's something that your man has to do, or your daddy, or maybe even your brother. But we just dudes you don't even fucking know on a panel. As long as we don't disrespect you, we don't have to modify every little thing. We're not going home with you. So I think she wants boyfriend daddy energy from total strangers about something that she's not going to listen to anyway. That's just my opinion. But y'all got it.
I wanted to say, I really don't think that I talk to the late. The only time I ever switch up my energy is if somebody might trigger me, which is very seldom that'll ever happen if I get turned up. But for the most part, I think I communicate the same way overall, no matter who I'm talking to. But I do think it kind of, it happens to definitely really get through to the women. But I think, honestly, I try my best to disarm the guys too. I try my best to disarm the guys too when I'm talking to them, because we can be defensive too. So I don't know, but
they don't require all that for us though, Mont.
You
ain't gotta do that. You ain't gotta do that much with us.
No, you're right, but that's just how I communicate. I think you talking about intelligent guys. It's a lot of guys who aren't intelligent and they aren't aware. So you kind of gotta you gotta dumb your message down for them too. But I don't think I really dumb my message down, but I do think I strategically try to talk to everybody. Like, for example, if I feel like somebody's going to be defensive to a message I have, I might give them a compliment before I talk to them, right? So, for example, if I'm trying to get somebody to tell me the truth, I might say, yo, I think you're a trustworthy guy, so that's why I'll ask you this question, right? I might say that to them, even though I may not even know if they're trustworthy or not. But I think if I throw that out there, it makes them you know what, this person thinks I'm trustworthy. Let me be trustworthy. Let me actually give them an honest take. So, I don't know, but if y'all see me communicating different, I want to see it. Like,
I think I have one case that you might be able to concede. You might, and it just might require me to bring it up in real time there to just question you on why you did it. For example, Pretty Intellectual was going on a monologue. She did not want anybody to interrupt her. She made it adamant. I think you tried to interrupt her because she was reiterating something that the story you told about the girl that potentially essayed you or coerced you. She wasn't getting the story right, and you were trying to correct her, and she was adamant about not being interrupted, even though she valued finishing being wrong about her iteration than being interrupted and being corrected, so she don't have to do the shit over again. And then when it was your turn to talk, to correct her and then get to the bottom line, she kept interrupting you over and over, and you kept saying, "Why don't you just let me talk?" And then you had the notion, you had the audacity to say, "Come on, Pretty, you're better than that." And when I heard you say that, it was unbelievable because it's almost like, do you really think that woman is better than that? And that made me feel like, okay, I think that's a little pander here, because that might be a manipulation tactic to get her to be more receptive and stop interrupting you. When you could just say, "Stop fucking interrupting me," in the same tone she used against you.
So, point of information for you, right? So I can tell you exactly what I said. And I think when we're living in the moment, we hear what we want. But what I said to her was, "I know you have it in you to be a fair person, and I'm gonna get it out of you." That's what I said to her. That's
you didn't say you're better than that.
I know you have.
You're better than this.
I said specifically.
You said you're better than this.
So I want us to I want us to all sit in this real quick, because he thinks I said that I told her she's better than this, but I specifically.
I think I remember the clip too, because I watched it a couple times.
And Shaq did the clip too. Shaq reviewed it, so you can even watch it on his joint. I said, I know that you have it in you to be a fair person, and I'm gonna get it out of you.
So are you going on the record right now to say that you didn't say that you're better than this?
On the record. That's exactly what I said.
I think I got you on this, bro.
But look.
I wanted to put 100 up. I got 100.
Even if he did say that, what's wrong with saying that?
No.
It's nothing wrong with him saying it.
Listen,
it's nothing wrong with him saying it, and it's also nothing wrong with you pandering. I don't think panderers are wrong if they got a desired outcome on why they want to do it.
Nah, panders are bad, bro.
If you say to me that I'm going to pander I'm going to pander a little bit because I know some personnel on this panel is not going to be receptive, and the goal that I want is everybody to be receptive when I talk. So I'm going to make sure that I pander to the ones who actually need it, just for the sake of them receiving what I needed to say. If you said that, then I'd be like, okay, I understand it, and I agree with why you're doing it.
All right,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Let's lock in the bet real quick. Well, not the bet. Let's lock the money down real quick. You said $100? Yeah. Okay. $100 that I didn't say. What did you say? I said you're better.
You said you're better than this.
And okay. And I'm saying that I said I know you have it in you to be a fair person, and I'm gonna get it out of you.
You also said that. I remember you said that too.
Okay,
so I'm not bet. So for the record, I'm not betting against that second part because I don't want it to negate it. It's a combination of things you said. One of the things you said precisely, I remember. You said you was talking to Pretty Intellectual because she kept interrupting you and wouldn't let you stop. You told her you were better than this. You also told her you know she can be fair.
Okay, got you. So you saying that okay. I know
she was pissing me off when she was interrupting you.
So she kept interrupting me, right? And I kept saying, like, we know what you're doing. Like, pretty much she's interrupting me because she knows that I'm winning. And I was letting her know
she know that you got her because you checkmated her and mistaken it at the same time on the coercion versus essay whenever they use your story versus her story. Because you exposed that it was a gender thing. And they didn't want to receive it. We literally fucking made them look disgusting on that.
So you know what we just proved, fellas? Well, we're proving, and I think Red Pill wanted to say something too. We're proving that delivery doesn't change outcome. Because if we know that Mont goes out his way to talk to these women this way, he shouldn't be interrupted by any of them. So they're not listening, regardless of how the fuck you deliver it. It just looks better on the camera. But where's the benefit of the smooth delivery? Where is the fruit of it?
I think it was a compliment. I think they compliment you. Don't they tell you? Don't they say when they do a overall?
Oh yeah, that's
judgment,
the fruit. They shout you out. They
They say Mont is the. I like how Mont. Why don't y'all be like Mont or some shit like I don't know.
Got it.
Not pretty though. So you don't communicate to everybody the same way, right? And I'm not saying that my communication style works for pretty. Pretty's a different animal, right?
It's not working for Bo either.
Yeah, she's work for Bo.
But I'm saying, but so let me ask you this.
Nah, I think it worked. I think Mont's delivery worked for Bo.
Let me give you an example. Right? Me and Bruiser had a verbal disagreement. The result from that ended up us reconciling and Bruiser adding something to himself that he didn't have before. So the delivery had a result that was tangible. So what I'm saying is, what is the tangible result from Bo receiving Mont's words? Is it just she likes to talk to you?
There ain't no tangible.
She's saying being applied to how she deal with men in general. Because if it's not, then nothing's changing. She just
there is an intangible though. There's no tangible. Is there intangible though?
Look, if I give you the information, will you listen with an open mind?
I mean, I don't need shit from the one motherfucker, but I'm just trying to say that she's not. I'm just trying to say that what you're doing is not being. Where's the fruit of the dialogue from you being displayed? So now you can tell me. You got it.
That's the question, right? Where's the fruit, right? And if I give you an honest answer, will you at least take that and take it into consideration and be like, all right,
I'll consider it. Yeah.
Okay. So ever since I've been on the panels with everybody, I think more people have become friends with Bo and have become accepting of Bo and have understood. And I think I've bridged the gap with Bo and other people. Now, I want you to actually look into it, though. I want you to be like, you know what? Let me see how Bo is with Willie. Let me see how Bo is with Hank. Like, people who used to, like, really be at neck and neck at each other's necks. They've accepted Bo, like, in the back. Like, everybody be joking around. Like, but before it was, like, it was open season on Bo. But I think, oh, go ahead, say what you're saying.
I hear you. What I heard was we've accepted her. She can come sit at our table now. That's cool. No. She can sit down with us and eat lunch, and now, but the fruit is, but I'm talking about the fruit in her narrative.
Yeah.
Because she constantly speaks as if men like Mont don't exist.
Yeah.
She speaks as if you don't exist. Every time she opens her mouth. Every time. She don't think about the Monts. She think about the guy in the alley with a club over with a club that's going to knock a woman out and take her to her apartment. So your efforts to me is null and void because she doesn't even reminisce on the Monts of the world. She just talks about the worst possible men that's out here. So I'm trying to say, where's the fruit in her knowledge and how to engage in conversation? Where's the fruit of that?
Okay.
Now, her being able to DM people and talk to them in the back chat, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's regular shit. But where's the fruit in your narrative when you speak? Because you still look at men the same exact way you did when you came into this space.
So that's what I disagree with. I don't think she look at men the exact same way as when I came into the space.
Oh, okay.
But also, this is my question too. If she's gotten 5% better or 10% better, does that count?
Not if you're 45.
So the 5% don't count, the 10% don't count.
Not if you.
That nigga hit her with a red pill.
By the time she gets to 100, she gonna be 50.
All right,
you 45. If you only learning men at a 5% increment, you're done. And that goes the same for men.
Okay.
It's a wrap. And I want to play this clip again for y'all. This is I feel like this is the mindset that people like Bo and them represent because it's an old mindset. Listen to this woman.
And then after that, I want to go back to Bruiser's point because I do think that Bruiser's perception of that moment was wrong on the panel with Wilson.
That's a possibility. Quick shout out to the super chat. Jamie said, In this live today, you said unprompted when you were driving around town that you were gifted in speaking to women and getting them to buy in. And Bo ain't bought in yet. She just bought into how you talk to her.
I said I was.
Do these women tailor their tone to accommodate the men on the panel? Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. But this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
this is the spirit
they
we deal with
dominate
right
Vermont.
here. This is the spirit we deal with.
The reason why affirmations for Black men. The reason why affirmations for Black men has like transformed and changed my life particularly is because the more that I affirmed Black men every day for 2 years, the more that I realized I didn't love them as much as I thought I did.
Speak more to that.
It was the act of finding something different, of studying, of trying and looking to understand. It made me realize that I had never done that before. Until it became something that I was doing because I saw that people needed. And then I started to do it. And I was like, you're telling me I've lived 27 years of my life and I haven't cared to try to understand Black men. I haven't even cared to try. And I would consider myself a really loving person. But for a while, I have been encouraged to invest in only self or understand only self or try to get only for self. And I think that there was this also idea that I already knew him. I already knew everything I needed to know about him. I would study him for what? Get to know him. What is the reason? He's always there.
How do you diagnose that, Mr. Monk?
What the fuck does that mean?
I think I see like a lot of women have that same issue of where they're selfish. A lot of them, most of them. And I don't know if part of that is nature, and if most of it is societal conditioning or just being left to their own devices. That's what they'll truly become. But I think a lot of women, like, I feel like her in her life, she met a man or certain men who opened up her mind and her perspective to be like, damn, like this, and now she can see it, right?
At 27.
Her, yeah, absolutely.
You don't think it's kind of weird though that you have to acknowledge your literal other biological half? Like someone has to tap you on the shoulder and say, you know, you have a father, right? You know that the other side of your race is male. Like, I just don't understand why that's a revelation that we exist to women at 27, bro. That's just, to me, a willful ignorance. That doesn't make it. And the thing is, once they come to that realization, it doesn't mean they get better. That's like somebody who's been doing drugs to their whole life. They just realize they have a problem. So they go to the NA meetings. But once you realize you got that problem, guess what? A drug addict does what? They keep going to the meetings because every day it's a struggle to fight that urge. So even though she acknowledged that at 27, I never embraced Black men, that doesn't mean she's going to be good at doing it moving forward. Every day it's going to be a fight to do that, which is crazy as fuck.
Let me say that. In addition to that, women like that only do that if it's an emergency situation or if like they have to do it. She didn't come to that realization because, okay, cool, you know, I generally want to do this. They're doing that because, okay, I have to do it now. Or it's, you know, something in her life, not saying her specifically, but something in her life. She hit a couple speed bumps in her life, maybe. It's kind of like with how Sierra picked Russell Wilson. She didn't pick Russell Wilson until she went through the streets already. So I think women like that, they're not doing that out of, okay, shit, this is genuine. They're doing that out of like, oh shit, I have to do it now.
I don't know. That's not what I got. What I got was she felt like she had to study him. The question I would have, did you feel like you had to study the other races? Because she made it seem like Black men was exclusively complex, something that needed to be studied in order to cohabitate with. Which is a kind of shade towards
that. Already defined the fact that we're the other side of your race. Like,
I think we discount like how powerful it is to have a man in your life, a wise man. Like, even like my woman, everything that she know now is different than what she knew like beginning. Like she look at the whole world different now. Like after being with me for 5 years, like she don't even agree with certain shit that she always like with her mom. It's like, yo, like my mom getting on my nerves. Like she talking this other stuff over here, and it's like, God damn, I'm just like she's just a completely different person after being in my space. So it's like, I think that can really, women can do a 360 after being with a nigga and being around a certain type of guy. Like you, I feel like if you was around a woman, I feel like if she was forced, not even forced, if you just had a woman who was a certain way, had to be with you for 5 years, completely different person.
Oh, trust me, I changed them faster than that, Jack.
Yeah.
All I need is a week.
That's
Shout out
all
to
I'm
you know
saying.
who. You know how you change, but that's another story. But go ahead.
That's all I'm saying is like when you with a certain type of guy, you start to, your mind opens up. You start to see certain things. You like, God damn, like that's when we talk. Like the girls on the panels who they be calling pick-me's. They probably used to be different. They with a certain type of nigga now. So it's like I see the perspective, and I'm gonna come on here and I'm gonna tell you the perspective.
Nah, it be that they don't be with no nigga and they trying to get picked too.
Well, some of them, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about like the ladies who actually, like I feel like Darwin. If your wife was on here, she probably would sound just like you. She probably would sound. She talking will probably be the shit that you talk, because she's a woman.
I just think it's a difference between. I think it's a difference between not understanding the nuance of a person and not acknowledging their existence. What that woman was talking about to me sounds like she didn't even acknowledge that you mattered. To me, that's a prime level. Like we may not like us, we don't know everything about women, but we know enough that they matter. If we gotta talk to them about, we exist, that's something totally different to me. And I think that's way more problematic than just trying to understand how you move. You're not even acknowledging that I'm here. Yeah. That's deep.
I don't know if
you think it was that extreme though, Illa.
Let's watch it again.
Who was she?
The reason why affirmations for Black men has like transformed and changed my life particularly is because the more that I affirmed Black men every day for 2 years, the more that I realized I didn't love them as much as I thought I did.
Speak more to that.
It was the act of finding something different, of studying, of trying and looking to understand. It made me realize that I had never done that before. Until it became something that I was doing because I saw that people needed. And then I started to do it. And I was like, you're telling me I've lived 27 years of my life and I haven't cared to try to understand Black men. I haven't even cared to try. And I would consider myself a really loving person. But for a while, I have been encouraged to invest in only self or understand only self or try to get only for self. And I think that there was this also idea that I already knew him. I already knew everything I needed to know about him. I would study him for what? Get to know it. What is the reason? He's always there.
Like my thing that perks up for me, my fault. My thing that perks up for me is when she said, now I need to do it. What I would have asked is what made you need to do it? That's why I said what I said earlier.
She's trying to paint the narrative that there's something that require, if you want to deal with a Black man effectively, you have to study perhaps, and I think she's making a case for maybe the traumatic, systemic things that causes the Black man to be fragmented mentally or disfigured or disproportionate to his peers, his racial peers. She's saying that needs to be studied in order to deal with the Black man. That's what she's trying to convey.
I think
she's assuming that everybody believes that, and she's saying that is what I had to do, based on her personal experience, is that she had to study them, and she kind of felt bad about it all those years that she never took action to go and put it into study to try to understand a Black man.
And that's just unfortunate.
Is she with a Black man now? That's my question.
That's the funny thing. I heard she's not. Damn. From what I learned, she's with a white man.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
What did she really learn? She just learned that she never learned. That's it. But like I said, once you realize at 27 that you never considered this man, you think you're going to be compatible with him now? No. You have to go with the white dude because it's a struggle every day to value him because I've never done it for 27 years. So even though I've acknowledged I have a problem now, every day is gonna be a struggle. But could you think about it? Imagine you being with a woman who you meet her at 31, and at the age of 30, she just acknowledged that black men have they need to be nurtured and loved. At 30, you think you're gonna have a fruitful relationship with somebody who just figured that out yesterday?
Was she speaking in terms of trying to have a relationship, or was this just a general conversation on understanding black man? Period.
Seemed like
because I was struggling to draw the connection between this was a matter of her trying to date and be compatible as far as a relationship. It didn't really.
I heard you with a white man, so obviously. But you got to think, if I don't understand you on a friend level, I definitely can't understand you on a relationship level. You got to deal with women as on a basic level before you can take it to a higher level of relationship. What that statement said to me is, it's a dehumanizing perspective they have on us. They don't matter. He always going to be here. He always going to do what I say. He always going to want to fuck. He always. So
you don't believe it was a lack of. So you don't think it was a lack of awareness of how the black man is in society? You think it was just her dehumanizing black man?
I just think that perspective is dehumanizing. Not saying that she's intentionally doing that, but I think you
had to learn the black man because he's a complex is dehumanizing within itself. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely, because he is you, and the black woman is us. Right. So how can you ignore what you're literally made of for 27 years? That doesn't make sense.
I agree. I understand. I mean,
it don't make sense to me.
What I'm gonna try to do is.
No, I understand you. That's what I'm saying. I understand why you feel like it's dehumanizing when you broke it down.
So when I hear her say that, right? I guess I'm gonna try to understand it and put it in the perspective of what I think she means, because I think it's a maturity thing, right? And I think a lot of them don't even mature by that age to feel that way. But when I was younger, and I don't know if anybody else had this experience, but like I used to run through shit. And I did not care about the experience of those women, you know, to the extent like when I got older, a little bit older, like, you know, I apologize to a couple of my baby moms, right? Because I'm like, yo, I'm looking back and I realized like, oh, you know, maybe I was a little bit out of pocket with what I did here. To me, it's like at that time I wasn't really paying attention to nobody else around me. Like it's probably a lot of women who I dealt with where it's like I couldn't see their feelings. I was the type of nigga who, if you wake up crying next to me, I'm like, yo, just hurry up and do whatever you gotta do so I can go back to sleep, because I can't sleep. Like if you waking me up with your tears, like, yo, can you go in another room? Type shit. Like that was the type of nigga I was.
And they loved it.
Huh?
And they loved it.
I don't know, maybe. But I was on that type of time. Like I just didn't see nobody around me. I just, you know. So I don't know if that's the perspective she's coming from.
But even if that's the case, I agree with that. Let's just say that's true. That's still a masculine perspective. You're a man. She's a woman. So they outlook on us is from a perspective of a man. They look at us like we the girls, and we look at them like they the guys. Because when you know you the leader, you know, like us, we like, baby, I hear you, but I got this. That's how they look at us. Like, I hear you, nigga, but whatever, I'm doing this. Like, they have the masculine approach to courting with us. And it's just, I feel like the roles have been reversed.
For the record, I would say this, and it's not to defend her, but I fundamentally believe the more liberated we become, the more divided we come and unaligned as a culture, you're going to see more and more black women disconnected from black men. And I think it may be intentional the way it's set up like that. There might be some agendas behind, movements behind trying to do that, to condition black men and black women to be so disconnected that one could go all the way to 27 years and not really know why the black man behaves the way he is, why he has a struggle, why the struggles and the systemic pressures and the history is shaping him to be the way he is. I think you're going to see a lot more black women come out saying that they have to actually stop and take some time to actually study the black man, because it's not in the curriculum, is not being pushed, and a lot of families are assimilating and code switching and all this other stuff. So you're going to see a lot of black women that are going to be coming out from adolescence into being to the adulthood, saying that they don't really know why the black man behaved the way he is or why he's just disfigured in society.
You know,
yeah, it's revisionist history.
What I see like, you know, when like women, when let's say you pretty, right? And niggas gonna come and buy you food, niggas gonna come and do all this type of shit for you, right? And I think this is the equivalent of the other side of what I was saying. Like, they don't really see your humanity. They name you at the food nigga in their phone, or they name you like mechanic bay, right? Some shit like that, right? All they can see is what you're good for to them, but they don't really see your humanity until hopefully one day they mature and they actually see these people for more than like, because when you a young pretty bitch, you could just have your hand out the whole time. What you like, and then niggas like y'all know them niggas who the weird nigga who his wife left him and he just give bitches money. What's that nigga name?
Papi Chulo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like, niggas like that gonna come and they gonna give you money when you ask for it. They gonna give you money when you don't ask for it, right? So they thinking like, oh, this is what niggas is for. Like that's the equivalent to me, and I think that she just matured out of that.
Yeah, man. It get deep, man. I just feel like there's just a lack of respect for who we are, man. It's like they only just look at us as utilization tools. But this the problem. While they're looking at us like dehumanized, they're requiring you to look at them with the utmost humanity. That's where it gets weird to me. You're asking for something that you're not even giving. Not all women, but a lot of them that speak on these panels, they're asking for a energy and social exchange that you're not even providing. So while you're ignoring men, while you're saying men don't care, they need to know that you have periods. They need to know that you have mood swings. They need to know all of this shit about you while you're telling me I don't give a fuck about you. That's the part that throw me off. And I want to shout out this quick super chat. Shout out to you, brother. He said, Mont tripped up on the world, and not only did Pretty laugh, but even Miss Pearl laughed at him. They mute themselves and make faces. How can you have a genuine conversation with people like that? I agree too, because for some reason, every time I open my mouth, Miss Pearl is just doing the jazz hands and saying no, like I'm just fucking ruining the whole goddamn panel. It's like all this passive aggressive literal sign language is just kind of like weird. It's like, yo, it's like they speak without speaking on this panel. Because the main point of the show was just exposing the cap that takes place on panels, whether it be for the men. First we did the men's side, now this is the women's side, and how these little subtle things they do deflect from the listener actually getting something from this person. Because I don't know if y'all realize it, but I feel like most people that's watching it, sometimes they can be quick to understand, but a lot of them are very easily influenced as well. So when we go out our way to emphasize what this one's saying and then downplay what that one's saying, you're dog whistling to the people that what they're saying is not valuable. Does that make sense, Bruce?
It makes sense, because especially if you got a strong impression on the audience.
And that shit was done to me all fucking night. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't mean for the show to get this long, so I'm gonna try to get to the meat of this shit real quick, because I ain't eat all day.
My bad, man. I threw the rhythm off probably.
No. Hell no. Nah, but I like the shit to be organic, because we talking, we men. Like, it's gonna fluctuate. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It was a good conversation. But it's really snowing out here like crazy. Like, the storm really hit in Charlotte this time. Like, this shit came down. The one they said was coming, it came today. They shut this shit down. You want to say something, Kush, before I go back to the video? You muted.
A little bit of pushback with Bruiser, because I did say it earlier when I came on. I think these women do know, or some of them do. They come on the panels, they do know, because when they come on the panels and say they're debating somebody like Just Pearly, they speak about all the things that black men go through. They speak about it. And anytime you throw out a stat, because Just Pearly said something crazy, like 20% of black men are more violent than white men. when Just Pearly said that, all those black women ran down the list about that's not true. This is what black men do. They bring up all of the data to prove that she was wrong about that. So I think a lot of these women do know. I think a lot of them choose to not know.
Did you have a disagreement?
No, because remember you said that you think that the women didn't have to know about these things. Or I'll repeat what you said before that, because I don't remember.
I was referring to that particular matter, the video that he had. There was a woman. I wasn't conflating her with the women that was on the Lapeef network. If we were talking about those women, then I 100% agree with you that they do know the plight that black men have to deal with. They have you're right. They articulated that many times when Just Pearl came on it. But that particular black woman in that video that was on that podcast, I can't confirm whether or not she knew or not. But I do know, like you said,
but one thing I will say, a lot of these liberal women do be having them black stats to argue with white folks. So we can't prove that she know it, but I think she might have. Because like when we was on the panel with the girl from Pearly Things, when we was on the panel with the chick Nisha, she was bringing all this data for white black people, but just a week ago she was talking about that. Oh, the independent woman, she is wanted. She's wanted by the white man. So it's like on one show she said the independent woman is not an outcast that the white man would take up. And then when Pearly came on the show, she said, "Oh, I'm scared of white folks." So that's that performative conversation shit. And you just want to look right in the moment. You want to say what's needed in the moment. You want to come up with the right thing in the moment. Another nigga did that, but I ain't gonna say his name. It's performative conversation. It's just not. It's not organic conversations. But let's get back to the hoopla.
What he would look like without women, so that we can kind of veer into that, because it is kind of a ridiculous premise, because we understand that without women there would be no society, and none of you guys to even be having this conversation since you all came from a woman.
Anna, man.
Go ahead, Ella. How important are women to society? Your own perspective and what Lewis had to say. You want me just so you know?
I mean, I think everybody answered the question pretty well. I mean, it's the other half of reality. You know what I'm saying? We definitely need women. I think the question is, what aspects of them do we need that we think that we need versus what they think? I think in the modern time, we haven't really, outside of obvious, I think it's kind of like different. What value is more important than others as far as modern women? But hell yeah, we need women. You know what I mean? Women are the nurturers of society. It's like I like the answer that Savage gave, you know, very, she's the inspiration. She's the spiritual temperament. You know, she's the moral code. She keeps things in line with her spirit. Not saying she just made just for that, but that's her superpower. Like she has the ability to bring shame and rewards just from her countenance and how she responds to you. You know what I'm saying? So I think the woman is extremely, extremely needed. You know what I'm saying? She's the life giver.
All right. Go ahead, Bo.
I agree. I don't want to be contrary, but the thought that I have is, if in fact women are so important to society, which I agree that women are equally as important to society, all of that. I just want to state that again. But if we're so important, I don't understand when we are told that we don't matter. So like, I hear that a lot. I hear men don't need us, all of that. And I'm not talking about the men on this panel. I'm just talking about like messages that I've received in general. When we are resting in our feminine, when we are, you know, being soft-spoken and agreeable.
Pause it real quick, bro. What she's doing is conflating men saying you're not needed for the things that you think you are. You're not needed to fix my fucking car. You're not needed for the physical infrastructure of society. No, you're not. You're needed for something that requires some soft skills, and the fact that you're not needed in that place offends you. Women like her get offended that she's not needed on the battlefield. She's insulted by the fact that men want her to be a nurturer because they want to prove that I'm more than just that. It's like, are you getting that too, Bruiser, or am I reaching?
No, you're right. But there's also a piece that I premised when I came on here. I don't know if y'all remember me saying it. Do y'all remember when I said that the women on this panel, on Lapeef Network specifically, have the luxury of asking us, how do we feel? Do we need you? Instead of them asking us, they pull in a conversation they had with some other motherfuckers that ain't no grown ass men that can substantiate and articulate themselves and say that I hear y'all saying y'all don't need us. That shit is irrelevant when you got a group of men that you can ask right here on the record in real time. Do y'all feel like y'all need us? And a man just got finished speaking before her saying that we do need y'all. And then you premise your statement saying, I don't want to be the contrarian. Well, don't, motherfucker. You just heard us say that we need it. So now we got to pull it. Now we got to explain to you again because they want the cut. Now we got to tell you how much we need you so you can simmer down when he've already told you that we need you. It's the other side of reality. I think that's what you said.
And then she was like, not speaking to the men on this panel, but outside of this panel,
fuck them
niggas. We don't know the niggas outside of your panel.
You know what's funny? We can never talk about our literal experience with a woman. Like we're not allowed that same grace. Because if I bring up, well, I know women that do this, they say, well, I don't know women like that.
Yeah, they'll say that's anecdotal, so we can't really use your experience because it's not the general thing. But every time they'll swap to, my experience. So example, like I was seeing panels with all the guys on the panel, black men, very established, they ain't baby mamas, they ain't baby daddies, none of that. None of those type of niggas, right? Right immediately they'll put a Pookie and Ray Ray in the argument. But the guys on the panel are not Pookies and Ray Rays. So it's like I don't know. I don't think the women that's on that panel
it's like they're saying it as if I dare you to make an argument for those niggas that I had a 10-hour debate on TikTok with. I'm not finna argue on their behalf. If them motherfuckers said they ain't need you, put it into the context on why they said it. Then we can have a conversation. But you can't just say why y'all always say how much y'all don't need us. What was the context? And then we can have a conversation.
Right.
Because they might have told you they don't need you based off some of the shit you was displaying.
Right. I get it. She said, like, okay, a guy in the manosphere said, we don't need women for to pay our bills, or we don't need women for I can't figure out an example for it right now, but something specific. And then we could be like, well, the reason why we don't really need women to like pay our bills or be a businesswoman is because y'all not gonna spend the money on us. We have to do that job anyway. Y'all not gonna spend the money on us. Y'all not gonna take care of us with the money. So we don't need you to make our money. If anything, we got to make the money for you. But they're not going into specific. They're going into a vague general question that is hard to pinpoint how to answer that.
And what I realize is they're trying to redefine value for both of us.
Yeah.
They're trying to tell us that, oh, your protection ain't really what we need. We need you to be emotionally available. And our emotion isn't what you need. You need us out here getting this money. No, we fucking don't. It's like they really just trying to change places with niggas. They using all this figurative, colorful language. They want you to be at home with them fucking kids, and they want to be out here in the streets getting to this bag. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just immaturity, which a lot of women are immature in that way. But Darwin, to your point, I don't even know if I would call this pushback. When you said the man on the panel, she said she's not talking about the man on the panel, she's talking about the other men in the world, right? Don't you think that's fair? Because, for example, I don't think that most men can communicate the way that we do, even with each other on this panel. I do think we are a collective of more rare than not men when it comes to even be able to have these conversations and not fight. You know how hard it is. Well, it's easy for me, but for the average person to not insult a motherfucker that they disagree with, that's a fucking talent. Like, to not say something, like call you a name or come to a conclusion where I'm like, oh, well, you just think that because you're a bitch ass nigga. Like, that shit you got to be a different type of motherfucker to avoid doing that. So I do think it does make sense what you like, yo, not y'all niggas, right? Because honestly, I think a lot of us niggas is getting money too. And they say most men is making $50,000 a year. So I do think we are a different group of men to just try to I think it makes sense where she would be like, not y'all niggas, but I'm talking about, the ones that I experienced. whatever.
I want y'all I want to talk about my man real quick, right? He claims that we need written law as a code moving forward for us to get back right. And I told him, no, we don't. What I said was, everything has been written already. I think we need to realize what was written down and apply that. I don't think we need new rules. I think the rules of how to govern societies and move with each other has already been written. The problem is no one's reading it. Do y'all agree with that? Or do y'all think that we need a concrete new rule book to write where people can conduct themselves moving forward? Or should we just realize
we need to read what's in front of us?
He's talking about for black people, he's talking about for everybody.
You talking about for black people, the space, like just dealing with women, like we need defined words and defined rules for them. Like we already got them, they're just not following them.
Yeah, we already got them. It's in front of us. We just need to read.
I mean, you got the Quran, you got the Bible, you got law. Like there's plenty of literature on how to interact optimally.
There's whole
that
passages
doesn't need
in
to
the
be
Bible.
written. It needs to be read and applied. That's
There's
my
whole
opinion. Do y'all
passages-
agree?
There's whole
I agree.
passages in
I
the
agree.
Bible.
I agree. It's in front of us, bro. We don't need all this. What do they call it? Reform, literary reform.
We don't need no reform.
There's whole passages in the Bible that tell you, how to be a good woman, how to be a good man, how to be a good people within a relationship with each other. There's that stuff there already, and these women go to church every day. So I mean, what more do you need to know or be told on how to operate, with your black men?
Because we talking about
in or out of
basic
a
shit.
relationship.
We're not even talking about nothing complicated. We're just talking about talking without offending,
Yeah,
listening without being offended. Like that's just basics. I think the more we get into these conversations, we just realize how far behind we are socially. It's not nothing that needs to come to us. We've just so far removed from what was already given to us. So it seems like we need a new answer. No, you need to go back and realize because most of us, when you go through life, when you go through trying moments, is it new information that gets you to change, or you remember something somebody told you that you ignored?
Yeah.
Remember something that somebody told me.
My mother told me
That's
that.
oh shit, this
My
is where
uncle
it
told me
applies.
that. Somebody, the information is here. The application is not, because we distracted. There's so many things we could be doing right now. You could play the game, you could watch TV, you could watch Netflix, you could do, like, it's distraction. We're just distracted. And like homie just said, socially dumb. We don't want to realize that we're programmed and under social engineering. We don't need new information. We need a new perspective on what was already given.
Yeah.
We need a new motivation. But I wanted to respond to mine. Do you think Bo, because I think what I caught was her making external voices on behalf of us on how we feel about them relevant or on the same level as the guys that was on the panel? Do you think she did? I felt like it was more like a demotion. I don't know who those guys is. I don't know if she see them as our equal as far as intellect and the impression that we have on them on the panel. Because I'm willing to argue that a lot of us, for the most part, are giving them a good and genuine impression of positivity and success based off our own credibility and integrity we speak from. If she's saying that, if she's finding it relevant to bring other people's voices into the conversation, it kind of makes me feel like we're on the same level of whoever she's having a conversation with. That is why I wanted her to elaborate. I think it's fair or respectful to elaborate on why you think that what they said in contrast to what we said even matters. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think, and a lot of people do it to me. Like when I'm talking about certain things, they be like, yo, we talking about regular niggas. We not talking about you. We talking about the collective, like not you. So they always tell me to take myself out of it and try and see it from another perspective. But I think that's what she's talking about. Like, she's saying like, yo, the vast majority of men, I wanna tackle that. Like, I don't want to tackle y'all, right? I'm good on y'all. I know where y'all stand, but I want to tackle the vast majority. I think that was the perspective.
Yeah, but she didn't. But I
don't
can
let them do
agree
that.
with her if she say that she want to tackle what the vast majority said. But at least give us a premise, like a study, some back data or a source that says that most men are going out here saying that they don't need black women. If you would have done that, then it makes sense for you to argue for the vast majority and take us as exceptional men out of it.
That's fair.
And we are not allowed that same license. We can't bring up what we think the mass majority of women think. They cut it down every time because
They're gonna say,
where's
that reported at? Where's the stat?
Exactly. My thing is when Bo does that, it causes us to do that. And then now what we do, we just doing this. Well, I know a bitch that did this. Well, I know a nigga that did this. Well, I know a girl. We can both do that. I think if we can just engage in the topic more, it'll lead to something better. She just intentionally derails it to bring out something that we both can do. Anything you can do, I can do better. Like we can do this shit all day. Oh, really? A dude did that? Well, I know a girl that did this. Oh, really? Well, I know a dude that did. It's like it just leads us down a path where separation is inevitable. Okay, the brother said the only reason we so mixed up now is because of the many division of belief systems. Don't miss my point. We need to send the information. Belief systems for ignorant people cause division. But people, once upon a time, when the Moors ruled in Europe, Christians, Jews, and Muslims all live together cohesively. We live in America. It's mad different belief systems. When we go out in public, we all behave a certain way. For the most part, people have a decorum, regardless of their belief, regardless of their faith, regardless of where they're from, they act a certain way. We don't need to center no information. People need to center themselves and realize that you're a part of a societal collective and that you need to carry yourself accordingly. Because you could be a Muslim, a Christian, a Buddhist, and still have a meal together and still be able to talk. We don't need to believe in the same things to have a baseline of respect. Does that make sense, y'all, or am I tripping?
It makes sense.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
You know, I think a lot of people live in a lot of people live in these comments, and a lot of people live on the internet, and then they live in these spaces where everybody's fighting and everybody's stupid and they just arguing with each other. And I think some people can't distinguish real life and what's going on in the real world versus like niggas in the comments and women in the comments, and like so people kind of like they get mixed up in that. And like what is the overall sentiment? They taking the overall sentiment from the mad ass motherfuckers in the comments. So
yeah, because that's my bro, but it's like there's not going to be one train of thought and one person to just bring all this together. That's just not going to happen. And I don't think it's required, and it never has been. Like basic human decency and respect is across the board, regardless of race, religion, belief. Don't even got nothing to do with it. Like, and it's proven that we know this because look how most people behave in public. They just get on code immediately. Come here, son. Walk with me. Walk with me. We just deal with each other. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Pardon me. What book we need to keep that? It just motherfuckers choose to be respectful versus not. And there's no way you can legislate a person's personal will and desire or lack thereof. You can't legislate that. There's nothing you can do about that.
I don't think it's that straightforward. I think it is a lot of people who believe in different things. Like for example, I might tell a woman, right, or an older woman. I was on a panel the other day with an older woman. I'm like, yo, my woman pretty much, for lack of better terms, she got to do what I tell her to do. And they look at that shit like, what? That's not how my relationship works and all that type of shit. So I think certain people see the world differently. And I would like for us to, because I don't read the Bible. I don't read the Quran. Like I don't get my perspectives from there, even though it's a lot of good shit inside of all of them. I feel you. It's a lot of throw stuff inside of there. But I'm more like a person that I just do what makes sense. And I do believe that what Buddy was saying, Picasso, is that like, yo, we do need it does seem like we're veering off of what we know is right, and it's kind of getting muddy. Like, should the man be a leader in a relationship? I would like to think that that's basic fucking, like that's a basic thing, that the man is the leader of the relationship. Motherfuckers are so distorted now and perverted that they think, oh no, it's 50-50. Like we should both like be leaders. That don't even make sense to both be leaders. Somebody needs 51%. Like, I don't know.
So I agree with what Mon said. I think it's a matter of standards. I think you can have different beliefs, but you can have an expectation on how you're gonna conduct yourself within the particular activity or interaction. And if everybody's in line with the code, sort of like what they call the code, even the women have it. when they have the sister code on panels on how they ignore shit because of the sister code, or men have a code in the streets. I think one of the most critical arguments between Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels was embracing the street code. That if I had said it was a fade, or if I asked you to catch a fade, then the code is to go out and have a fade. So I do believe that those two people, Anton and Corey, can have different religious beliefs, political views, or whatever the fuck, or how you conduct yourself in a marriage and relationship, having a side chick or allegedly or whatever. But when it come down to the streets, I think they can still align on whether or not there's a particular expectation. So I do believe you can bridge an expectation based off of, I don't know if there's going to be a book specifically. I do know there's books that speak about how to live, and then maybe that translate into how you expect. So if you're dealing with a devout Muslim, then you know that he has a fasting time frame. So that's an expectation. If you're dealing with a Christian, you know that they get baptized and they baptize the kids. There's expectations on a hierarchy in the marriage whenever it comes to particular religions. So I do believe some books can give you a layers of expectations. So whenever you walk to somebody that have the same principles that they're trying to live by, you might be able to expect that they're going to carry themselves a specific way. So whenever you see them carry themselves otherwise, you'd be like, you're not really a Christian like you said you is. And I think that's what Corey, one of the things Corey Holcomb tried to expose with Anton Daniels. But I do feel like there's an expectation thing that we could try to figure out.
All right, I want to hit some key moments in the conversation where it kind of went to another place. OG came up there. Me and him had a little back and forth. And
OG Speed?
Yeah, and we're gonna play it because
you talking about the founder of GD?
Yeah, the founder of the Hoovers.
He said that?
No, we just be wrong.
I was about to say,
no. I called him a name, but y'all gonna see why.
No, he called him a name.
Y'all gonna see why. So tell me,
right? And
this is like who watched Colin Cowherd? Who watched sports TV? There's a show called that Colin Cowherd has on the show where what Colin was right and what Colin was wrong. This is where Illa was right or wrong. Let me know if I took what he said out of context.
The more vulnerable female is with me, the more comfortable I would feel about that particular relationship, because that means that, okay.
And I want y'all to see how every time people talk that ain't Eric, Pearl is just so in agreement. But when I talk, for some reason, it just goes away.
Trust me, that means that she's probably not damaged. I mean, she's probably, whatever her traumas are, she's been healed from them. And that's
what you mean to tell me, fellas on the panel, every woman you've been with, you've never been with a woman who was vulnerable and it still was where some weird shit happened after the vulnerability happened? Like that never happened to y'all? Like,
no, it's happened. No, real shit. I'm not saying that
you don't know until it happened. She could be out of here, man.
It happens, but at the same time, I don't want to go into a situation being cynical either, right? So
it's not cynical because you don't know it. It may not pop like that. It might happen later. It don't always come off like that. We only get comfortable with somebody who we comfortable with. So you don't even find yourself. That's why when we go through things, it'd be a blind side because we already be cool. So it's not like you're dealing with a red flag. You're already cool with the person. You already got established. This is what I don't like about certain panels. When cats be acting like, well, I don't have to deal with that. That's not my problem. It's like, bro, stop acting like there's a fucking perfect way to see if a chick on some bullshit or not. Nigga, you don't find out she on some bullshit till you find out she on some bullshit. It could be 5 weeks in. It could be 5 months in. It could be 5 years in. There is no perfect way, especially someone who's acting. You're dealing with a liar. You're dealing with someone who's performing to be a certain way. You don't know until you know. And I feel like Trey was trying to act like, well, at our age, we can just see that. No, the fuck you can't. You've been married for a long time, so you're not even in a position where you have to be judicious because you're already locked in. But if you're single out here, there ain't no cut and dry way to figure that shit out. Go ahead, Bruiser.
No, that's facts. There is no cut and dry way. People can perform they can perform as long as you have the incentives behind whatever you giving to them. They can perform up until those intensities goes away. And I did see the body language in what's the girl named Pearl? Yeah,
like Malcolm X's wife cheated on him. You think he didn't? Let's call it like Malcolm X girl was cheating on him. You think he ain't have no awareness? You think his awareness was lowered?
Yeah,
like I
that's
hate
a good
when we be
point.
trying to act all Casanova on this shit. Like, well, I don't gotta do. Bruh, you're married. You've been married for a long
That's
time.
a good point. The
You're not
Malcolm
in the
X
game.
comparison is a great point because people look at him as probably one of the most
exemplary
aware motherfuckers in the world in that particular era between the 50s and 60s. Yeah, but
And his wife still cheated on him.
I
I'm
would
sure he
rather
didn't see that
Pearl.
coming.
I would have talked to Pearl. I think in the middle of that conversation, I think I'm gonna have to start doing this.
Oh, next time I'm on the panel, I'm
look.
gonna say, what am I saying that's so offensive to you that every time I talk, because it wasn't always like this. So I was like, where did we go wrong? Because I remember when she was literally on my show. I've never seen her invited to anyone's show but mine. The whole vibe was just different. Look at her face. Doesn't she look at her? She's just in bliss. What happened? How do we get to the point where every time I talk, I'm just the bane of your existence? So
and then to continue on and have the contradictions that Illa just pointed out.
I don't see the footage, bro.
Oh, y'all can't see it?
No.
Hold on. My fault. Look at the countenance. It's just.
That's normally how I see her. It's normally like that.
Yeah. So look, right. This is my show, Sean.
So Miss Aisha, although I was defending you at points in this evening,
man, she happy right now.
I was sharing what I observed about you in this evening. I cannot
just
argue.
blushing and all types.
And if
of
I
shit.
was the judge, which is something that I think a lot of people say, you can't judge nobody. I'm gonna get scripture to where it says you can. But beyond that, literally, this is why we judge. It's to bring balance so that we don't follow somebody who says I'm ready and I'm going to take you someplace that's going to lead us into a disastrous pitfall.
So in the words of Martin Payne,
Sit your dumb ass down.
sit your dumb ass down. This ain't what you want. All them degrees ain't enough to fuck with the kid. You gonna have to have more than some degrees to fuck with the kid, man. And to all those weird ass people that love to talk about this, I will never react to you. I will never call your name. I will never, ever put myself on the screen with you. The only way you can do this review to me, because I will never review you. You post every day and no one gives a fuck. I've been up here for a month and I'm interviewing you. Not because I'm a shit, because what I say resonates. It's not about saying something. It's about being felt. So y'all want to be heard. Illa is felt. So for all of you niggas,
Yes! Fuck you too!
yes. You just
having a ball.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of Philosophical Radio. My illustrious guest, the lovely Miss Pearl. I went too far. My man, East Coast Brooklyn's finest, Sean B. You know what I'm saying? From Beantown. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all for pulling up. So, according to her logic,
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I get my time set together.
the only person compatible.
She gave me a shout out.
Men should not be in those positions because you
how different it was.
I told this to Illa offline and I'm gonna say it online.
There you go.
Is that Illa has a way of being an influencer. And that's what's most important. It's not about how many streams or how much bravado you got, how much money you got. It's about how much influence you have. And his presence causes people, it influences people. So continue doing what you're doing, continue letting your presence be felt, and continuing building your influential power. And there will be no stopping where you can go.
I appreciate that. I really do. I don't take that lightly. I'm humbled by the compliment. And especially somebody that's been around such great talents and great contributors to our art. For you to say that to me, I don't take that lightly. And, I love you, Sean. You always give me good information. So I appreciate you, man. You're one of the great people I met through this space. And I consider you a friend regardless of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I really respect you and I really appreciate you, man. Yes. Any last thing? Oh, they got to close me again. Hold on. Hold it down for me, y'all, so I can refresh. Don't sign off yet. I'm gonna refresh.
Yeah, they stay hitting me with that. But look how happy she is. What happened? What happened?
Yeah, they be trying to play, but I'm not gonna go anywhere. You're gonna have to get me. You're gonna fight this time. We gonna thug it out. But yeah, any last words, Ms. Pearl?
I had a great time tonight. This was a fantastic show. Great panelists, great conversation. It was It was different from the little peep show. I'll say that. It's great to take a break from relationships and subjectivity all the time. Like, you be running in circles.
Oh, interesting. What the fuck changed? So all of a sudden now I'm just the fucking devil and nothing I say make fucking sense. So let's fast forward to present day. Every time I talk, watch this woman face. Then you get blindsided with some shit. Like, y'all act like that never happened to you? I guess not.
You know how many times I said on this panel that I got ran over and turned into a supervillain, all that shit before I came around to like my understanding right now. All of this has happened. I've learned from those mistakes.
Everybody makes sense with me.
Typically make the same mistakes over and over and over, right? So once you learn, you get your XP, you get to sense this type of thing very soon. Most of us say they look at the person right away. A lot of men at least claim, maybe not you, because I don't know you to specifically say it, but a lot of men that say, they wife right away, like they'll be like, okay, that's what it is. I mean, anybody who sees and they see these type of things, and I understand that women can show you a representative, but if you asking the right questions and you got some game to you and you're like, okay, you put them in situations, you give them your shit test early. This is stuff you can figure out way before.
You don't think Malcolm X figured Betty Shabazz out? Like, what are we talking about?
Before you in trouble with it, way before you in debt with it, way before you dug in with it. And if you give yourself that opportunity and you ask the right questions, you listen and you watch, usually pretty good.
Yeah, he's giving, what he's doing is he's giving, let me say something, Illa. He's giving women too much credit.
Too fucking much.
For staying in order, for a man being righteous, having the leverage, having the incentives, and a woman still maintaining decorum and respect and loyalty and all these other stuff. We've seen too many cases, and there's too many studies that's pointing in the other direction, that a man can indeed give the woman the world, and that doesn't necessarily solidify the fact that he's not going to have to deal with nuances. He's not going to deal with combativeness. He's not going to deal with all these other things that come with it. When a woman just like a man, like they say, when a man want to cheat, he gonna cheat when he want to cheat. It ain't nothing you can do. When a woman want to fucking be a Jezebel, or she want to snap back at your ass, or play games with your ass, she gonna do it.
That's what she's gonna do.
You just gotta deal with it when you cross the bridge. It ain't no, I got it down packed. Like women is absolved from their own thinking if they want to be malice.
I think I know what it is, though. I think society manufactures a lot of insecurities around men, and it ties it to what women do. So now, one of the common things in society is that if a woman cheated on you, it's your fault. Meanwhile, society accepts her body, her choice. So I think if you could break that spell in men's mind, I don't think a lot of men would care if a woman cheated on him. Because as long as he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, and his relationship that he's performing, you can't look at him and say, yo, it's his fault when he was doing what he was supposed to be doing. But because society still says it's always the man's fault, a lot of men feel like, oh shit, I did something wrong that led her to cheat.
I don't believe men accepted that in large.
Huh?
I don't believe men in large, and I could be wrong if you have some source, but I don't believe men have. I do believe society has told men that it's their fault when a woman cheat, but I don't believe that men have accepted it. I think they have accepted it, but they accepted it as flawed logic, not something that they embrace.
I get what you're saying, Boozer, right? But it's still something that it pushes on men's mind. This is why we have these spaces on the internet, right? Because a lot of men come to the internet confused about what's going on. So at least at some point in time, men believe that.
Have you ever heard a man? Have you ever experienced or witnessed a man saying, "My wife or my girl cheated on me, and I know I know it's the man's fault whenever they do it." XYZ. Have you ever heard it conveyed in that manner?
No, but I have heard men say that it has happened, and other men will say, "No, nigga, it was your fault. It's always the man's fault." So you've heard the men say
that. You heard the men tell another man that it was his fault, and you saying that is society telling men that it's his fault.
I think it's some points to that.
We'll say, if the guy explains it, he said, "No, I don't think this is my fault right here." Other men will tell to that guy, "No, it's always the man's fault. It's your fault."
You yourself haven't experienced that. You just sharing somebody else's experience.
No, I've heard men say that in real life. I don't believe that about myself. I know
You
better than
have
that.
heard men say that, hey, look, my girl cheated, and I know
see
it's my
ladies in
fault.
the chat. Y'all could join the live. This is not an all men show. If y'all got something to say, hit that link. But I think I see what Kid's trying to say, because like even right now, Bruce, you hear Trev saying, well, basically, if you can't peep it out, then it's your fault. If you can't see it, then it's your fault. You should have saw that. And in some cases, there are red flags that are like beaming at you when you can see. But
Well,
sometimes
I heard Trev say
it's
that,
not.
but my question is, was it received as logic or flawed logic?
It's something received as logic.
Wow.
You even I've seen it in real life.
I'm glad you exposed that. That's interesting.
I've heard the older niggas who the boomer generation above us, they'll say it to the younger men. It's your fault that you couldn't keep your woman and you not a real. I've heard all that shit. I don't believe that, because I think that's a logical fallacy.
Were they ever able to elaborate on the context on why let's just take that example of the boomer.
Come on the panel and talk
it was
about
your
it.
fault because you couldn't keep her XYZ. Was the person that got cheated on ever elaborating on why the woman cheated on him for the boomer to make the determination that it was his fault? For example, here's a fictitious example. Mark is younger than me. Mark got cheated on. He said, "Man, my girl cheated on me," and Mark said, "Well, I wasn't around. I wasn't spending time with her, and when I came back home from work, I just wanted to go to sleep." And the boomer or whoever I am say, "Man, you should have been there for your girl." Even though that's a character flaw, I probably wouldn't even say that. This just is fictitious. Does it ever play out like that? Does it ever play out like the fact that they're finding flaws in the person who got betrayed? Because if you flip it, I think that one of the number one reasons for men cheating, I think is being neglected or being denied sex from our significant other. Even though it's a character flaw, it has an impact on our decision making. So somebody could say that it is the woman's fault in that case. I'm asking you, is it ever elaborated in the layers of peel back to the point where they actually effectively blame the man? Or they just say about the fault, you should have just been that nigga. You should have just been him.
I've heard niggas say that last part you said, and the way how you describe it, the guy could be like, "Yo, I was working to try to pay the bills, and I work 6 days a week, and I don't have time enough to know." I get like guys in construction. I'm in the construction industry, so I hear these things a lot. And I could be tired. I don't have time to really spend that time with my girl because I'm trying to provide for us. Niggas would tell that dude, "It's your fault, and you should have found
Look,
time."
it's a woman in the chat right now saying it. It's his fault. It's his fault. It's like that's the standard thinking. It's always the man's fault. Always.
There's a thing in this space. It's always Jermaine's fault. The men will agree to it. I'm not saying us on the panel. The men will agree to it. The woman will agree to it. Men in society will agree to it. I've heard boomers say it.
Do you think that's just when we consider ourselves to be leaders, right? I think there are like two schools of thoughts, and I think they both are valid. I think as a man, I think as a person, you should always look at what you could have done better. Typically, before you look at what everybody else could have done better, you look at what you could have done better. But I also do believe that as leaders, we hold the people under us accountable. But also, it's a part where it's like, yo, what could I, like my son grew up to be if he grew up to be a weirdo, a pussy or whatever, right? That's a bitch ass nigga. I'm gonna ask myself, what I do? Like, where could I have like done wrong? Like, what could I have done better? The answer might be nothing. I could have did everything perfect in my mind, right? But I'm still gonna ask myself that. I don't know, man. And maybe that's just a
But you said it right, because the idea of leadership has always been is that the man has to do. It always goes back to what the man is doing, or what he could have done better to get a better outcome. Really and truly,
I think
even as leadership, even as the coach in the game, the person following your coaching still has a responsibility to follow what you're coaching them.
I think whoever's saying that, whoever's making a claim that it's men's fault, I think they know.
Yes, that has been the thing.
I think they know. I think they know who the personnel is, who the listening ear is, and they know that it's gonna go over and be received as logic. I think
And
they
I think
know
that's
not
what
to say
Trev
it
was
to particular
doing.
people. They couldn't say no shit like that with somebody like me on the panel. I think those people know good and damn well who they're saying the shit to. That is why they're saying it, and that's because they know that them motherfuckers don't have the mental or intellectual capacity to find out the logical flaw in it, or the flawed logic in it, and dismantle it, and get them to make a actual justifiable argument on why it is indeed the men's fault.
And that's why, and that's what I'm saying. Like, as you can see with Trev, he was hearing what I was saying, but he was still like, you know, it was still alluding back to you
Let
had
me be
to
more
do
gotta
specific
order.
a
Go ahead,
little
Will.
bit. Oh, go ahead. There's
I understand where
particular.
it was coming from.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Make it quick. We about to get back to it.
Even in the dating coaches community, they'll tell you it's always the man's fault. That's up here. Some guys in the red pill community will say that, even in the manosphere. So, like, a lot of the manosphere people that I see say it are boomers, typically.
I think all of those people think the people that they're speaking to, and it's probably their audience, I think that they think they're stupid. I think that they think they're dumb enough to be able to receive it as logic. That is why they're saying it.
I think that's 90% of the space's issue. They think they think the audience is dumb.
You know the reason why you can't really say it's always the man's fault, and even though I believe that's the way it's supposed to be, because in modern society they've removed the tools from our toolbox.
Absolutely, great point.
So you can't really, you got other things working against you. Like, I'm not saying putting your hands on people is good. Like, you can't even whoop your kids sometimes. Like, if somebody's telling you like, oh yeah, you can't do corporal punishment with your children, it's like, you know, it's things working against you. You don't even have all the tools in your toolbox, but you can't hold me responsible totally. And you telling me I can't do certain things.
And not just the physical tools, they're demonizing your natural reaction to things.
Yes. You can't even
your natural reaction is to be a protector, is to be an accountability holder. Those are all becoming toxic traits of control.
Mm-hmm.
I also think they're conflating two things. They're conflating taking the blame for why it happened and also the consequences. I think the person that's saying it is thinking those are both the same thing. I can take the consequences of my woman cheating on me. I got to fucking uproot the family. I got to get my shit in order. I got to file paperwork. I got to get the fuck out. I'm going to suffer some losses in the event of doing that. That's a consequence. But that doesn't mean that the blame is on me. I think the person that's saying it is conflating those two things, and it's not the same thing. I can endure consequences, and I still can be that motherfucker's fault for doing it.
Okay, let's get back to it. I'm gonna hold y'all too long.
Buddy said in the video, he didn't say anything that's unique or profound. It's common sense. If a woman feels safe with you, she's going to be carefree and do all of those things, like turn her brain off, like the lady said. That's a given. Just, all she needs to do is just warrant a man providing that safety to her, which is going to take something in return from her. No issue there. But to what Illa is saying, I agree. A lot of times women do these things as performative. But what I think that he's talking about is he's talking about the girls who act like city girls in the club and YNs when you get to the house. It's not like, and those are the women that we should.
And I like Will, but I ain't talking about them either. I'm talking about the regular, everyday 9 to 5 chick. Like, I don't know why people think that whenever we talk about a certain character trait in women, that we're talking about the low-hanging fruit woman. If that was the case, we wouldn't have no problems because we could see them from a mile away. Those are never the ones who get us. It's the ones that we never see coming. It's the ones that's not dressed like that. It's the ones that's not acting like that. You didn't meet her at that place. So I think I would separate with Will on that aspect, because I'm not talking about a girl that's a city girl. I'm talking about a girl that's come off regular and cool. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't see her coming. You see the city girl coming from a mile away.
Look at this. I know that he wouldn't choose those women. He doesn't date those women.
You said what?
I don't believe Will either. I don't believe him saying that if all you got to do is make a woman safe and she gonna turn off her brain. Fundamentally, I've had countless cases all throughout 25 where men have put their women in a safe space, and it doesn't guarantee, or you can't just go with it, make the claim without a shadow of doubt that the woman is going to turn her brain off. It is not a matter of her being safe, being able to keep her in order. Keeping a woman in order is you have to actively keep your woman in order. I'm a married man, and I'm willing to go out on the record and say that I gotta even do that myself. You have to have boundaries. You have to have standards that you're not gonna waver on. She can be safe. She can be infinity. You can take her out of work. You can retire. She can have a credit card, max out anytime she want, and go to the gym whenever the fuck she want, and sit down in the lobby and fucking paint all day and be safe with her own in her own space. That is not going to guarantee that this woman is not going to bite the hand that she feeds. What's going to guarantee it is whenever she decides to do it, because I fundamentally believe that the woman is always going to look for ways to test you. She's always going to look for ways to try to equate herself to you, just to see if, just to maintain that belief that I do actually have a man that's better than me, and I'm in a hypergamous situation. So there's no matter, it's not a means of her turning her brain off. If men are thinking that women are turning their brain off, those are the men that are gonna get fucking divorced or get hit with some fucking divorce papers, or find out that a kid they've been raising for years is fucking not even theirs. A woman ain't never turning her brain off. This is the era where a woman and in most cases is less likely to turn her brain off. Maybe in the fucking 50s and 60s and shit, when we were all kumbaya on fucking segregation and shit and suffering and struggling together, but not in a liberated culture where you constantly got algorithms flowing information and saying that you need to be autonomous within a relationship. They are not turning their brains off, bro. That's a myth.
And I want to respond to this comment real quick. Hold on. She said, better advice for these men is how to keep a woman interested, and it has nothing to do with money, looks, and outside the bedroom. See, these are one of those comments where it's like, it's a lot of holes in it, because what do you define as interesting? It varies to the woman. There's no set thing that is going to keep her interest. What one woman is interested in, another woman to think is boring, another woman to think is lit. Like, it's just very subjective. That's not a concrete method, because what women find interesting, you don't know until you know.
And women's interests, it's like women's like, interest, and love. Those are three things that are linked to their emotions, how they feel in the moment. They could be interested. It's like a high and low. They could be very highly interested in you one day, and then when the next hour they're not interested in you. So that's something you can't really like. You can't predict that. There's nothing you can do for that.
Yeah, because some women because what keeps some women interested is you being a bitch. That keeps some women into you. He don't argue with me. He don't talk. He don't give you no pushback. That's some women interested in that. Sometimes when you say, hey, baby, what about this? That'll turn a woman off from holding her accountable. So when you say you keep women interested, what based on whose standard of interest? Because a lot of women will prop up a man who just lets her do whatever he want to do, and downplay a man who holds her accountable. And then tell her friends, oh, he was boring. No, he just made you think. Oh, he was lit. No, he just let you do what you want to do. So women can say a lot of shit, man, but we don't know.
Look at that chick that I think her name was Naya Gonzalez. She was supposed to she was engaged to that guy, and she broke up with him 8 months after getting engaged and moving in. And she wouldn't. If you look at her, she wouldn't seem as if the 304 type. She's dressed up pretty modest whatsoever, and you wouldn't think of that. So there's situations like that, and there's many situations on that. That's just one example, one of many examples that we can find online. So,
by the way, that dude, Willie Beeman, that's my name.
Your rhetoric is geared towards one type of woman. Black women are not a monolith. You only speak about negative experiences. No, I don't. And it's not one type, because you don't know what type is going to play you until you know. There is no look of a woman that's going to waste your time. There's not a waste your time fit. There's not a waste your time look. There's not a waste your time prototype. You know when you find out.
When you know. And it could be 20 years. And if you feel like
I'm speaking negatively about experience with Black women, why are you watching this shit? Because I definitely ain't about to watch no woman who just talk about negative shit about Black men.
Clipping your shit up so she can go and react to it.
Oh, I think when it come to, and I don't want to, I'm trying to say, how would I say this? That perspective, I think, is maybe immature to say like
whose perspective of the woman in the comment?
Yeah, to like keep a woman interested, right? Like that's like me saying the vice versa. Like you got to know how to keep your man interested. It doesn't take anything to keep me interested. Like I don't get bored with people. Like I don't get bored with human beings.
It's a childish thing.
Yeah, like, and I think a lot of women, and you gotta coach them through it sometimes. Just kind of like let them know, like I've been able to tell my woman and communicate effectively, like, yo, like when she tell me something like, hey, like I wanna go out here, I wanna go, or I wanna do this, I wanna do that. Like I've been able to like go take her through that conversation, like of like, all right, well, let's see why you wanna do this, and like just like go through it. But I think that's an immature perspective. And a lot of them don't hear it from people that are like, yo, you're being immature, that you get bored. Like I'm 32 years old. I haven't said I was bored in like 10, 20 years. Like that's just not something that you say as an adult, especially as a man. Like, oh, I'm bored. Like my son will say like, Daddy, I'm bored, because he's fucking 8. So like, oh, I'm bored. I don't have nothing to do. But like, nigga, do a cartwheel. Like, figure out what you want. Like, do something. Like I don't know.
I agree 100% with Mark, and I'm glad he exposed that, because what he did was expose is the women who say that you got to keep her interested. Probably it's a high likelihood that they don't believe in the thing called duty, and I know a lot of women don't even like the term. It also exposes that they don't feel like it's an obligation once you make an agreement, especially on a level of commitment, that you are going to be there, you're going to work through things, you're going to navigate issues. And it's not a matter of you dangling a fucking toy in front of me to get me to laugh. It's that I said this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to be a woman in my word. But now you want to say I got to keep you interested.
Exactly. It's a childlike demand. It's like you want a fucking cookie or some shit. Like sometimes we ain't doing shit. Sometimes this shit gonna be boring.
I'm not gonna go downstairs and fucking tap dance.
Yeah, we not here for your entertainment. Cause sometimes we bored with you. What the fuck?
He doesn't tolerate those women. You can just tell from the frame that he's in. But when we talk about as saying that the majority of women are like, I don't think that the majority of women are going to do things that are performative. And when I say the majority, I'm only talking about the majority of women that I feel men of our caliber would date. I don't think that any of us are going to go out here and seek these types of women. I think that we can all spot them immediately. And then more importantly, I think that we know why we don't want to fuck with them at all. Trev said that he knows a lot of men who has like been like, damn, when I saw my wife, I just knew as soon as I saw her. That's probably true, but how many of those men are divorced now? I would say the majority of those men end up divorced the same way the rest of men do. The ones who took a year or two or three to figure out.
Will is being objective right now, and Pearl is just hollering. But when I'm objective, it turns into disgust. Why is that? That's interesting.
That sound like some shit. Like when in my experience, and I'm not saying this is y'all. In my experience, that sound like a woman who've really, really had a connection with you, and then it ceased for them to behave like that. Not saying that that's what's happening, but that's the behavior I would get from a particular person that I did have a connection with.
That's what it's. That's what's given. Like what the fuck?
Once I severed it, oh yeah, everything fucking changed. But that's the typical behavior, like a love-hate type shit.
Yeah, but don't be trying to play me on the screen like I'm some weird motherfucker saying some dumb shit, but you want to like the fuck out of here.
A woman was their wife or someone they could marry. So just the fact that some people are able to identify things they like in a person.
I said the same thing
earlier. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to help them have it's going to add to longevity in their relationships.
That's all I'm saying. It's like I'm not trying to be negative. It's just like people can change their mind. Like you can like somebody for 5 years. Like we see people online. I'm not going to say men or women. People waving their head. You see people just wake up and say, "Well, I'm biased. I feel different." Like I had a female friend that her favorite quote was, "I'm new every day, friend." Like this is somebody who says, "I'm new every day." So I don't care how you interact with somebody and connect. If they feel differently, it's not always predicated on something you did. And we got to stop pretending that what turns men and women off is always something negative. Sometimes men and women are turned off from accountability. And someone putting a mirror up to you like, yo, you be acting like this, and they will bounce. Men and women. It's not necessarily based on bad treatment. That's why I say that little kid shit, it be manipulative, because sometimes people love the fantasy, but when they get real, they get gone.
Yeah, women always have the right.
Has a relationship with a man that is secure, and she is secure. She acts like she did when she was very young. In terms of lack of the burden, her voice reflects youth.
When we're looking for something on the outside and looking in the inside, sometimes we can have a lack of understanding what the message is really about. And so a lot of ladies who come into the nation, as well as men, didn't understand the freedom of knowledge of self until they did come in. I'm not saying they couldn't learn it anywhere else. Hell, they could have learned it in the church. Hell, they could have learned it at a Salvation Army meeting, but they learned it there. So when you want to turn up something and you want to turn down something, I would have to ask you, in your lifetime, what have you produced?
You talking to her?
I'm just talking to anybody who's listening right about now.
Oh. Okay. Well, you want to go ahead, Drew?
I think that I had introduced the because of the way I heard it, the girl aspect, and I think Illa kind of came on the back end of that, because in the experience of just dealing with the female population, sometimes you may encounter women who over commercialize what a girl is to them and not coming into the understanding of what I've been nurtured to understand what a woman is. She gets a man, she doesn't get a boy. I'm not transforming.
Basically, to give y'all context, the conversation's about when you give a woman what she needs, she becomes a little girl based on comfort. And what I said was, a woman acting like that doesn't necessarily always mean because she's in a great space. Sometimes it's a manipulative tactic to disarm you and to get you to treat her like a little ass fucking kid. So yeah. JC is saying, basically pushing back on that, defending Farrakhan, because he said it's saying, you have to put that woman in that state, you know what I mean? And I'm saying that, it's a lot of women who have that girly type of state and still are not in their proper place. It's just an act. Go ahead, Bruiser.
Oh no, that wasn't
like
oh, go ahead.
It's like what you were saying earlier. It's a lot of that is performative, right? It's like a lot of women who do that, they're performing that. It's not genuine with them. That's why a lot of men can get fooled a lot of times. Because now you're reading femininity. And by the way, you're frozen. You're reading femininity, but it's a front. And then now it's like a snake, right? The snake, it's like a snake. It's not violent at first, but the moment it's about to strike, that's where it gets scary and ugly at you. So and that's something that's difficult. That's something difficult for men. It's like what Illa said. Is when you know. It's when you know about it. So,
and I think a lot of cats be speaking from the perspective of, I'm already locked in with my woman. And it's like, you ain't really been outside in a long time. So you don't really know how shit is a little different now, and how what looked like a green light 20 years ago is a yellow light now. You know what I'm saying? What was a green light is red flag.
It's more to it to that. It's more to it to that. You got a personality online. What people tend to do is portray that they have this unique ability to get a woman to be extremely cooperative and submissive with them based off of whatever leverage that they're flexing. I've seen it. I've seen Anton Daniels do it. Not saying that it ain't is or ain't. But a lot of these guys showcase a display that, look, I am that guy, and I figured out women, and my woman would never do some shit like a lot of these women that we're talking about. It's an embarrassment, and it's exposing your personal situation when you agree that perhaps that no man is absolved from the behavior that we see of the women. No socioeconomic status, no XP, whatever you want to call it, no shade to Trev, no fucking charisma, none of that stuff absolves you from the mindset of a woman once you decide to deviate, once she decides to not cooperate and push back against you. It's no matter of, there's no such thing as about this, I got her to turn her brain off. She has to do that and she has to keep it off, but women don't turn their brain off. They listen to everything, remember every fucking thing. They mentally write shit down, bro. And they remember it.
Women are wired to do that. Like women are wired to do that. Like, what people don't understand is that women.
Well, look, hold on real quick. But I know that women are wired to do that. What I'm just saying that there is a decorum, there is a portrayal that content creators, especially people who feel like I sent it to you. All right, I'll send it to you. People like content creators, people are like who want to be public figures and influencers. They want their audience to know, hey, look, I figured this shit out. My household is always in order. That could never be me. There's that type of energy. Like you see it across the board from all creators. Nobody want their to admit and be completely relatable to the pains of their audience. But they don't even know they're doing themselves a disservice, because the more you can relate to your audience, the better your audience is able to trust in you, because they know you're going through the same struggles or you've been through the same struggles. But once you make it seem like you are just fucking Jesus or you can never be wrong or some shit like that, and that's where you start losing people.
Illa, let me find out. Let me find out you didn't crack Pearl and left her alone or something, because this is looking real personal. Like every time she make a face or something, like you just.
I mean, every time, bro. Like every fucking time, it's just mad weird. The thing is, you have to be, whatever happens with people, you got to be neutral on the panel. That's the professional aspect of it. We on panels now. So what happened with her? Ain't nothing happened. I plead the fifth. All I'm saying is,
damn,
when you on a panel, with people, you just see the bias that they have based on bullshit that has nothing to do with nothing. Like, keep the same energy. I made a lot of sense once upon a time, and now all of a sudden, everything I say is just, oh my God, this is crazy. He just makes no sense. It's like the dudes that you're agreeing with just repeated what the fuck I just said.
Yeah,
probably just petty and corny. All this little passive aggressive, like funny shit you doing.
And y'all know I got
in regards to Farrakhan, I'm sorry. In regards to Farrakhan, right? People got to understand that he spoke for his timeline, and two, the Nation of Islam has a different structure than us in the I want to say the regular world. Like, they hold their women accountable to certain things and the men accountable. They have a whole vetting framework for each other over there. So when Farrakhan is talking, and he's talking to, an audience, it's the Nation of Islam audience that already know or put on game to that, and they have a whole vetting process and framework going on system within their space. Like,
and that's where JP lost me, because he talking about some freedom. It's like, bro, because he was upset because because Aaron was about to basically disagree with Farrakhan. It's like, everybody don't got to agree with him. Farrakhan said some shit that I didn't agree with years ago. He said that being dark skinned is a curse. That's why you notice all his speakers be light skinned. I don't agree with that. Look it up. That makes no fucking sense.
Right.
He said dark skin is like a curse.
Light skin. I never knew it was because he thought dark skinned niggas was cursed. That's crazy.
He think dark skin is he said he's some shit like dark skin is a curse or something like that.
I gotta look into that. I gotta look into that. I gotta verify that joint, because that's crazy.
Look it up. Let's get back to it.
So I may act in a way of doing childlike things moment to moment, but my constance is manhood. So I don't particularly want to be around a woman who believes that my job is to now snatch her out of her position that I'm adopting her at to perform as a girl. That's weird to me. That's that I needed context. And
she got confused real quick. She nodded no, and then yes,
you connect. You're in an environment and an exchange where this man can illuminate you emotionally. It may cause jovial responses, but they're still, in my opinion, is a constant. Because I'm living life, so I'm looking to build and scale. I want to be alongside a woman and know that in the moments that I may not have clarity, I can, shift that perspective or hand over the mantle for a second in moments. And she's capable. That's why I said, girl, that kind of made me like, I need more context.
That makes
me. Do you not know that every man has a boy inside of him? Do you not know every woman has a girl inside of them?
Yeah, I'm aware. I think that's what.
What the fuck is he like? On another note, what the fuck is he talking about?
Hell no, bro. Well, I'm not admitting to that shit.
But that's irrelevant. Even if we do, it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck does that got to do?
You believe in that shit?
With anything, I think everybody got a little child in us, but what that got to do?
No. He said every man has a little girl in him. Did he say that, or am I wrong?
Every man got a little boy in him, and every woman got a little girl in her. So, but I'm saying that my thing is, I'm saying, what's the fucking point of saying that? Just because we have a little child in me doesn't mean my grown ass woman got to cater to that part of me. That's something you really got to get out your own system on your own. When you want to be a little girl, hang out with your girlfriends and do little girl shit. When you with me, that's when I need the woman. When I want to be a little boy, I hang out with my homies. We go play the game. We do our little thing. But when I'm with you, I need to be the man. So I just feel like sometimes cats be acting like because they older, they know what the fuck they talking about. So let's just keep listening.
So well, that's
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I said in moments, you're going to see that. You said you play flag football. I would not take your manhood away by you performing in a sport. You're still man. But what I hear when a woman or a female is saying, I'll, create an opportunity for me to act as a girl, that to me is an immediate distrust of like, wait a minute, you're grown. Like, why would I want to put you in a position to act as a girl? You're not a girl. You are a grown person.
Do you not know? I try to explain this from the beginning, that when you were a child, you had freedom that as far as the way you thought before you was inundated with how you supposed to act, you had freedom of expression. When something would happen, if somebody was fat, you would say to the person, hey, that person is fat. If that person smell, that person smell. That person got on regular shoes. These are the things you are taught not to say. But as a child, boy or girl, that you wouldn't look at anything different. Let me just give you an instance.
They kids.
And maybe some
this
of you
man
might
is trying to equate a child being able to speak freely without ultimate penalty to a woman being allowed to be free. That's an adult. A child is given a different leash than a grown-ass person. You're gonna forgive a child for saying something out of place for a season. That's not gonna even last forever. But once you become an adult, that shit is null and void. Like, let's listen to this nigga.
I understand what I'm saying. It's a friend of mine. Uncle had 6 fingers. I don't know if you ever seen a guy with like a finger on the outside of the finger. And
she understand everything everybody says.
He went to tell his little nephew, give me 5. And the nephew said, no, uncle, give me 6. And so when he did that, all the kids thought it was funny, but he got his ass whooped. So that's what I'm saying is when you're a child and you might say things that you actually see, when a woman have freedom of understanding and real protection, I think this is where this conversation gets off at. Because I think sometimes we as men have not seen our women in real freedom because we haven't, we say we can protect.
They free now than they ever been. I don't know what the fuck he talking about.
But hell, when the police pull over, we're some of the first one to run away. So I don't think you ever seen, a lot of women have not seen true protection, whether you would probably even see that. Now you might see that after about 2 or 3
what I call
drinks.
pandering, bro.
Yeah, but anybody can act silly after,
because you at that age where you can get whatever you need. You can get whichever you need to get. So you need to put it out there that I understand, y'all. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Bro, because he didn't use any premise, he didn't use any facts to say that most black women haven't seen protection. Like, give us a premise.
Talking about something when the police come, black men run. What the fuck is you talking about?
That's not an indicator that we're not protecting them. Most of the time, the black woman is not even on the hip. Whenever a nigga's trying to get out of the way of the police, niggas is on the corner doing their thing, and a woman is fucking in the house with the kids, braiding their hair, putting barrettes and fucking blue gel or whatever the fuck that grease is in their head and shit. I'm bad for going on.
Blue magic.
A lot of the times they
Blue
the ones calling the
magic.
police on your black ass. A
Blue
lot of times it's black people calling the police on you.
Yeah, so it's like when he come in with this, the OG shit. And I had no problem with him, but he tried me on the show. So let's keep watching.
2 or 3 drinks.
He tried you.
But I'm talking about that. I'm talking about when a woman believes she got full protection and her man, it don't fit anything but his creator, regardless of what you call him. That's something that will bring sometime that little girl or boy out of a person.
I'll tell you why that's dangerous and why I believe it's dangerous. And I'm gonna pass it to Ella because I know he was waiting. I think this is coming from my experience. I believe my mother is a very solid woman, but my mother also operated from a place of spirituality and awareness. She taught me this, that it was not my dad's job to be the God for her. It was his job to be the man. A lot of women are disassociated with any level of belief system. I'm not necessarily promoting, a particular religion, but she needs to know who she is at the maturation level of claiming womanhood. Now, in a connection in our union, if there's times that, like you said, the protection is provided and it creates in her a safety, a peace of sorts, absolutely. But we're talking about building life. I personally, myself, and maybe men on this panel, would not want to align with a woman who wants to spend her time to try to project herself in an emotional state that is representative of a girl. That would be problematic to me. That's
but you're getting, I think where it's losing at you at, my brother. The first thing you said when you said what,
and I don't know if y'all remember this, but you noticed that, because I think this conversation is triggering Pearl a little bit. I think it's just easier expressed when I speak than when the other guys speak. But I think it's something that's bothering her about this little girl shit. And I think it's starting to make sense. She used to wear them dumbass fucking bows and shit on her fucking head and them big ass Mickey Mouse ears. Y'all remember that shit?
Say it again.
She used to wear those fucking Mickey Mouse ears and big ass bows.
Sometimes
she don't wear them no more, but she used to always wear them shits.
She still do.
I haven't seen her wear it.
I ain't seen her wear it since.
I haven't seen her wear it in a while. But that part lets me know that that's an example of somebody who wants to still be a little girl. I think that's why this conversation is getting so triggering, because it's nobody that's old that should be that age wearing something like that. And shout out to her, she don't wear it no more. But do you think that that's a sign of immaturity?
She's still weird.
That's probably why this conversation. I haven't seen her
in the last like month or two, maybe. You saying like she stopped doing that?
I ain't seen her wear it since last year.
Oh yeah, no, I'm new. I be seeing her. Yeah, she be wearing it. I think it's kind of cute,
man.
I think it's kind of cute because it's like the polarity. Because like when I see her on here, it's like dang, like it's like you a gangster, but then you got the Minnie Mouse ears, and then it's like damn, I'm trying to like, cause she be right at you a little bit. So it's like, at least from when I see her, like
nigga, what is so gangster about her?
Yeah, I didn't see the gangster.
So this is what I see that's gangster about Pearl. Like when she got an opinion, the way she talks sometimes, she just sound like a Chicago nigga. She just sound like she just be.
That's true.
She just be right at you. I'll be like, that's funny because you wearing like bunny ears and like Minnie Mouse ears and stuff. So I'll be like, it's funny to me.
But I think that the Minnie Mouse ears is that example of women wanting to be allowed to be girly. That's not necessarily freedom. We're grown. You 40-some years old. You shouldn't be wearing it. There's no reason to wear nothing like that in public. So it's like, but that can get conflated as in, oh, she's allowed to be the little girl, or she's allowed to act like a child. Because a lot of women will say, oh, you don't let me wear this, so that means you're not allowing me to be in my femininity. No, you didn't. You need to grow up. We're on a panel in front of mad people. Why are we wearing these big ass bows and bunny ears like Minnie Mouse and Mickey Mouse?
Pearl in her 40s?
Pearl 41.
Ooh, okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Let's get back to the show, man.
You said, but your mother came with a certain awareness. Let me just give you the certain awareness our women do. We are aware. Our women are aware. Anytime they go outside and they get ready to get in the car, they're going to be 2 or 3 brothers trying to let them in the car, or that man is going to give them security to that car. Our women have awareness as soon as it get dark.
Shut up. So this woman said, she said, but they can have those Marvel figurines, aka Barbie dolls. Owning them shits and coming outside dressed like Captain America is 2 different things, sweetheart. We talking about what somebody wears in public. You talking about what somebody got in their house. So good try, but no.
That they are aware there are certain things could happen. Not just because they just might be in a bad neighborhood. They start making telephone calls to brothers and let them know when they go get there and when they go arrive. See, this is what I'm saying. A lot of this, just from listening to the minister speak on these tapes and stuff, you don't understand it because there is certain training comes with that, men and women. And so when that training comes in, there's a certain mindset comes in with that. Nobody is asking no woman, no grown woman, come and act like a little girl. But I'm saying when you see freedom, when you see people who are relaxed, it's not like you're going for a job interview, brother, where you have to act a certain kind of way. Like we all have to wear the mask, but some of us so happy to wear it. What he's saying that woman can take that mask off and she could just be herself, her totally self. So regardless of what she,
well, as Pearl as an example, she's being herself. And herself wanted to wear Mickey Mouse ears and a fucking hair bow. If that's your woman, are you gonna let her be herself that way? Fellas on the panel, your girl wants to be in her feminine, and she say, "Baby, we going out. I want to wear Mickey Mouse ears and a head and a big ass Minnie Mouse bow." Are you gonna just let her be herself?
The only way I'll prove that if we're going on a Disney cruise or some shit.
Yeah.
But if we ain't doing nothing like that, like take that childish ass shit off your head. It ain't even nothing attractive about it.
What about you, Mont? Would you allow your girl to just be in her feminine and just be wearing the Mickey Mouse ears and a big ass bow?
It's an interesting question because it's like so weird. It's like it's not her personality. I ain't meet her that way. So it's like all of a sudden you want to put on some Mickey Mouse ears. You know, like, and I understand like some girls is weird, like, you know, like them anime girls who who really like anime and shit. And some of them be low key bad as shit too. I ain't gonna hold you, but I've never been with one. I never. It's weird, so I can't expect. Yeah, it's weird to even think about it.
Sister says she's a teacher working with kids though, but we grown. We on a panel. We ain't talking. You ain't working with kids on the panel. You working with adults.
To Bruiser and Mon, I get it if we were going to like one of those anime conventions or one of those, you know, cosplay conventions and we dressing up in costumes. I get it if it was Halloween. I get it if we was in private in our own house. But to go on to like a date, especially if we go into like a high class classical date, for her to just be wearing Mickey Mouse ears and, you know, wouldn't be appropriate.
I mean, do you think it's appropriate for a panel? A panel discussion?
No, not even for a platform.
I'm talking about, all right, what about you guys? What about you, Mike? You think for a panel discussion, it don't really matter that much, or you think it speaks to something deeper?
It could speak to something deeper. I've never actually thought of it the way
I've never seen an adult wear that in my life.
Yeah. I was the only person I've seen wear it, but I've never thought of it from your perspective. It could be something there, but she wore it and I was just like, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, but I never actually thought of it like you thought of it. So you might be onto something.
Wearing it on the
conversation about being girly, and she seems to get like flustered when men are telling you clearly that we don't like that shit, and she's trying to make us understand why. It's like the more people talk about we don't like it, she gets like frustrated about why she's wearing it. Like, why y'all worried about that?
Even though she wears it, I don't view Pearl as girly. Like her energy too gangster for me. It's too gangster to me for me to see her as girl. Like she like.
I still don't understand this gangster shit. Like, what is so gangster about her?
Mine onto something.
The Chicago,
could that Chicago come out when she trying to respond? It's like the tone is a little different. Like he know, he know what he know.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if in terms of it being on a panel, it would beg me like a lot of the shit people do it. I don't really be that fucking concerned about, but the thing it would do is it would compel me to want to ask her, like, why do you wear the what's up with the ears? Like, what is that? Like, why do you wear it?
Because we all grown.
That, maybe I could understand it, but it would only go as far as me having to ask her, like, why is she wearing it?
To answer somebody in the chat, I get it, she's nobody's woman, but you got to be somebody's woman to like be appropriate or dress appropriate in general. Like if you're a single lady and you're going to a job or you're going on a panel, like is that something you would wear? Like I don't understand why do you have to be an adult woman and be somebody's woman to wear appropriate stuff? I don't get it.
Yeah, we're talking about etiquette for a panel. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. She could do what she wants. We're just giving you an example. I'm glad the women are defending her. We're just giving you an example of what y'all think is girly, we think is childish. So we're not even saying she could do what she want to do, but we're showing the disconnect of what y'all want and what we want. We don't like that shit. We think it's childish. We think it's immature. Y'all think it's just being free and expressing yourself. Cool, no problem. We're not here to change your mind. We're just displaying the thoughts and put them on display.
Let me ask this question to the ladies: if a dude jumped on the panel and he had a shower cap on his head, what would y'all say?
It's a good question. Miss Smell the Rosa said, "I want to be taken seriously."
Nah, I think that's a bad question.
Real Dope got a shower cap on his head every time he joins.
Yeah, I think you have to choose something that's the same association. Like we know that Mickey Mouse ears is associated with
children,
Disney, youth, and shit like that.
Disney.
You would have to use something that a man would, an instrument that or accessory that a man would wear. That is like that nigga wearing a fucking, what is the shit you put in the pacifier or some shit? Like the nigga off of Don't Be a Menace or something. Like a nigga just sitting on here just chewing on a fucking pacifier or some shit.
Yeah, pacifier, nipple bottle, yeah. Yeah, like that would be
like, why the fuck are you wearing a
like what if I had a captain a Wolverine mask every time I'm live?
Yeah,
I had the Wolverine top every time I'm on the panel. I'm gonna look dumb as fuck.
Yo, you know that nigga, you know that one dude named Spidey?
Black Spider guy? Black Spider guy.
That nigga come on here with a whole Spider-Man outfit.
But he does that to stay incognito because he doesn't want his image being. He doesn't want to be
the camera off. Damn. He could have just turned his camera off.
Comment real quick. Hold on. Look at this.
I mean, listen. But you don't know who he is though, so you can't attach what he's doing to whoever he is. Like identify who he is. You can't. You can identify who she is.
Well, my argument is that I don't believe that it is to remain incognito. I think it's more than that. I think he wanted to. I think he liked Spider-Man so much that he wanted to portray that as a character. I think if it was solely incognito, it would have just been a matter of not ever showing yourself on camera.
But you got to think about it. There's nothing wrong. Like we as adult men still like superheroes, so it's not the same thing. It's not like it's a childlike thing. Mickey, see, you got to keep this in mind too. You as a man, let's just say what Illa said. What Illa said, you Wolverine. You said Wolverine ears. Okay.
On a
Even
panel.
if Illa did Wolverine ears every day on the panel, we're gonna look at him like he's goofy. But it's not gonna be anything that he could do that's predatory. Where it's not like little girls are gonna gravitate to him. He might get little boys to gravitate to him and be like, oh, he's cool, you know, maybe, but then his content will keep little boys away because little boys wouldn't even understand what he's saying. When you are a woman and you're portraying yourself like a little girl, you bring all types of attention to you. Illa wouldn't bring attention to him. There's no negative thing that he could do that will garner negative attention outside of us looking at him thinking maybe he looked clownish or kiddish. But when you are a woman, but there's a difference because when you are a woman claiming to be, you know, they're the more vulnerable sex, they talk about how men are predators, how men just prey on young girls, and then you come in here portraying to be something young, and you're making that a norm that is perpetuating what you believe to be a problem. There's nothing that Illa will be doing. There's nothing that Black Spider Guy is doing when they get in costume, or if Illa were to get in costume, and while Black Spider Guy is in costume. Help us understand how we enjoy. Is it the case that we enjoy when women portray themselves as adolescents?
I don't think you're gonna get niggas on this panel to say agree to that.
Right. So we don't. So to portray yourself in a,
you might have to go down Wall Street and talk to them niggas. They might say that shit.
But they're not on a panel, right? It's so like if you come to a panel of men who don't like that, or who are not championing that, who are not requesting that, and then think about it like this: you got porn, and is it okay to say porn on YouTube, or do they try to
say corn? Say corn.
Okay.
Oh,
so you got corn, right? There is a section where men like young teeny boppers, where the whole objective of a woman cosplaying as a school teacher, as a nurse, as an attorney, as a young 18-year-old. These are desirable categories that women can plug themselves into. You wouldn't want to play the teeny bopper and go try to pull in the guys who are looking for the mature doctor. They're not into that. They're not looking for that type of cosplay. You got men on a panel who have no desire in young adolescent girls. So why portray yourself in such a way around men who don't like that? Or who
I want to respond to this. That's a great point, Will. This woman, she said
She's having fun and doesn't care what you want. I'm confused. Is she there for a dating show or a general conversation? That's not even the point. We're talking about appropriateness. It's not about whether she wants to be chosen or not. It's about, is it appropriate for the setting? We're all adults having a conversation and we want to be taken seriously. If you just close your eyes and open up and just see a panel full of people, no one's talking, and you see somebody with that on their head, who you gonna be thinking? Who you gonna take less serious before you hear what they take? Just off the instinct, who you gonna take less serious? I'm gonna say the person with the Mickey Mouse shit on their head.
Now, if it was like Dragon Con, Momo Con, if it was like a parade and nobody would say anything because it's appropriate for the environment, but it's not appropriate for an environment of people having a serious conversation where there's always contention between men and women, and we want women to be, y'all want to be viewed as our equals, but then you come in and you're portraying yourself as a young adolescent.
She said, so why let her up? It wasn't my show. That's Lapeef Network. When she was on my channel, she wasn't wearing that shit. So that's that. But yeah, let's get back to this, because I ain't gonna hold y'all too long. I got a fucking headache. This is what happened.
You've been live streaming for a minute. You started at 11:30. Okay,
yeah, I didn't know this as long as I ever did. Usually I do 4 hours at the most. This as long as I ever did.
And as at that time, it's gonna be positivity. That was the fruit of the message.
But again, now go ahead.
What are you on? I'm trying to follow you, OG, but I think because you're a member of the nation. Look at did y'all see that?
Oh, I missed it. Rewind it.
Watch this, yo. Just watch it, bro.
Telephone calls to brothers and let them know when they go get there and when they go arrive. See, this is what I'm saying. A lot of this, just from listening to the minister speak on these tapes and stuff, you don't understand it because there is certain training comes with that, men and women. And so when that training comes in, there's a certain mindset comes in with that. Nobody is asking no woman, no grown woman come and act like a little girl. But I'm saying when you see freedom, when you see people who are relaxed, it's not like you're going for a job interview, brother, where you have to act a certain kind of way. We all have to wear the mask, but some of us so happy to wear it. What he's saying, that woman can take that mask off and she could just be herself, her totally self. So regardless of what she might be acting as at that time, it's going to be positivity.
Watch it.
That was the fruit of the message.
But again, now go ahead.
What are you on? I'm trying to follow you, OG, but I think because you're a member of the nation, I noticed with a lot of people that's members of the nation. If anybody has fun. Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
She didn't even let you get a word out, nigga.
Extra. She did a woosah movement. Like, what the fuck is that about?
It was like, you know how like if Satan were to walk into a church and he would start burning, that's what it looked like.
Like what's
nigga, she was waiting. She planned that shit, bro.
That was intentional.
Yeah.
That's
look,
crazy.
I got a question.
A flaw.
Because I got a question because Illa, I saw when you went live, but then I'm in the process of moving, so I'm just cleaning out my old place, and so I couldn't engage the live. I had to disconnect because a lot was going on. But what was the dynamic? What was the topic about? Like what were you trying to address today with your live stream?
With this reviewing this one or the previous one? Because I reviewed 2 panels.
Oh yeah, you was doing another one. Okay, so let's talk about this one. What's the purpose of this review?
The purpose of this review is to show this show is called Unpacking the Cat. Where I'm just peeling back the dynamics that go on these panels that bleed into real life. And on this panel, what you're seeing is women do these divisive things to uplift one man over the other based on whatever reason, even though they both saying the same goddamn thing. So whenever time I open my mouth, it's these funny faces, it's these huffs and puffs, the eye rolls, just for somebody else to come right behind me and say the same thing. And as you can see, my tone is low. I'm not speaking crazy. It's like they try to do this passive aggressive sign language to signal dog whistle to the audience. This is the type of guy that doesn't make sense versus the other types of guys. So that's what I'm exposing. Does that make sense, Will?
Yeah, because the person two columns over from her, that person do it to me. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's the shit I'm talking about.
You talking about Bohing?
Yeah, you know, I don't mention that person's name because that person ain't gonna get no attention from me. But
Jack, that's what they doing to me all of a sudden. And these are two people who, when I came to the panel, was every time I talk, they looking like Google eyed and shit. And all of a sudden now I'm just the bane of their existence. It's just funny. It's just funny how fake these motherfuckers is.
But
So
you know what? You know what, Illa?
Elijah Muhammad's speech.
Oh, I'm sorry. You about to play? Let me say this.
Go ahead.
You get back to your plan.
No, go ahead.
There's a phenomenon that most people have yet to detect. That phenomenon is women want the kind of men that they despise.
Bingo.
You got to think about it. They desire the kind of men that they publicly despise. So what she's doing publicly is showing a disdain for either you or your archetype. But you or your archetype is the type of person she would desire. I'm gonna give you guys an example. When these women who are notoriously single, there's men who they prop up. There's men who they say we should be more like, but we never see them with those kind of men.
Never.
They're never with the kind of men that they claim that we should be more like. So it's like, all right, cool. Let's say there's a spectrum, and the spectrum is 1 to 10. 10 is the greatest guy on planet Earth, and 1 is the worst kind of man on planet Earth. Obviously, there's a lot of variables that will make that man, give him his cumulative grade score. Like, let's just say, for example, the four of us on here is I'll be a 2, Illa be a 3, Darwin be a 4, and his other brother be a 5. And we are just in middle of the road towards the bottom. I'm the closest to the bottom. They will look at all of us and say we don't qualify. All of us won't qualify. Yet all of us will have babies. How would men like us don't qualify, but yet we will all have children? And then there'll be the men who are 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10s who don't have any kids. Now, we don't know why they don't have any kids. Maybe they don't want kids. Maybe they're focused on their careers. We don't know. But what we'll see, there's a visual representation of somebody is laying with these guys y'all claim y'all hate. Mm-hmm. And there's no real life evidence of another human walking around to prove y'all actually lay with these other kind of men. Mm-hmm. And then we will have multiple children by multiple women. Yet those men
have a red
will be. Say that again.
You wouldn't have a red pill space.
Wait, say that one more time.
You wouldn't have a red pill space. You wouldn't have a manosphere if they were getting with those type of dudes.
Well, I don't think those red pill men are necessarily in the 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10s. I think those red pill men tend to just be more so bitter. I'm not saying all of them are bitter, but I think red pill has a spectrum.
But to your point, right? Because the reason why that space exists is because a lot of those men tried to be what women say they wanted to, and they failed.
But so those men, but those men played themselves, bro. And what was your name? Kish? Kish. Those men played themselves because those women don't really want that. It's a forever moving goalpost. I say the goalpost is at the infinity.
I'm using the argument to agree with your point.
I know you are. But I'm showing where those guys go wrong. See, those guys are trying to reach the goal line, but the goal line is an infinity line, meaning where you can't reach it. It's forever moving. And the women will tell them, okay, do A. The guys do A, and then the woman don't really want A, but she don't know what she wants. She gives you an objective, you reach the objective and wonder why she still isn't happy. Because it's not about her objective. It's about your objective. Notice the Pookie and Ray Rays don't march to their beat. Yet the Pookies and Ray Rays get the buns. See, those men are red pill, not because are the problem. Those men are red pill because they acquiesce it to the women. And the women don't know what they want. And then when you try to please someone who don't know what they want, you're going to find yourself disappointed because when you achieve what she told you to do, she still won't be happy. And you're not smart enough to realize, don't ever march to a beat of a woman's drum. You make her march to the beat of your drum. That's what creates.
Brother said because they're defining things. No, they're redefining things. Things have already been defined. Manhood has already been defined. Decorum is already defined. What these women are doing is redefining. It's already a definition there. They're remixing what's already here. It's called revisionist history. Like, we don't need to define what we are. It's already been defined. Let's get back to it. But yeah, look at her disposition, which is crazy. And this, or maybe a disagreement, y'all take it like real personal. And I don't think that's the case here. Even the scripture says, when I was a man, when I was a child, I spoke like a child. I act like a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. So that's the scripture. So obviously there is a point when as men and women, we have to become adults. And I think there's a difference between being able to enjoy things that you once enjoyed as a child and still being stuck in childhood, because most people who still are stuck in that they went through something traumatic as a child that interrupted their childhood. So now they're trying to relive their second childhood. And that can be very dangerous to somebody in a relationship, because at some point I can't fulfill the need for you when you were 7, you're 35 now. So you come from the era, respectfully, OG, you come from an era that was very extremist. Y'all was either extremely absent or extremely enabling. Yeah. So you have a different perspective of our brothers. And just because you said what?
I made a video breaking down the 3 extremes that the boomer generation did that caused a lot of the issues we're in today. So yeah, I did a video to that.
Yeah, they enabled a lot of the women's bullshit that we dealing with now. Because we don't see what the minister says. Because respectfully, those women are clothed and covered up to the head. So they're not in pure freedom in there either, if you want to be technical about it. Freedom is being able to do what I want to do. They can't do what they want to do. So they have a limited freedom. So that's not even a pure expression of freedom either. That's freedom in Islam, freedom in a religion. But freedom is just freedom. So what I'm saying is, it's a difference between allowing somebody to be able to not be so concerned of how they come off and allowing you to behave like an undeveloped child on my grown time. And I think what you're doing is conflating the two, and it definitely makes women feel good, but it doesn't help us get anywhere. And
I'm not here.
I know you're not here. I'm just telling you.
Let me finish, my brother. I thought you had landed that plane or chopper you were flying.
Man.
Well, I'm not here to make anybody freedom. And you know what the real freedom is? When you see our women covered from head to toe, it's freedom of mind. Same way you wouldn't, as bad as you might think you are, you wouldn't go and have $100 bill. Wait, let me finish, brother, before you start shaking your head. Okay, but you're shaking your head.
I can move my head.
Yeah, so you can.
Like, y'all hear how he going? And you see how she putting up her hands like, who the fuck is you? You're not running shit. This ain't your fucking show. You putting your hands up and doing all these crazy theatrics with your hand ain't moving shit. Like, I compare her to, y'all know when y'all go to an event and it's that crackhead that's the unofficial parking director that just be telling you where to park your fucking car, but ain't nobody tell them to do shit.
I live in Atlanta.
They just
That's
self-appointed
everywhere.
themselves or something. Who the fuck do she think she is? Waving and not to be funny, but all the shows I'm on bring the views up. So if anybody needed to be directing traffic, it ain't you, sweetheart. The show I just was on already passed the last one y'all did that hit a certain amount of viewers. So what is all this stopping, all of this shit? Like, what the fuck is you talking about? Like, why are you giving me all this hard time? And then back to fucking OG, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, but I'm just making you aware that
You think you bad if you had $100. Like, what are you talking? Just listen to this nigga.
I know you are shaking your head. So what I'm telling you, you wouldn't go in certain neighborhoods with $100 bills hanging out of your pocket, and you a big grown ass man yourself. So what I'm saying is to have the freedom of mind and knowing your surroundings and having the freedom of mind and knowledge, there's certain things you wouldn't do as a grown person. So it's not that there's nothing 100% correct when you start talking about the nation. We have problems just like anybody else. But you got to understand, brother, we've been doing this ever since 1930.
Bro, I'm not putting the nation on trial.
Okay, but you said from the beginning.
No, because
can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm sorry. I respectfully. The only reason I said that, brother, is because you jumped down Aaron's throat and he didn't even say what he about to say. Because the reason you did it is because you assumed that he was going against the nation. So that's why I said that. Because he never even landed his plane. You said, I don't even like where you're going, even though I don't even know where you're going. Like, that don't even make sense.
Well, could you repeat what Aaron said?
He didn't say it.
Aaron said he didn't have anything to say because what he was going to talk about was going to divert from the
screen. No. He said something else. Y'all forget. Wait. Back up. I can ask the man himself.
Put it on the screen.
After he said that, he said,
hey, somebody say something?
It's not on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm going to rewind it. My fault. Long day. I got a headache. Let's go back a little bit.
I mean, I heard.
And I know
heard
you're
what you
shaking
said.
that time. It's gonna be positivity. That was the fruit of the message.
Watch her face. Look at her face.
Okay, Ellen, now go ahead.
What are you on?
I'm trying to follow you, OG, but I think because you're a member of the nation, I noticed with a lot of people that's members of the nation, if anybody has found a flaw in Farrakhan or Elijah Muhammad's speech, then it's, or maybe a disagreement, y'all take it like real personal. And I don't think that's the case here. Even the scripture says, when I was a child, I spoke like a child, I act like a child. When I became a man, I put away
Did
child.
y'all just see how she nodded her head, and then when True smiled, she nodded her head up and down as if she needed confirmation from him to know that what I'm saying makes sense or not. Did y'all peep that?
I think they running the play on you, Ella.
Oh, the play already been made. They ain't running shit on me.
Sound like they have a conference call during the show, bro.
Yeah.
Well, they got the wrong number, because if they trying to run a play, I got a Hail Mary for their ass, so they better leave me alone. 4th and fucking goal.
Will,
Let's
what you
keep
doing out
watching,
there in
man.
that cold ass air, nigga?
You said
I'm
what?
moving. I just stepped out in the car so I could.
Why you ain't tell me? I would have came up there and helped you.
No, we at the tail end. We just cleaning the whole place now, so it's just a lot of little knickknacks that we just getting rid of.
My bad. Go ahead, Ella. Play it.
All right, let's go. So that's the scripture. So obviously there is a point when, as men and women, we have to become adults. And I think there's a difference between being able to enjoy things that you once enjoyed as a child and still being stuck in childhood, because most people who still are stuck in that they went through something traumatic as a child that interrupted their childhood. So now they're trying to relive their second childhood. And that can be very dangerous to somebody in a relationship, because at some point I can't fulfill the need for you when you were 7, you're 35 now. So you come from the era, respectfully, OG, you come from an era that was very extremist. Y'all was either extremely absent or extremely enabling. So you have a different perspective of our brothers. And just because we don't see what the minister says, because respectfully, those women are clothed and covered up to the head. So they're not in pure freedom in there either, if you want to be technical about it. Freedom is being able to do what I want to do. They can't do what they want to do. So they have a limited freedom. So that's not even a pure expression of freedom either. That's freedom in Islam, freedom in a religion. But freedom is just freedom. So what I'm saying is, it's a difference between allowing somebody to be able to not be so concerned of how they come off, and allowing you to behave like an undeveloped child on my grown time. And I think what you're doing is conflating the two, and it definitely makes women feel good, but it doesn't help us get anywhere. And
I'm not here.
I know you're not here. I'm just telling you.
Well, let me finish, my brother. I thought you had landed that plane or chopper you were flying. Well, I'm not here to make anybody freedom. And you know what the real freedom is? When you see our women covered from head to toe, it's freedom of mind. Same way you wouldn't, as bad as you might think you are, you wouldn't go and have $100 bill. Wait, let me finish, brother, before you start shaking your head. Okay, but you're shaking your head.
I can move my head.
Yeah, so you can, but I'm just making you aware that I know you are shaking your head. So what I'm telling you, you wouldn't go in certain neighborhoods with $100 bills hanging out of your pocket, and you a big grown ass man yourself. So what I'm saying is, to have the freedom of mind and knowing your surroundings, and having the freedom of mind and knowledge.
Look at her. She's so adamant, agreeing with this
as a grown person. So it's not that there's nothing 100% correct when you start talking about the nation. We have problems just like anybody else. But you got to understand, brother, we've been doing this ever since 1930.
Bro, I'm not putting the nation on trial.
Okay, but you said from the beginning. No,
because
can I finish?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I respectfully. The only reason I said that, brother, is because you jumped down Aaron's throat and he didn't even say what he about to say, because the reason you did it is because you assumed that he was going against the nation. So that's why I said that, because he never even landed his plane. You said, I don't even like where you're going, even though I don't even know where you're going. Like, that don't even make sense.
Well, could you repeat what Aaron said?
He didn't say it.
Aaron said he didn't have anything to say because what he was going to talk about was going to divert from the point of the video.
No. He said something else. Y'all forget. Wait. Back up. I can ask the man himself. After he said that, he said something else. Could you repeat what you said, Aaron? That man had what?
I said, I'm not interested in perforating the continuity of the conversation. Before that, I said, it sounds like to me he fell out of his tree.
Yeah, see, that's what I got triggered right, bro. Maybe y'all didn't hear that. I heard it.
Why was that trigger you?
Well, why you think it wouldn't trigger me?
Because you in the Nation of Islam.
I asked you the question.
No, wait. Stop. It don't have to be if I was in the Nation of Islam. If anybody,
I would have never let that nigga do that to me, yo.
That's exactly why you were triggered, because he was talking about the Nation of Islam. There was no other reason for you to be fucking triggered. But keep going. Just keep watching. Just listen where it go. Because he
said anything that you had a connection to, that person seemed like it had fell out of the tree. I want that might trigger anyone. If I said, Illa, you fell out of wait a minute, Illa. If I say some of the stuff you said, it seemed like you fell out of the tree.
If you could prove it's crazy, you might be right.
No.
You heard what I said? I said, if you could prove what I said was crazy, then saying I fell out of the tree would be warranted. I said that, but you see Aaliyah up top, she keep making all these funny fucking faces, and he just about to proceed to try to really give it to me. And then he gonna try to apologize and say he didn't mean what he meant. So tell me what y'all think this man meant when he said this. Or how would you take it? Listen.
Oh, Illa. Come on, don't act like you don't have dust trail all over this internet. When people say something about you, that you're gonna get triggered. Please don't do that, brother. Please don't do that.
David Ruffin, ain't nobody got dust.
You can call me all you want. You can make all the names, bro. You can't get. I ain't disrespectful. You know my name. Why you call me somebody else?
I'm not the one, because I think nigga said I'm leaving dust trails everywhere, and told me that I shouldn't have been offended by that. Was I reaching for that? Talking about you leaving dust trails all over the internet. And then
that don't sound like a compliment. That sounds like a disparity.
Yeah, it sounds like a slight diff.
I would have lit his ass up for saying that shit to me, bro.
He built up to it. He said, I've been seeing you on my timeline now, so I see. It's like, bro, what the fuck is you talking about? You see me on timeline
that you basically what he tried to say was you leaving dust trails of being emotionally sensitive to every time somebody say something about you. That's what he's trying to convey.
So what exactly? But look, but everybody laughing. Pearl is so offended. She praying to God and all that shit. Like you just, man, motherfuckers is see y'all in these comments. Y'all don't be knowing. It be a lot of shit going on behind the scenes, man. If y'all only knew what I knew, then you'll realize.
Nigga, I know what you know, man. I had motherfuckers threatening me in the middle of a fucking panel conversation in the private chat. Every time I talk, this motherfucker. Like
exactly. They be acting like they don't fuck with you in real life, but behind the scenes, bruh. You like that.
I'm just saying, you just called me out my name, then why you say you ain't disrespectful?
You start leaving dust around, so that means I'm dirty.
I'm saying, no, I didn't. I said when dust is a trail. Is a trail. A trail being in the internet, brother. Well, I mean, and wait, brother. Look, can I tell you something, brother? Can I tell you something, brother? No, okay. Well, then I'm gonna tell the panel. I'm gonna talk to the panel. I got the floor, brother. I got the floor, brother. I got the floor, brother. No, you didn't. I got the floor, brother.
All right, when you finish, I got the floor.
Yeah, okay. So, ladies, you might want to close your ears on this one. But if this gonna be a dick contest, I'm gonna take out.
Starts talking about his fucking genitals, man. What the fuck is this old nigga talking about?
Yep.
You see how people be framing? You see my face? It's like, hold up. You talking about I'm kicking up dust, leaving a trail of dust because I'm challenging you on a perspective, and now it's a dick measuring contest? If it is, I didn't start it. Like, do y'all see this shit?
Yeah,
did y'all screen freeze?
No, I'm here.
I see that shit, bro.
No, I think.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Ella, this is what you got to start doing. When a motherfucker say that they want to go ahead and elaborate or get they land they plane or some shit, and then they gotta address you at the same time. When you address me during your elaboration or your monologue, nigga, I'm interrupted. Say what you got to say without addressing me directly. If you're gonna address me directly, I'm not finna sit here and just let you carry on talking shit about me.
They're gonna say
we had a conversation.
Nigga, you said I'm leaving dust, and I said, get the fuck out of here, David Ruffin. The fuck, nigga? That's what the fuck you look like. I didn't start no insulting shit. You did try to clean, but watch how you try to clean it up. And I'm gonna wrap it up soon. I just want y'all to see this last little dust up.
Enough just to win. I'm gonna take out just enough to win. Okay. So no. I'm just no. What I'm just saying is, if you want to sit up here and joke, we can joke all day. That's what I do,
brother.
No, I didn't start on you. I just went against what you said, brother, and you got offended.
No, you didn't. No, he said he just went against what I said and I got offended. Nigga, you said I'm leaving a trail of dust online. Like,
This woman ain't even listening. She just going with whatever the fuck that nigga saying to make me look bad. That's
If I could, Ella,
yeah.
What I believe OG was saying when he said dust, he's just referring to digital footprint, not that
Digital
she was being
footprint.
Is dust a digital footprint, fellow content creators?
Dust? No, I don't even see that.
Fuck no, man.
Like, what are we fucking talking about?
I heard what he said.
I think
he was talking about whenever people said something about you. He said that at the same time. He actually said that. It was just a lot of chatter going over. He was saying that you was leaving the dust behind. And the context he put it in was when somebody would say something about you, you would go back and have to say something in response. Or it was a way of him conveying that you were triggered or that you were overly sensitive about what somebody said about you. That's what he was saying.
And dust is never something that when you leave behind dust, that means someone has to clean up. So I'm leaving a mess behind me. Like all of that's taken into account. But look at how this woman is acting as he's talking. As if I'm
okay, if you did take it that way, brother, brother, if you did take it that way, the way the man just said, that's exactly no, brother.
Look at her.
Listen, what I'm saying is, I didn't interject you. I just know that for the last 2 weeks that you have been over the internet and you have like.
So the fuck what? Why was I over the internet? You old senile motherfucker. I was over the internet because my shit was trending because of who came on my panel. I wasn't trending based on no fucking fight. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
I think they got it out. They got it out for you, Ella.
Well, Pearl,
if this happens again, if this happens the next time you go on that panel again, then you for sure know it's a play. They're trying to get at you.
Pearl is using OJ Speed energy going towards you as a way to piggyback off of chastising you for some reason. She's got a vendetta out on you. She wants to see harm done to you, and whenever she see niggas coming at your neck, she's sitting there cheerleading. And then when you push back, she's sitting there doing that. That's the behavior I'm seeing.
Well, y'all know what the problem mainly stems from. When a man can have an opinion, a woman can have an opinion. A woman can have an opinion about women. She can have an opinion about men. A man can have an opinion about men, but he better not have the audacity to have an opinion about women. The moment you broadcast your opinion about women, now you overstepping. So if we can keep our comments on men, preferably white men, and deadbeat dads, we're in their good graces. The moment we cross that threshold and we talk about people with estrogen in their system, now we're in violation.
Yeah, it's the black woman's God effect. If you talk about God, you're in trouble.
I mean, think about it. You can have a man on a panel and a woman on a panel. Nobody knows what they're going to talk about. And you could do a flashcard. You say, hey, we're going to just show you some flashcards and we want you guys to give your opinion. We're going to let the lady go first. Throw a flashcard up there. And let's say it's about dogs. The woman give her take, the man give his take. All is well. Then we throw another flashcard. We talk about cars. The woman give her take, the man give his take. All is well. Then we throw another flashcard and it's about women. Only one person on that panel can give their take now. Because the woman can give her take and the man's take can be identical to the woman's take. That means he is using his eyes just like she's using her eyes. But her eyes are allowed to see and report what it witnessed, but his mouth is not allowed to speak what his eyes witnessed. You can witness it, but you better not say it.
Or I only want to hear it from this kind of guy, not this kind of guy. Because a lot of those dudes echoed the same sentiments I made, but when I started speaking, she just but this brother said, come on, you don't know what she wants. No, we don't say physical harm. She wants you gotta understand something. When you're doing this content stuff, it's not about harming you physically. They're trying to harm your brand. They're trying to make it seem like you're the person that has harmful messaging. So they do things, they do demonstrative things. They create narratives to hurt your brand so people won't resonate with you like they once did. And what she's doing is a passive-aggressive, punk-ass way to tarnish my brand. Because when I speak, she's just utterly disgusted. Even though we just seen her on my show talking about I had a great time and just smiling and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it's genuine. It's fucking bullshit. And just in case y'all forgot, this is how she was acting on my show.
Appreciate y'all, man. We will do this again. I'm going to be doing part 2 soon, and I would love for y'all to join if you have the time.
Absolutely. I thank you for having us, Pearl. Good seeing you and meeting you, because I saw you on a show that I watched with y'all all on it. Good meeting you as well. And Illa, as always,
I never
told
seen
this
any
to
other
Illa
panel
offline,
outside of
and
the
I say
people.
online, is that Illa has a way of being an influencer. And that's what's most important. It's not about how many streams or how much bravado you got, how much money you got. It's about how much influence you have. And his presence causes people, it influences people. So continue doing what you're doing, continue letting your presence be felt, and continuing building your influential power, and there will be no stopping where you can go.
I appreciate that. I really do. I don't take that lightly. I'm humbled by the compliment. And especially somebody that's been around such great talents and great contributors to our art. For you to say that to me, I don't take that lightly. And, I love you, Sean. You always give me good information. So I appreciate you, man. You're one of the great people I met through this space. And I consider you a friend regardless of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I really respect you and I really appreciate you, man. Yes. Any last thing? Oh, they don't close me again. Hold it down for me, y'all, so I can refresh. Don't sign off yet. I'm going to refresh.
This was just in fucking, I think November or something.
Yeah, they be trying to play, but I'm not going to go anywhere. You're going to have to get me. You're going to fight this time. We're going to thug it out. But yeah, any last words, Ms. Pearl?
I had a great time tonight. This was a fantastic show. Great panelists, great conversation. It was different from the Lil Peep show. I would say that. It's great to take a break from relationships and subjectivity all the time. Like, you be running in circles. So this was
This is the ill experience, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's different over here. Regardless of all the bullshit these people like to say about me. Oh, it's peace and love. When you come over here, you're going to get respected. You're going to be heard. I'm not going to allow anybody to disrespect anybody. I don't play those games. As you can see.
I mean, is she full of shit or what? So what happened? When did I become someone that don't know what's going on? It just
what it
because
is.
there's something going on behind the scenes, Ella.
No, what it is. No, what it is this. You got to understand. See, you take a stand. You march to a beat of a drum, and you happen to be the orchestrator of that beat. Women gravitate to those kind of men. They are okay with you being your own beacon, because what it is, when you march to the beat of your own drum, you become a beacon of light for them that they can follow. It's like, okay, you can chastise them, you can check them in private, but if it happens to be done publicly, when other women have a problem with what you say, they have a propensity to stick to girl code and be like, well, if other women don't like you, even though I like you, maybe there's something wrong with you. Because there's no way, every time I've ever seen you on a live stream, I've seen nothing but consistency. I've never seen you one way and then flip-flop to another way. I've never seen it. So if I liked you then, why don't I like you now? I only don't like you now because, like the brother Kish said, maybe there's something behind the scenes that we don't know about. But there could be. But what is more probable, is a greater probability that other women have a problem with you. And if I, as a woman, see that these other women who I might have respect for, or I might want them to accept me in their group, if they dislike you, I cannot defend you because I would then be ostracized from the community. And I need this community for survival unless you are my man. If you're my man, then I don't need this community for survival. Even some women will go against their man for the community of women. I don't understand it. It's just what it is. I can recognize it, but I don't understand why it exists.
I don't. The shorty said, just talk instead of assuming. You need to stop assuming that I didn't. Y'all don't know every fucking thing. There's a lot you don't know. But I'm just showing y'all what it looks like from the outside. Maybe you might find out one day. Maybe you won't. I don't know. Who knows? But trust me, don't think I didn't. But next time I'm on a panel, I'm definitely going to ask, like, Is there a problem with something I'm saying? You seem to be flustered by everything I say now. Like, is there something I'm missing? Like, I'm definitely gonna pull a card. But brother said she probably had the Cinderella complex, thinks she's the princess. Ugh, yeah. But yeah, I got a fucking headache, bruh. I got to go, y'all. I got to go. I appreciate y'all for pulling up. And I will actually smell of roses. I wish you would pull up on a panel sometime. We could use some female energy. It's not just a male thing. Women can definitely come up here. So with that being said, I appreciate y'all brothers for pulling
Nigga
up.
Sweeney said you tripping. He on the phone talking about you tripping. I said, why don't you just come up here and tell him you tripping?
Well, he too late. Because y'all
I know, right?
it ain't tripping. He too late. You should have been came.
All right, my G.
Yeah. I appreciate y'all. And with that being said, we are out of here. Peace. And
I'm 10 toes. Hey, yo, the game got me mortified. So I focus on being fortified. Twisted shit encrypted and codified. Products of a simulation. First generation sufferers of overstimulation. My stipulation got me looking for some ventilation. I changed the station, ignoring Satan's invitation. No visitation for my brothers off solicitations. Incarcerations, it's called the Matrix. If life's a bitch, then she's a dominatrix. So death got to be a masculine presence. Opening his arms while you bask in his essence. Sometimes when I talk to God, I call more passive aggressive. Will I open heaven's doors or just burn from my lessons? Blessings. You know the game been told. If I was you, then my soul would have been sold. Watch what you do, cause it's coming back tenfold. Either way it goes, man, I'm 10 toes, 10 toes, 10.